Hell yeah. It's Friday night. Oh man, they already saw this special surprise guest. How's everybody going out there? Ranty cannot hear us right now, but he is in the house, and it is a very special day in the neighborhood. Welcome to the Friday evening show, and I hope everybody's doing good out there. I'm doing pretty good. Not quite as good as I was doing last Friday night, but I'm doing pretty good, and very happy at the exciting news, which I'll let Ranty break for those of you who haven't heard. But let me get the festivities started by linking my personal channel in the chat. So, if you haven't done so by now, please go over there. Oops. Please go over there and click on the subscribe and give me a subscribe. I do most of the time post the after show on the channel, and I have some good content over there. If you like people being mean to Bob the Science Guy, or that ilk, or actually performing experiments or describing stuff, then you'll like some of the content on my channel. So go ahead and check it out. I'd appreciate it. If you want to support the show, I do have a legal disclaimer to read regarding the recipient of super chats and a trust that's been established, but I'll save that for later. But anyhow, if you want to support the show, there's multiple ways to do it. You can do it via super chat, obviously, which is the least efficient way as far as getting money into the hands of the people you're supporting. No offense, Google. There's also, what is it called? Oh boy, PayPal, Patreon, whatever. It's all in the description, as you guys know, and that is much appreciated. All the benefits from tonight's show, super chat, whatever, every single penny, no matter whose name it says, no matter who you say that it's for, no words you say, no words I say, it's all going to go to Ranty to celebrate what he's going to tell us happened today, which we've all been waiting a very long time to hear. So let me give some shout outs to everybody out there, and then we will get to the main show. Gary Bennett, what's up? Ranty was first. Brandon Toy was third. So that's pretty cool. Hell and Degenerates, what's going on? Ian Adams. We've got Josie Mosilla. What's up, Josie? Real Ranty, Ian Adams, Flat for Life, Dignon, Flat for Life. Oops. Yossi Mose. Matrix Media. What's up, Matrix? SE Montreal. That was some interesting stuff you were saying in the after show last night, Matrix. I should post that. Bryant Shooker Level. What is Earth? SE Montreal. Page 42. My Realm. Mark Collard. What's up, Mark? Let's see, who else? Jimbo. What's up, Jimbo? And many more to come. So I appreciate you guys coming. Support. As you know, the best way to support the show is to come in the Discord and have a conversation with us, provide us some evidence, go out and do an observation, whatever you can do to advance science, because this is real science, as we know. So anyway, I won't belabor the point. We've got a very special guest tonight, as you see, and let's get immediately to that. Say hello to everybody in Discord. What's up, guys? We're live.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey. It's good to hear.
I want to
stream. Judging from the stream, Ranty is a hologram.
Yeah, my hair keeps moving apparently, so.
CGI Ranty now confirmed.
You're actually looking a little younger there, Ranty, honestly.
Yes,
you honestly, like, you know, when you retain water a bit, you look like you've stopped retaining a bit of water and stuff. You thinned out. Look, I mean it. You look younger. You looked a little puffy before. I mean it in a good way.
Thank you. I appreciate that, actually.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not, Jimbo, but that's cool.
Oh, I am. Retention of water and stuff is not a good sign for people. It's nice to see it go away.
All right. Also in the house, we've got Jeremy. What's up, Jeremy? We've got...
How's it going?
Good, man. Patient Zero, Aaron. How you doing? We've got Pete the Great. What's up, Pete?
Hello.
The other Pete. The better Pete. The greater Pete. Yeah, that'll work. Real Bob Dole, what's up, man?
Hello.
Hey, what's going on? So, Ranty, you got some big news for us.
Well, it's not really big news. I suppose it's just expected news. Of course, the case went exactly as we thought it all would do. The claim was dismissed. Well, I mean, it was dismissed on the fact that there was no legal argument first and foremost, and she also quite clearly accepted my argument about everything. What I in the terms that I meant it during the stream and how I meant it at the time I meant it. She agreed with that. So, but for the sake of why it was dismissed, ultimately was because there was no trust agreement, and that's what she said quite clearly. There was no trust agreement. There was no, that was never in place. So legally, there was no reason for it to even end up in court. I should have thought, but it did. So it's been like 6 months of worry, 6 months of having a certain person continually attack me over this. Free reign for somebody to attack me over this for something that I didn't do, something that finally went to court and I was exonerated for. But I took it on the chin. I wasn't going to be blackmailed by anybody. I wasn't going to be threatened by anyone or intimidated by anyone. The threat of court didn't stop me. I knew I was in the right. I knew I was doing the right thing. Hadn't done anything wrong. And the judge saw that. Vindication. And 6 months of hell, to be honest, because it has been hell. The channel suffered. I've suffered, sleepless nights over it because it wasn't the money. It was the principle, the integrity of stuff. I mean, I've never done anything but help in this community, and to have that labelled against you when you know that you've just done the right thing for somebody, it was terrible. It was awful, and I just couldn't have that on my conscience. And for 6 months, I had it on my conscience, but now I'm free. So now I'm celebrating with a cigar that I've not had in a long time. So I feel quite good tonight.
We call those vexatious prosecutions here, where there's really no foundation to take someone to court, and it's simply to, be mean-spirited and, try to exploit the system any way you can. This against you was just a vexatious prosecution. If it happens again, you can actually, with the same individual, if he's anywhere involved, then, you have something you can go against them on.
I was under the impression that one of the greatest minds in all the land, all of the flat earth, was had taken this case under their wing. One of the great legal minds to ever come out of the institutions of the UK. And I didn't think there was any way you could win, but obviously I was mistaken.
Well, I mean, I was up against it when I turned up to the to the court. I mean, there was Roxanne there. There was Adam Meakin was there. Sleeping Warrior was there. 3 against 1. What chance did I stand? A lowly painter and decorator from Blackpool. What chance did I stand against the greatest legal mind?
When you're in the right, you're in the right. That's all there is to it.
Indeed, and it didn't take very. I mean, to be fair, I submitted so much evidence, to be fair, that it was overwhelming. I mean, I guess at some point I'll have to go through the witness statement of Roxanne's witness statement of what she actually said transpired on the evening, because to be fair, when I read that, I mean, it was totally different to her original claim, but I mean, how would you, when you add things to things that just didn't happen, just to make it sound better for
Embellish.
you. I mean,
embellishment, yeah.
Oh, this was embellished with cream and anything that you could put on top of it. When I read it, I didn't even recognize what I was reading. To be fair, the first half of that her witness statement, I genuinely didn't recognize any of that. But I was able to find all the evidence that disproved all of that. Everything that she put in there that embellished her argument. mean, there's no need. I mean, I thought we were just going to go in and argue the facts and argue the truth, and the truth would win out. But when I was up against lies as well, I mean, it wasn't just that I was up against the truth, which was the truth, but I was up against lies as well. It was just. But it took an awful lot of work, to be fair. So many hours put into this to find. I submitted over 100 documents to the court. Over 100.
100 documents.
Yep.
Did they read them all? Do you think? I mean, what kind of reaction did the judge have to all the evidence that you submitted?
They have to read them all.
Oh, okay.
Well, if they have to read them all, that's fine, because everything was in there. I mean, for instance, I don't know if I can tell you this. Well, I probably can tell you this now, actually. That there was an informant, a close informant, a friend of theirs, that got in touch with me about a month after the stream to tell me about this was going on, to inform me that there was a lynch mob of people waiting to jump on me if I didn't give Roxanne this money. And I was like, you're having a giraffe, aren't you? I mean, Sam gave that money to me, and then I know it wasn't even a stream for Roxanne. It was just a normal everyday stream. I mean, that was it. And he's like, well, no, they think that, they're just waiting to jump on you because you haven't got a drone. Okay. Which means I've got a drone. I've got a fucking drone. And because of this, I was like, right, okay. Well, I said, look, mate, that money that Sam donated, to be fair, that will pay my mortgage next month. I said, but if Sam Hain turns around and tells me that he wanted the money to go to Roxanne, I'll pass it on to Roxanne. So I said this to him after he told me what had gone on. So then I emailed Sam Hain. He got back to me the following day. And the following day after that, I got back to this informant and said to him, hey, it's fine. I've spoken to Sam. Sam wanted me to have the money. But I'd already said, I was all like, look, I was under the impression that money was for me. But if Sam wanted it to go to her, I'd give it to her. No problem.
You know what? I remember that day that it all broke, and it was like a punch in the gut. And I went, obviously it was worse for you, but just hearing it from the side of, a supporter of yours, it was like the rug got, pulled out from underneath us, because it meant essentially a little mini civil war in Flat Earth. And that's what it turned into.
Yeah.
But seeing who was behind it, I wasn't surprised at all. Certainly a bit by who jumped on board with them, but the character who, really was key in stirring the shit and stuff, I wasn't surprised. That's all he does.
I was out, to be honest. To be fair, I didn't even listen. I knew that would go. I knew that there was a group of people waiting to see what I was going to do with this money, right? But I didn't expect the level of blackmail that was going to go on behind the scenes before I actually went ahead and exposed this on the night. So, I mean, no offense to Globebusters Bob or to Jerenism, people got in touch with me, but they only got in touch with me on the basis of questionable emails, denied, written by Sam Hain himself. And based upon that, they were talking to me and saying, look, and I'm like, yeah, but that isn't the truth. This is wrong. This isn't how it's gone down. I mean, Sam Hain never wrote them. He's never spoken to you guys. Never spoken to anybody. He's talked to me. He's told me the money's for me. I mean, I don't see the problem. And they're like, okay. So then they were like, okay, that's fine. You know what you're doing. That's like, we just thought we'd pass it on because we have been informed by people that this was a situation. So we didn't want, we don't want to get involved per se, but they were getting involved. Even though they didn't want to get involved, they did get involved because they contacted me. And, it was at that point that I realized, hey, you know what? This needs to be brought out in the open. And it was all started by essentially one individual who thought there was a legal argument for something that transpired during the stream. One sentence in a stream that was misquoted and used out of context, that thought they could get a legal argument to force me to blackmail me to hand over the money that Sam rightly wanted to give to me, because he'd already given money to Roxanne in the stream, into a PayPal directly, like I'd asked. But no. Even though they all agreed that Sam Hain, he wanted you to have the money, and you accepted that you wanted to have the money. And Roxanne said that at the time that it was your money, but now she wants that money. Now she wants that money that Sam Hain gave to you. I mean, could you imagine if you had, I don't know, let's say, a brother that came up to you and gave you 20 quid, and then some stranger off the street walks up to you and says, I want that money or I'm going to take it to court, because your brother wanted to give you some money. So no, he didn't want to give it to you. He's giving it to me. just insanity.
When you
I
were
mean,
trying to help that person out. That's the thing. That's the kicker.
And that's it as well. I mean, I was doing a genuinely good thing for her. You know, I mean, I put the word out that she needed some money to go on a PayPal. You know, she needed to get some stocks and supplies in before the virus hit. I didn't sit on my hands and not do anything. You know, she told me the struggle she was suffering, and I decided to act on that. You know, I didn't even tell her. I was going to do a stream. Just did it on the back of my of her telling me that, you know, she wrote to me that she was worried about getting food and supplies in, right? And she'd been telling me as well the same things. And just off the back of that, I thought, you know what? I'm going to do a shout out for her. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to shout out on the stream tonight, you know, and see if we can get her some money in the pocket. And it just turned into this, you know, 6 months of absolute hell from that, you know. But a lot of people have said, well, no good deed goes undone. No good deed goes unpunished, sorry. And that's the way it seems, you know.
We got our first super chat of the night. Who it's for is not really clear. It's very ambiguous, Ranty. I'm sorry about this. We'll have to work this out later. And I have actually secured one of the greatest legal minds in the world, the whole plane. So just beware.
Okay.
No, it's for me, and I'm going to take you to court if I don't get it. That right now.
But it says, this is from GPS. Good old Doppler shift GPS. This is for her red light, he says. I don't know what he's referring to, but that's really fucking funny.
Thank you for the super chat. It's very much. Hey, listen, I want to talk about that actually, because it's something that we've never. Well, we have discussed it. Obviously, you know, I mean, I've already said super chats that you get in the stream go to you, Brandon. Your shows, your money. But since we've started doing this, and I will give you the money from the super chats. That's fine. Since we've been doing this, I decided to look into the situation with because I'd asked you. I said, "Oh, you know, you've had some super chats come in," and I just looked through the payments that I actually received in the account, and I showed them to you, and then I started looking into it, and it turns out that Google, get this, not Google, YouTube, whatever, they take 45%. By the time they pay out a couple of fees, a fee here, a fee there, and they take that out of the original money, and then after that they take 30% and they give you 70%. So it's not they take 30%, it's that they take 45%. So if you gave £10 in a super chat, let's say, to Brandon for his show, then he would only end up getting £5.50 of that. Instead of the £10. But we've been talking about using Streamlabs, you know, to try and counter that, because to be fair, I mean, I've always realized it is a struggle to work on YouTube and try and get anything out of the shows, you know, to try and, you know, just make it worth your while for doing the shows. Never works that way. You don't even make minimum wage, which is, you know, you don't do it for that. But to know that the people, when they donate, that 45% of that they're giving away to YouTube, that's got to be a kick in the guts for them when they want to give you a tenner and say buy a few beers with that. You end up with £5.50. Then you pay tax on that, you know. So you end up with about £4.50 of the £10. It's and Streamlabs don't take anything, so I believe so.
Yeah, I'm going to set that up this weekend, Ranty, because it's really stupid of us as a community to, throw our money around back and forth and give 50% of it to the people we know are screwing us over and social engineering us. Not going to name them right now, but they know who they are. We all know who they are. I've got another super chat here, so the it's already started flowing. This one's pretty funny too. Gently's channel, shout out Gently's channel, £2. This isn't for Ranty, Brandon, Roxanne. So that one's going to be in legal limbo for a long, long time. I don't know what to say about that.
I like that. Listen, I've actually had somebody go to my PayPal, funnily enough, and put £20 in the PayPal. There's no comment with it. Hang on, I don't think there's there's no comment.
Couldn't this
all
be solved?
That would be flat for life. Flat for life. So
he was just asking if you had a PayPal. That's awesome. Thanks.
Oh, was it?
Life.
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. So I do have a PayPal. It's in the description of the channel underneath my name, Ranty. It says links and ways to support the show, PayPal. So thank you very much. That's really, really blown me away. Listen, so I think we are going to start using Streamlabs because, I mean, as I say, it's a real grind to get, I don't know, what, 70, 80 pound for a whole week of streaming or something, which is what you end up with maybe if you're lucky. But you could get almost double that if you use Streamlabs because you're not paying that 45% out. So, and that's for people that want to support the show. And I think they give a comment as well if you use Streamlabs as well. So I know that other shows are using them. I know that is it Fight the Flat Earth? He's using Streamlabs, so it just makes sense. It helps keep these shows funded. It's a real struggle to be doing these shows 5 nights a week at the time that I do it. And I know that it must be you've been doing it 2 weeks. I bet it's already getting to you. But imagine doing that for 18 months, like. But no, I never knew that they took. I never knew they took 45%. I didn't know that. I never looked into it that deeply. I wasn't that concerned with it. But I only got that concerned with it because I knew that I would have to transfer the exact amount to you each month. And of course, to know that 45% all that time had been taken out of whatever people donated, it is a kind of kick in the teeth. Imagine working for that and getting that taken out.
Yeah, and just to back Ranty up, I mean, we've been talking about money for a couple minutes. It's not about the money.
It's not about the money.
It's about not having people throw their money in the trash can of the people who shadow banned us, quarantined us in a little quarter of the internet, screw with our elections in many countries, censor people's opinions about things such as Tiananmen Square in China or anything that the people who fill and line their pockets with don't like. That's what it's about. So I'm not doing this for money. I'll tell you guys this straight up. I'm not doing this for money. But the few bucks you guys throw me, which I appreciate every single penny, allows me to go to my wife and say, hey, check this out. You know all that time I've been spending at my computer where you've been complaining about, you're spending too much time away from the family. We can go down to whatever, Sears, and buy you a new frickin' mixer or some crap like that.
Yeah.
That's all.
I use a lot of this thing, and so do websites, and it's called ePay. I don't care if I send you $200; it only costs $1 for the service. Send you $100; it's $1 for the service. ePay is great, and it's international too. It's email to email, and it costs $1.
Well, we were talking
Keeps
about
your banking private.
We were talking about this before, and we were talking about it's coming up to Christmas, and I was saying to you, I said, just think when you get this money through, you'll be able to go and buy your kids some nice Christmas presents with it, or extra presents that they wouldn't, or a bigger present that they wouldn't have expected. Things that they may be able to use down the line at school or what have you. It could be an iPad or something like that, something that you wouldn't have expected. And if you're doing it in your time that you've allotted to just do this show, it's seen as a bonus that can be rewarded to the family.
Yep, exactly. Yep. But we've been having fun without you around, Ranty. We've been causing a little trouble here and there and talking about all kinds of stuff. We've had some ballers in. They haven't fared too well. I have to be honest with you. They really haven't made much of an impression around here lately. I don't know.
It's a tough life for the bowlers right now. It really is. I mean, this year's been, well, the last couple of years actually have been exceptional for our arguments. I mean, it used to be that the how would you explain? It used to be that whenever you got a great observation, it was always dismissed as being looming, right? And nobody really looked into anything other than the idea that something else could be causing blockage, you know. And then, of course, more research goes into it. And then that was just one line of research. Then you've got all the other, all the other. Even the Globers will admit now that essentially you cannot use science to prove the shape of the Earth. You just can't do that. So all that, we have all the science behind us. That's just out the window now. We're almost at the point where we can say, okay, you're here. It's 50-50 right now. Now we need to do this, and now we need to do that. And, once you look, we know that the NASA imagery is just bullshit. I mean, how close is that lunar lander shadow to the edge of the moon? You know what I mean? How close was it? I mean, come on. I mean, you having a laugh. I mean, you never see more than 200 meters of that moon surface at any point. You don't see that. It's like, that's it. I mean, come on. When do you only ever see 200 meters here on? And to be fair, I mean, it's the moon. It's not. It's a third of or a quarter of the size of the Earth, but the surface itself. I mean, when even they're taking in all that into account, it doesn't change the horizon by that much. It's not times 4. It's not that kind of thing. You should still see for a mile and a half. Or a mile.
Well, why would they land in a spot on the moon where they could only see for 200 meters? If you were planning a trip to a place that no one has ever been in the whole, history of humanity, you're going to plan it to land inside of a crater where you can't even see around you. You would want to see as far as you could possibly see.
I've had a PayPal from Mike, £5 from Mike, and he says, "Gentlest channel is a cheap bastard."
Called out. Well, we got a couple on this side too. We've got Windrider, $20 super chat. What's up, Windrider? Yeah, Windrider. For Ranty War Chest, LOL. So I think that one's for me actually, Ranty. So we'll have to check on that one too. Leaping 4J, great stuff, guys. Brandon has been great. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, listen, I appreciate everything that you've done with taking over the show for the time being. I've had a really tough few months. It's been there's been a lot to take in, a lot that I've had going on that I've I just had a lot that I'm going on, and my head is like, and it's going to be nice actually to come back in January. Totally refreshed, totally ready to go again. And as I say, everyone that's giving these super chats to you, Brandon, I mean, you deserve it, man. You're doing an excellent job, I have to say. Couldn't be prouder. I'm glad that the show's going the way it is. Really, really glad. The show's still open for all the Globers to come in. It's really good to have all the Globers in, and we're not here to make enemies. We're just here to have the argument, have the debate. Have the argument, bring your proofs. Let's discuss it. Let's see if it stands up to kind of scrutiny. Listen, if somebody's being a real twat with you, email me and tell me, look, I was on the show last night and this dickhead said this or whatever, and I'll look it over and I'll maybe have a word with Brandon about it and say, well, we want the argument here, guys. We don't want the arguments, but we want the argument. We don't have to be twats to each other. We're all humans at the end of the day. Whenever you go in a pub, as a flat earther, you go in a pub, 8 out of 10 of them are globe earthers. You're not instantly going up to every one of them and having an argument with them just because they're a globe earther in there. In fact, you'd probably get on. I imagine in reality, in real life, if you met all the Globers in reality and you didn't know that they were on my channel talking in the chat, just a normal everyday person, you'd probably get on very well with them. you'd probably just go down the pub with them, have a pint with them, play some pool with them, whatever, and you wouldn't be having this argument. And then, you might find out months later that, oh, remember that guy down the pub that you had that great night out with? You had a great night, had a few beers, played some pool, and and then the next thing you know that he's in the chat, you'd be like, huh, what? He'd be like, okay. But your enemy's online, but in reality that would never really happen. So there's no need to just bring it here. Come in, talk to us. We want to have the argument. We don't want to be twats with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we all get passionate about stuff. Obviously, most of the people who spend a lot of time in the Flat Earth community, I mean, there's some casuals, but if you're into Flat Earth, I see the same names every single night, everywhere I go, every room I go in, and that's cool. That's one thing I really appreciate about the community is, you get to know everybody, but you got to think about it. This is a very small part of our overall lives and who we are. We've got our family, we've got our friends, we've got our hobbies, all that other stuff. We've got to find a way not to be mean and nasty to each other, while at the same time recognizing our deep philosophical differences in discussing them. But it's hard sometimes. I'll admit it. I've been a huge jerk to Globers.
Hey, listen, I have to say, yes, I've seen that. I have seen it, but it's your show. This is your show, and this is the direction that you're going for the time being. And listen, that's what you want to do. I mean, if that's how it's going to be with yourself, that's fine. I'm saying, for me personally, when I'm doing the shows, I'm happy to bring the Globers in, and I'd rather be friendly with them than and have an argument with these guys. But it'd be a passionate argument about the subject matter, not a personal attack with the person. I mean, just no need for that. Not unless you're somebody that likes taking people to court, in which case, I might argue with that person.
Yeah. Well, today faith was restored a little bit in the judicial system. Now, obviously, we don't trust the government any more than we did yesterday, but it's nice to see, some common sense. Oh, there's good people everywhere, even in the government, even in the judiciary system. So it's cool.
So, following up from what Jimbo said, he says, oh, you look a bit slimmer. Well, I have actually lost, wait for this, 2 stone in, 3 months. So I guess that's maybe a good reason as to why.
How much is that in freedom units?
Whoa.
30
I don't know.
pounds, I guess.
Yeah.
15 kilos or so.
Yeah. I've lost 2 stone, but to be fair, I'd put it on relatively quickly. I've lost it relatively quickly too. So I'm hoping that back in January, I'm hoping to lose maybe another stone or so, and be back to being fully me kind of thing. But I haven't been drinking. I mean, tonight's the first night I've had a drink in a long time, so it's just refreshing to have a beer now and then. But yeah, so that's probably the reason why I don't look as bloated.
That's not the word he used, but that's pretty funny.
State of Marshmallow Man.
Jesus.
Michelin Man.
Michelin Man.
Anyway, listen, I think we've talked long enough about this. We've been going for 35 minutes now. Let's have a chat with some of the guys. Okay, let's have some flat Earth chat.
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Something here.
You got a presentation, Pete?
Yeah.
Sweet, go for it. What's it about?
It's perspective related.
Awesome. Gotta be careful. P Mars is still out there. Okay, looking forward to it.
All right, I'm sharing my screen now.
Yep, give me 1 second.
And don't forget to take me off cam as well.
Yeah, will do. All right, let me see what we got going on there. You want off of there? Here, I'll do full screen present. You're off, Ranty.
Awesome.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Pete.
Bill G, beer number 2. You're right, mate. You're right.
All yours, Pete.
All right. So, on this left side here, just cut a piece of wood. Put 10 centimeter marks, and as you can see, I put like the numbers there too, easier to see. And second image here, it's standing on the floor up against a sliding door, and you can kind of see the second joint piece there. That's the bottom edge is about a meter 14 or 11, somewhere there. Third image here, the rubber part on the bottom of the sliding door, 7.5 to 8 centimeters, somewhere between there. And then this fourth image here, just a piece of wood, 80 centimeters long. There's like two pieces. I put them beside each other, and then so that was just to see like what parts are involved with the observation. All right, here we have images taken from as close as I can get to the floor, and at the back edge here there's the sliding door, and all the way along the floor there's these pieces of wood here, and I've spaced them 10 meters apart. Might be like 5 centimeters off some of them, but it's approximately 10-meter gaps on each. So first image as close as I can get to the floor. Second image here, 10 centimeters. Next image is 50 centimeters high. And the third one is 1 meter off the floor. So here we can just see like the amount of compression that happens from 1 meter, 50 to 10 centimeters.
Can I ask you a question? Those first, what are they, 2x4s or 2x6s? The first boards, anyway, the first brown boards. They're all the same distance away in each photograph?
Yeah.
Okay.
About 10-meter gaps between each. It's like from the back edge, 10 meters to the next piece, back edge.
Will you do me a favor? In each photograph, point at the board, the brown board that's nearest to you when you were taking the photograph.
So closest to the floor, the first board is here.
Okay.
10 centimeters. It's here.
Okay.
50. And 1 meter high.
Wow.
It's here. And all these images, I've lined them up with the top edge and the bottom edge of the sliding door at the back, so they're all lined up according to that.
And you're taking these all from the same distance, is that right, or did I miss something?
Yeah, the distance, the last piece, it's kind of hard to see, but the last piece that I placed is 100 meters away.
But each photograph, each of these 5 or 6 is you're at the same spot, right?
Yeah.
Same
spot. The only thing that changes is the height off of the floor.
Same camera. What is it called? Focal length.
Yeah. There's like zoomed out images.
What kind of camera?
Focus is kind of bad on. It's it's off my cell phone. A OnePlus 3T. Don't really know the specs of the camera, but
that's okay. Wide angle lens, right?
Possibly, I don't know. It's the only camera I had at the moment when I was doing this, so I just took what I could. These ones here are zoomed in. So again, this is the same distance away. The only thing that changes is the height of which the image was taken from. First piece is here. Second piece from 10 centimeters high, or the first piece from 10 centimeters high is here. First piece is here, at 50 centimeters. And then a meter high, the first piece is here.
Do these pictures roughly match what you saw with your eyes? Can you give us some kind of description of the discrepancy you saw between your natural vision and the camera you used, the images you captured? I know it's going to be subjective, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, like I could see the same effect happening. Like there's this compression that happens. I couldn't get like as close as this image here with my own eyes, but about 10 centimeters, that's how low I could get. And I could see the same effects happening where, like if you compare 10 centimeter height to the 1 meter height, like there's a lot of compression happening.
You know what you
with
could
the
have done is,
distance.
you know what you could have done is gotten farther back and seen if the compression got worse or not. You know what I mean?
Well, I would have to step outside of the building if I do that.
Oh, no
Like
doubt.
there's
All
a maximum distance.
This is good.
Eh,
This
yeah.
I like this because it's controlled. But you're right, Jeremy. That would be an interesting variation of what he did here. But
If the compression keeps getting worse and worse, you know, we're talking miles away now. That's going to have some serious effects on what we're seeing.
yeah, that would be interesting. But are you done, Pete? Because I have some comments and questions when you're done. But go ahead. I want you to finish.
Yeah, I still got a few things. Right here is the image as close as I can to the floor. And this right side here, there is a light that we placed at the back end of the door. So that light is, I think it was probably between 2 and 3 centimeters off the floor. And my camera position was as close as I can get to the floor, which was also about the same height, 2 to 3 centimeters. And we could see the light all the way, like across the hall. And then this brighter, this bright light is I think the light source itself, and then this blue reflection is coming off the floor.
Oh, wait a
And
minute.
there's also,
I was mistaken. I'm sorry. Just to clarify, because people might be thinking what I was thinking. That in the last frame on the right, that is a photograph, and that bright blue light, the baby blue light on top, is the light source itself, and the lighter blue on the bottom is the reflection off of the concrete, and that's at the same focal length at the picture directly to its left, or the same height, excuse me.
yeah, same height. Yeah, that's right. So the light source, then the dimmer blue, is the reflection off the floor, and it's taken from the same height as this image on the left.
And it's about 20 to 30 millimeters off the ground, you said, right? 2 to 3 centimeters.
Yeah. So yeah, those are the images that I want to show, and then there's still a video that just gotta switch screens. Here.
So there's clear cut compression happening then, no question.
Yeah.
Right.
Perspective compression.
Do you have that all set up still? Because maybe go closer and see if it affects the compression. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, let's listen to you.
Just brainstorming.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Let's hear his conclusions or any observations.
My bad.
No, it's all right,
Yeah.
Jeremy. It's cool.
I'll show this video still. You guys can see it?
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, this is the light against the against the door and I'm moving my camera up and down. And this first video here just shows like that the light is visible. Yeah, like you could see it all the way across the floor.
Mirrored water
This
lake.
second video here is
And
same distance, except the light source was a little bit higher. It's about 4 or 5 centimeters off the floor, and right now I'm just right up against the floor as close as I can get. We opened the back sliding door, letting in cold air, and we closed the door.
wait, how high off the ground are you?
It's about 2 to 3 centimeters,
Okay, excuse me.
but the light in the distance is 4 or 5.
Okay.
Alright, so the door closes. You can see the light. Still, it starts to flicker though.
Whoa, why is it flickering?
And then it disappears completely.
Was that a battery problem or any kind of electrical issue with the
The light's still on, but I think like, because when we were letting in cold air, I think the temperature difference caused something. I don't know exactly what's going on, but my camera couldn't pick up the light
Refraction.
anymore.
Clock.
Holy
And
shit,
then
that's brilliant.
This video here, right here, I'm right against the floor. The light is still in the same position, except we have the door open already when I started recording. So there's already cold air coming into the building. I raise up, or the camera up, and then we start to see the light. And then bring the camera back down. Can't see it. Close the door. And light's not visible. I start raising up the camera, and then we can see the light again.
Wow. And how it's still 4 or 5 centimeters above the ground, the light?
Yep. And here I'm just lifting and lowering the camera.
Can I just say one
shows
thing?
how it,
I just got to say one thing.
Yep.
You know what I'm thinking, right? There's your sunset right there. There's an example of how it could happen, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, you give us your conclusions and your
work.
thoughts on what you just observed, though, before I lose it, because that was amazing. If you're done, keep going.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to observe for myself, like what perspective does and how we would see on the Earth, and that light test was I wanted to see. Like I wanted to test like the ether band stuff, like what is causing the obstruction, and is that effect actually in the air, or is it on the surface of the water, or what's going on? So that's why I wanted to do the light test. And yeah, I just found it pretty interesting how that light just disappears when we introduce some air temperature differences.
And that was the only variable in that one. When you open and close the door, obviously there's a temperature differential between where the light is and where you are.
Yeah.
Which is what happens with the sun as it
course.
gets away from us.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
You've always got a mountain range between you and the sun, right?
Gets colder.
Hmm.
Would that be sinking?
Yeah. Under the definition of how light works. Yeah. That was really fascinating, Pete. So give us have you drawn any conclusions or new hypotheses that you're going to test out from those observations, or what are your thoughts? And we won't pin you to them and hold you against a wall or anything. I'm just curious to hear what your thoughts are after having done that.
Well, I'm gonna do more of those like light tests. I want to have instead of a direct light pointing towards the camera, I'm gonna have like a reflector, and then I'll have like different lights at different heights, and do that same thing where I introduce like the cold air into the building and see what effects happen, and try to figure out like at what height and distances does the objects disappear at. So I might put like boiling water at some point of the floor and just see like how the heat differences can affect the observation at distance. And if I get a camera with a better zoom that I can actually see with more detail to the end of the hall, then we could see with greater detail what effects are happening.
What region of the country are you in?
In Finland.
Oh, completely different country than I thought. Okay. Man, that's fascinating. So it looked like you had some help. Who was it that was helping you with those observations?
It was my brother.
Your brother. You and your brother.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So obviously you hit right in my wheelhouse. I mean, this is the stuff I love, perspective. Obviously. That was really fascinating, man. Can you bring your images back up? But I'll tell you, the suggestion you made about the boiling water and varying the temperature and the height of the lights, I love it. If you have access to some thermometers to place down there near the target light and near you where you're taking the photograph and maybe in between somewhere, that would be really cool.
Kind of suggest that. Barometers and thermometers in between at certain points.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make it too complex
get
for
all the
you and
data.
add too many variables, but yeah, Jeremy's right. Yeah, any more data you can get. Yeah.
Also, can I get in here? Or
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Done, Brandon?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there like some kind of compression formula or something for how much compression happens at what distance, at what height? Like, does that already exist or no?
You mean not based on the ball?
Yeah, no, just based on compression on what he was showing. Cause we got compression there, so not based on the ball, no.
There is a foreshortening calculation, but you have to input all your details in there, like focal lengths and whatnot.
Is it based on the ball or not?
No, it's got nothing to do with a ball.
Well, how much until something compresses to zero?
I know, but is it explicitly based on a flat plane, or is there a surface variable that gets changed depending on your viewing distance and the surface you're viewing it over? I'm just curious what kind of variables, because a lot of these, not calculations, but formulas that we get are explicitly with a ball assumption baked in.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Graphic thing, really, but go on.
I missed a little bit of that. First of all, where can I see it? And then, does he have a channel? But is the focal length being changed, or just the height of the viewer thing?
The height only changes.
Yeah, I already asked you. Damn that to me, please.
You know what I'll do, guys? That was really impressive, Pete. I'm going to cut that out of today's video, and I'll either post that. No, I'm going to post that on my channel. So if there's anybody out there who has somehow escaped subscribing to my channel, you're going to have to go over there to see it. If you don't mind, Pete. Do you mind? It's your presentation. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think it'll be fantastic for people to see it.
I'd like to point out something. You can see it on the floor and the ceiling when he's raising and lower. The compression, it's called compressed perspective of the floor tiles and the ceiling lights. I don't know if y'all talked about that already.
No, but that's one thing I wanted to talk about too. Look at how much closer the first board gets to you. In this
Yeah,
left
it's
photograph, it
compressed
looks
perspective.
exactly, but that's what I've been talking about with those damn dots that WS keeps bringing up. How the angle changes when something looks higher or lower or closer and further away from the horizon, which we'll just call the bottom of the garage door, the horizon right now, because it's pretty consistent across the 3 photographs. It changes the angles in between that object and the horizon. So when you measure that angle, if I took a sextant and measured between these 3 photographs, between me and that first piece of wood that you see, I would get a different measurement. These are not in the same visual line of sight, right?
At short a distance too. Think about it.
Yeah, imagine if it was that much higher and that much further away. And this isn't that much of an angle. Imagine something 100 miles
10
above
miles.
you or 5,000 miles above you.
Yeah.
Yeah, another thing to point out here is that this first board here on the right side, that's 10 meters away from the camera, and in between this first board and that back door, so that black line at the back there, is about 93 meters. So this amount of information, so 93 meters of information is in between like a very small area on this left side image here.
Good point. So for low elevation observations, as Gary Wybenga is very, prolific at pointing out, that is all compressed and you lose so much information between those 2 points.
And this is a controlled environment, correct? I mean, either way it's controlled, but is it AC?
Yeah, it's about room temperature throughout the whole building.
So put the same perspective, vision of just changing your viewer height into an atmospheric situation like we have over water or whatever, and just imagine. Well, you don't have to imagine. You can go out and observe it yourself. It's crazy.
It's crazy. And look at the slope of the floor in picture 1 on the left. The slope from the object that we see before us and the horizon is like nothing. In object 2, it's maybe 5 degrees. In object 3, it's like 15 degrees. You're not that far above it. So the distance between the different planks is going to increase and homogenize as you move more towards a parity between the distance it is above you and the distance it goes, the slope into the vanishing point.
Yeah, the point here is that even at your 15 degree on the right-hand side, once you go to about 60 meters down the line, you may as well have lowered yourself back down to 0 again, because essentially they're all starting to overlap each other. And that's just what happens, boys. This, this, in fact, if you had another 100 meters of that, it would barely be a few pixels higher than that. Barely be a few pixels higher, where the remainder of the additional 100 meters would be compacted into just a couple of pixels in elevation, in height elevation. But they would all overlap each other.
Yeah, it's nothing. And this is 300 meters. So imagine 15 miles. What happens between here and there with waves and swells and whatever else. Refraction.
Yeah. As well as the light. Don't forget the light. The light now sank. Yeah, it was sinking that went on.
And you have consistent light here at a consistent angle. Just you got to imagine that too when you're having the light sources moving, different shadows and effects like that, different angles.
Yep.
This is a straight on view, so that's what we're seeing out there in the real world. That's why it looks so crazy.
I'd like to point out that the lights on the ceiling, if you look at the left one, which is when the camera's at the lowest, and you look at the distance between those lights, you see there's not very much margin between the distance between the first 2 lights and the distance between the last 2 lights. And that's not that high above you. So if an object gets higher above you and it spreads out and it goes further in distance, like Polaris say, you're going to see a very similar distance visually between the 2 positions. Those are all evenly spaced, I assume. Pete, those lights on the ceiling, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they're I haven't measured it, but Visually, it looks like they're all the same distance apart.
Yeah.
You know how many times a day I get asked how do you explain sunsets or sunrises? Like this one is going to make my life a lot easier. Thank you so much.
Well, you've just seen it there with the light. So the light itself, you lost the light, even though you should have seen it. The light was hidden. The light was hidden at a very low angle, and if you track the lights on the ceiling and you look at those lights, you know that as things go away from you, they actually lower in perspective. So you put those lights another mile away, and those lights will be at the same height as that the light that disappeared. So essentially, the light
If
would
I may,
the light would end up sinking below the horizon, when in actual fact it's just going further away.
Orion's belt is a good active example of the closeness and farness of like the lights on the ceiling. When it's at the horizon, the three stars of Orion's belt are closer together. As they move overhead, they pull apart, just like those ceiling lights as they move closer to overhead of you. And as they go back to, well, their setting, they pull together again. So there's a visual distance between, Orion's stars, between the two horizons and overhead. They're farther apart overhead. They're closer together at the horizon. It's one reason you take sightings for navigation below 15 and 30 degrees on the horizon. Things are.
Oh my God! You've just about discovered perspective, have you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. Do you have anything actually constructive to say? This was a good first-hand observation. Please keep it calm to one or two sentences. Let's have a good discussion. Thank you. No insults are needed. That was your first sentence was an insult. So let's try to keep it calm.
You've only just discovered perspective after how many years of messing about?
Do you have anything constructive to say about the presentation or anything that's going on in the show? How about you congratulate Ranty on his victory first?
Oh, what, over Anthony?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't catch. I've only just come in I've only been watching the last 10 minutes. Yeah, I did tell Anthony did actually contact me. God, was it about 3 or 4 months ago? 4 months ago about this, and he was telling me how he was going to win this, and I explained to him, although he might have the morally correct position where you said that you would give the money, legally you were going to get away with it, and I told him there's no chance whatsoever of him winning it, and he was wasting everybody's time.
Well, like I was saying, Orion's belt is a good example.
Hold on, Jimbo. Hold on, Jimbo. Let him finish.
Yeah. Good comment, Jimbo. Well cut in there.
Sorry, I couldn't hear him.
All right, so sorry, is it my bloody audio? Sorry about that.
So you thought? Hold on. You thought Tony had the moral ground here.
Well, given the moral ground to Tony is obviously a very no. I wouldn't. Okay, he hasn't got any moral ground. No, but I think the fact that it was quite clear you said you would give the money to her, but the
no. Hold on, wait a minute. Did you listen to the entire stream? Did you listen into it as in the way it was said? Did you listen to the context of the actual verbalization of what I actually said, or are you just taking it on the written word?
No. I've watched most of that particular stream, and I've watched the bit where you started off saying at the start that you would give all the, or you didn't qualify.
At the start. Go on.
What you didn't you made a comment at somewhere near the start or somewhere before you had the contribution. Let me finish my sentence. Before the contributions were made, you said I will give all the super chats to Roxanne. You didn't qualify it at all. You just said that's what you would do. Now,
no, I didn't say I'd give all the super chats to Roxanne. That's not correct. That's not correct.
You did.
That's not correct.
No, it's correct.
But that is not. In fact, let me argue this. Right, the judge actually backed me up on my argument against what you've just said. Right, first and foremost, and secondly, threw the case out primarily because there was no case to answer, because there was no legal argument for
I would
the
agree
actual.
With that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. She also conceded my point, which when I said what I said in context, she agreed with, fully agreed with that. And even Tony's agreed to that. He's actually said that that's what the judge said. So your argument now...
Well,
goes against what the judge ruled and what probably 90% of the people that watched the actual stream.
So what are you saying you did say then, Ranty? Did you or did you not? I made a quote that I must admit some months since I've looked at it, many months in fact. I thought I only looked at it once, but I definitely could see that that's what you'd. Well, that's what I remember from 6 months ago. So what are you saying you did say?
Well, I just had a super chat from a guy called No Comment. Right, so No Comment had made a super. He'd actually asked me in the stream probably 10 minutes before. He'd said to me something like, "What's this about Roxanne? What's going on?" And I'd said to him, "Roxanne doesn't have any food in, or something like that, or she needs money for some food, or something like that." I think that was a comment, or she need some supplies, or something. There was something along that line of the comment to him. And then about 10 minutes later, there was a super chat from him that said, "I don't have much, but I want to help." Right? So me running the show clearly knew, because obviously Roxanne he'd asked me about what was going on with Roxanne. I told him the situation, and that super chat to me clearly meant that he wanted to support Roxanne and not me. Right? I'm not a dickhead. I know that a super chat that says "I don't have much, but I want to help" isn't meaning to help me, right? And I know that. So I said to Roxanne, so I shouted out the comment. I said, "Thank you, No Comment. Everything that I get donated in the super chats today, I'll give it to you, Roxanne, on the Thursday," which was
super chats. See you there. See, you used the word super chats, not just his super chat, but
the
super chats.
No, but here you go. There's the if I was right. Let's suppose let's argue it this way, right? So you and I have gone. Let's suppose, for just an argument's sake, right, that you're a woman, right, and you're my partner, right now. Let's just suppose that, right? And we've gone shopping. We've gone out shopping. We've gone to the supermarket. We've come back, parked up outside the house, and I've gone, "Oh, can you get everything out of the car? I can't be arsed." Do you know what I mean? And I've walked in. So 10 minutes later, I'm like, "Bloody hell, what's she doing out there? What are you doing out there?" I go outside and you've took all the shopping out of the car, and the next thing you're unplugging the DVD player, the CD player. You're taking out the chairs inside of the car. You've taken out the logbook. You've taken out the steering wheel. You take the steering wheel out. I'm like, "What the hell are you doing?" And you said, "Well, take everything out of the car." I said, "Yeah, but I wasn't referring to everything out of the fucking car, you knobhead. I was talking about the shopping, you prat." Do you know what I mean? Put it in context. Everything doesn't mean everything. There's everything that Roxanne was being donated to.
That is a fantastic example. That was amazing.
You know,
it's not it doesn't apply, as I remember it, to the situation.
Of course it was.
Can I back you up on that, Ranty?
Everything doesn't mean everything. I mean, I know things are in context, and sometimes words don't.
And that was in context. That was absolutely in context. And everything that I get donated in the super chat to you, Roxanne, I'll give it to you on the Thursday, exactly as I meant it, which was that everything that gets donated to you.
You didn't qualify.
Only an utter idiot could have mistaken his meaning.
If the phrase is "I'm going everything I get donated in super chats, I'm going to give to you," I'm sorry. That means that's very clear cut. No qualifications. No possible misinterpretation.
You should work for the court, Rumpus. What are you doing? You lost your calling.
Maybe you should have gone to court instead of Riley.
Well, I think that would have been. He also threatened to take me to court. Well, not threatened. He wanted to take me to court over the shape of the earth. And I asked if I would agree if we put up a sum of money, and then we would dispute this in court. And I almost agree. Well, I almost agreed to it.
But a load of people go under your real name, and you never do that, you coward.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons. Yeah. But a load of people said to me, "No, it'll be a pointless thing. You'll only suffer for it." And the judge will probably just refuse to judge on it anyway. And obviously, I don't feel inclined to do anything to Riley anyway. I can't remember my point is. Yes, anyway, but his legal advice. I mean, given if anybody saw his thesis, his master's thesis. I don't know if everybody you've read of this. It's the most appalling.
I pitched in $200 ashamedly towards that.
Oh my
Where
God.
is Riley's thesis? Where is it? Where the fuck is Riley's
thesis?
It? I haven't. No, I meant where is the results from that?
I'd like to know.
Where the fuck is the community?
He didn't get through. I mean, that was an effectively.
Yeah, but why hasn't he put a fucking thing out to tell what's going on? Yeah. I donated to that. I donated to his GoFundMe for that too. So I have a bit of an argument in this case too. You know, I mean, I'd like to know where the hell's his thesis.
Yeah.
This was like 2 years ago or something that we gave that money. It was like 2,000
yes,
and odd
yeah,
pounds.
Hey, Ranty, we
Yeah.
might have a court case in this situation, to be honest
No,
with you.
I think he did. He did.
Well, I know,
put
I'm
out a video saying it
genuinely
was
serious.
rejected.
Yes, I think we all are, but we all know
He did.
why.
No, he said, hold on, wait, hold on, what I said.
Yeah.
Gleam,
Yeah.
tell us.
I've seen him do a video saying that he presented it, he'd handed it all in,
Yeah.
and he's got feedback saying that they couldn't assign because they've got assign an actual specialist.
No,
and
no,
they
no.
couldn't-
No, listen, when I was still talking to Riley at that time, and this was within the first 4 weeks. They asked him to change his subject because they said that they had nobody to actually mark what he was going to submit. And he turned around to them and said, no, I've paid for the course. You said I can do on absolutely anything, and that's what I'm going to do. And this was after just 4 weeks of the course. So that's just crap. That's, you know, if he was able to get to the point where he actually, and I know he was, because he still went to a few of the sessions for a few months at least that I know of. So he obviously did get on the course.
Yeah.
I
with
thought
that.
this was after he handed it in.
No.
After he handed it in and then they
Oh.
got rejected, and he said,
No.
He said, no, we got no one to mark it. We got no
No.
one to look after you, basically.
No. That was within the first 2 weeks or so of him actually starting the course. He went on the course and then he handed this in,
I
and
might be mistaken then.
yeah, and a couple of weeks later they turned around and said, look, you know, I mean, what you're trying to propose here, it's going to be a little bit tough to get through. Maybe you should think about doing something else. And he turned around and said, no, the course stated that I could do it on any subject that I wanted, and this is what I wanted to do it on. And I was like, yeah, that's fair enough. You know, I mean, that's fair enough. You're right. You paid for the course. That's what they advertised. And he said, yeah, and I'm going to stick to that. I'm going to stick to that, and that's what's going to go. And then it ended up that he was still on the course some months later, so he must have had somebody to mark it then. My question is, where is the thesis? You know, well, not just where's the thesis, but where's the answer to the community for what actually went on? I've stuck my neck on the line here, my integrity over a few £100, right? Because ultimately I knew when I said that, what I did on that stream, everything that I did was legitimate. I knew I was being completely and utterly truthful. I wasn't hiding anything from anybody. I wasn't trying to be a twat with anybody. I was genuinely doing everything that I thought was the most for my own integrity, right? And for 6 months I've put up with shit from people over this, right? But it meant more to me to actually clear my name than anything else. And that's what I stuck to. So if I've done all this, why hasn't he come to the community and said, hey, guys, this is what happened with the thesis? You know, I submitted it and it failed, or I submitted it and it got rejected. Just tell us what the fuck happened.
Well, of course he doesn't want to do that. He's embarrassed about what happened.
Who wouldn't be?
I think we should vote Brandon because he paid quite a bit of money. So two ton.
I might have been the biggest supporter of that thing, to be honest with you, and I've never said a frickin' word about it because, as Ranty says, I'm too nice sometimes.
Yeah, it's time we get all military on his ass. And come on.
Well, I should, but I'll tell you what, you crossed me at the right moment. You know,
we need an explanation. We just need an explanation. It's not. It doesn't have. Listen. People go through life and they have their ups and downs. They might think they're going to do something great and they end up it being a complete failure, right? You come back stronger from that, right? If he's been through the course and he's given it in his all and they've rejected it, why the fuck doesn't he tell us about it?
Yeah, just be honest. Let us know what's going on with the damn thing. I've never heard a single word about it.
Of course not. He's embarrassed about what happened. And yes, I believe he has a very substantial moral obligation to tell people who gave him money to do something what has happened and why he hasn't done it. There's money you've given to him, and absolutely voluntarily on your part. Obviously, you regarded him some sort of advocate for your position, but nonetheless, you gave him some money to do something. He asked for it. I was amazed that anybody gave him any money, and then you are absolutely entitled. I think it's part of the, if not a moral obligation, was it part of a GoFundMe? I think there's some sort of obligation. Was it just a PayPal, or was it actually a part of a GoFundMe thing where he actually spent?
No, it's a GoFundMe. It was still up there.
Right, yeah. And so he specified what he was going to do, and there is a sort of, I can't remember whether there is some part of that I think that says you should. I'm not absolutely
Look,
sure. I did read through it once, but there's certainly a huge moral obligation, if not not quite legal, but stronger than just moral, to tell people what's happened to their money and what you did with it. You were responsible. You're the carer of that money. You've been said you're going to do something. You've been given money to do it by people on the grounds that you are going to do it and just not pocket it. Okay, we accept that he didn't just pocket it, but we want to know what the conclusion of what the money you'd given, because you made it possible for him to do what he did for your own hard work, and then he just goes quiet because he's obviously utterly embarrassed about the fact that thesis was such an appalling piece of childish crap. He didn't even run a
You're taking some
say-
extra shots,
wouldn't you
Rumpus,
say,
but
Rumpus?
you know it's fine if it was a piece of crap. I mean, if we expected it to get rejected, I didn't read it. You read it?
Oh yes, I've read
Wouldn't
it.
we agree though? Wouldn't we agree on
Did you
just
not
even
see
basic definition
Steve
that
McRae
anything less,
and
anything less,
Steve
Rumpus,
McRae's analysis of it, along with a
Rumpus.
lecturer?
Anything
They went
less,
through it paragraph,
anything less
and
than
also
a simple
G.S. Strieber went
explanation,
through
it
it
could
as
even be a
well,
lie.
and they
It could even be
absolutely
a lie,
tore it
right,
apart.
Rumpus?
It was the most embarrassing thing that a 14-year-old would have a better spelling than he did. And he didn't even run it through a spelling checker. It was absolutely
regardless of that, anything less than a simple explanation of what happened, he could even lie, come out and lie and say something happened, right? We didn't even get that. Anything less than a simple explanation could be considered a con.
Yes, it could be. I think.
Yeah,
Well,
guys,
we
I
know
don't
that
want
he
to.
spent
I don't want to
money,
hurl.
of course.
I don't want to hurl accusations, but I will say this: I would appreciate an explanation for what happened to that. He just helped put us, Ranty through the ringer, and jeopardized an entire community because he said words matter and he wanted to white knight and jump in and write a paper and prove he was a good lawyer and all this, whatever the hell his motivations were. We deserve at least a good fucking explanation. Excuse my language.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, this was a GoFundMe where he put a proposal forward as to what he was going to do and took money for it, whereas at least Ranty just spontaneously used a couple of sentences to say what he was going to do verbally, which is therefore less of an obligation to do. And that's why I thought that Riley was never going to win that court case. So Riley has much more of an obligation to do this than Ranty did to...
I fulfilled my obligations to what I actually said verbally. Everything that was donated to Roxanne in the super chats, I gave to Roxanne. Because I hadn't
give everything you got in the super chats to Roxanne.
Everything that was donated to Roxanne in the super chats, I gave to Roxanne.
You didn't qualify it in that way.
I didn't. You're right. I didn't. You're right. I didn't. In a 4-hour stream, after continuously telling people to support her on PayPal, after continually doing that, which was not, bearing in mind, a fucking fundraiser for Roxanne. It wasn't a fundraiser. I would have turned the fucking super chats off if it had been a fundraiser. I had the fundraisers open for me. I had the super chats open for me. But when people made donations in the super chats that said something that they wanted to help Roxanne or something like that, I was responding to those super chats. To let people know that made the donations that I wasn't going to pocket the money that they wanted to go to Roxanne, and to also let Roxanne know that I would give her that money in advance, that I wasn't going to pocket it either. Right? It was basically me qualifying that. Oh, and everything that I get donated in the super chats for your cause, I will give to you on the Thursday. That's how it was meant. That's how it was said. That was everything in context with the entire 4-hour fucking stream. The judge saw it that way. I saw it that way. Everybody with a half decent brain cell saw it that way.
I suppose you do have an excuse, is that you're not very articulate, not particularly intelligent, and you're not liable to be.
You're skirting the edge, Rumpus.
No, Rumpus.
Something like George said that, or if Ard said that, then I would be held to my word. But I think the judge probably said you don't quite know what you're saying, and therefore you let you off on that grounds.
Can you look in the Patreon stream and tell me if the guy in that picture looks like he's inarticulate or has any problems in life, please? All right.
Sorry, what are you talking
in the
about?
Patreon stream? I'm streaming my screen.
Just a quick one to back him up, Ranty up on this.
So I don't know what you're talking about, Brandon.
Go ahead, Gleam.
You're talking about your stream. Is that your picture of Ranty?
Yeah.
Listen.
Funny.
So you think a picture of someone like this is somehow helps your cause, makes your case for you? You think that's an argument?
He obviously has it all put together, Rumpus. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, so you're making a joke? Okay, right.
Yeah, of course. Wow, it took you long enough. Jesus Christ! Have you ever heard of Yes and?
I thought you would.
Excuse my language.
Well, I suppose you're a bit dim as well. I thought you didn't realise what you were saying.
I know what you think.
Anyway, I want to hear what Gleam has to say. I really hear
Yeah.
what Gleam has to say.
Please,
let's
Gleam.
think logically. Yeah, let's think logically, Rumpus. Okay.
Let's.
At the beginning, obviously, yes. Let's get her some food in her cupboards, because if you remember, it was right at the time where we was just about to go in lockdown and all the bog rolls were going missing. Right? Okay.
Yep.
Think of it logically.
You're a fucking pussy.
Ranty says straight away, "Oh, I'm not going to get paid off YouTube for X amount of months. So what we need to do is give her money now. So can you please donate to her PayPal, not in the super chats anymore?" Okay.
Yeah, but he
and then
said
someone
everything in the super
wait
chats.
there, no, shush. Then another one arrived in the super chats, and he's reiterated, "Don't do it in the super chat."
That's irrelevant. We're talking about what the super chats are doing. You're bringing up irrelevances, Gleam. You're desperate here.
Irrelevant because
it's irrelevant whether he's talking about the thing he said. Everything I get given in super chats,
well,
I'll
then
give
the
to her.
terms were changed
And Ted Bundy's
under
just made a very
her.
Ted Bundy's made a very good super chat just now.
Rumpus, are you saying that the judge was incompetent?
Hold on, here we go.
Are you saying that the judge was incompetent,
I'm just about
Rumpus?
to reiterate. Ted Bundy's supposed.
No, that's my job to read it. Are you saying that are you saying that the judge was incompetent? And then I'll read the super chats. Are you saying that the judge was incompetent?
I'm trying to read out what the judge
No, I'll read the super chats. Are you saying that the judge was incompetent? Rumpus, no one is enjoying this right now. Is the judge incompetent? Can you stop? You know, it's my job to read the super chats. Stop
what
it.
The judge said apparently agrees with my point. Ted Bundy's just quoted.
I will here. Let me read it. I'll read the super chats. Thank you very much. I'm going to mute you. We've had an enjoyable conversation. Don't do it. Is your shift over? Stop it, please.
Not your
It's
show.
about.
Rumpus, shut up, or you'll get kicked off.
There he's gone. He finished his quota for the day. Sorry.
He hasn't quoted.
Hold on, Jem. Let me read the super chats, please. I would love to hear from you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you. That was hung over from Rumpus. Let me read these, please. We've got a few backed up here. Okay.
Well, whilst you find them, I want to shout out Aaron Armstrong, actually, who visited my PayPal and gave me some money in PayPal. So thank you very much, Aaron Armstrong, for the support. I'll get some beers tomorrow with that.
And Aaron Armstrong also says, "Tell Rumpus it's done with. It's over. Moving on. Done and done." Thank you, Aaron. We've got Leapin' for J. A1499. Great stuff, guys. Brandon has been great. I think I might have read that one before. I don't know. I maybe like the content. Rob Keane. Thanks to Brandon. Here's my 2 cents. Canadian $5. That's probably at least 2.5 times 5 cents. Thanks, Rob. You're always a good supporter. Appreciate that, man. Gordzilla 37. Thank you. With the bowing pair? I don't know. It's cool anyway. Canadian $10. Good Servant 99 cents. Sunglasses. What's up, Good Servant? Ted Bundy with a string. A1499. Sex Pest didn't hand it in. Now when is the community going to grow some balls and do something about it? Will someone report the GoFundMe? Ted Bundy 799A. He did just pocket it. There's no proof he was enrolled except a dodgy photo at the uni. LOL. Ted Bundy 799A. It didn't come down to the word everything. The judge ruled on the legal point and established there was no trust. Amen, Mr. Ted Bundy. A sentence I thought I would never say. Let's go back to the panel and give Jem his due, unless, Ranty, you want to reply to any of those super chats.
No, Ted Bundy, that's the mass murderer, right? Yes, so mass murderer Ted Bundy, thank you very much for supporting the show right now. Really appreciate that. I'm sure Brandon will be ecstatic for your support there, so thank you.
I think the clarification part is also on Roxanne too. I know we're going to drop this, but she could have asked Ranty, "Hey, Ranty, thank you. Do you mean that everything?" You know, she could have done that to make it more clear. But hey, at that point, there is no trust. There is no agreement. It was just words. So I'm going to say this, Rumpus, everything I have belongs to you. Come get it, Rumpus. Right?
From now on, it's really flogging a dead horse.
Yeah, it's done now, right? So
I did want to make a very quick point on it, if I could, just to say, I don't agree with Rumpus. I think that if you take the thing as a whole, I think it's obvious what money was supposed to go where. And I think if you take that sentence, on its own, I think we could perhaps say that the money went where it was supposed to go, but at one point in that long hangout, at one point, you were slightly sloppy with your words. But let's face it, you weren't expecting to get taken to court over it, were you? So you don't need to be legally binding in casual sentences that you're saying, or you don't feel that you need to be in casual sentences that you're saying in a YouTube hangout. So I don't think you did anything wrong. I think it would have been nicer if there'd been a couple more words in that sentence somewhere that clarified it. But I don't think anyone was at the time, I don't think anyone was under any illusion of what was meant when you said that you were talking about anything that came to her with the super chat, you were going to forward to her. And anything that came to you, you were going to keep for you. But
thank you, Gem Panda.
The other point I would make, that even if none of that was true, even if when you said that, you meant to give the money to her, at any point, you are as entitled to change your mind about that. If that were the case, I don't believe that is the case, but even if that were, you're as entitled to say that and then unsay it at any point after that. And it's your money.
Exactly. Both hold validity. The offer and the
right.
Taking back the offer. Exactly.
But to actually qualify that too as well, that I was informed prior to this group of people sort of like hitting me hard at the end of April. So I was informed at the end of March actually by an informant who told me that this was going on. And I said to him, look, I explained my position to him immediately and said, no, well, Sam gave me that money and it was quite clear what was going on. You know, everything was fine. You know, there's no problem there. And he said, well, actually, no, these people think that you owe that money to Roxanne. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, well, if Sam Hain meant her to have that money, and I'll be honest, I'm pretty skint right now, and that will pay my mortgage next month, right? But if Sam Hain wanted to give her the money, then I will give her the money, right? And I said this to him in an email, right? So he was quite aware of that, and he's like, okay. So the next day, I contacted Sam Hain, and Sam Hain responded and said, oh, no, the money was for you. And then the following day after that, I got back in touch with the informant and said, hey, I've had a response back from Sam Hain. The money was for me. But I'd already fucking said, look, if Sam wanted her to have the money, I would have given her the money. But I knew he didn't want her to have the money because it was for me.
Right.
No, wait there, Ranty. Quick correction there. He paid her separately into her PayPal.
Yeah, and he'd already qualified it by giving her money in her PayPal.
I think that does qualify. I think it does. It says where he wanted his money to go, where he wanted it to end up, I think. And it was just obvious at the time because you had told that whole story about how you'd, sort of had that little fallout with him and you had stuck to your guns and you didn't have a problem with him. He'd gone his way and you had gone yours kind of thing. And then lo and behold, I don't know, what was it, 4 minutes later or something like that, he pops up in the chat and there he is, So it was very obvious that he was responding to what you'd just said. And he wanted to, build a bridge that had, not been burned, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wanted to build a bridge again.
I actually said, I said, look, I was recounting a time that Sam Hain had been on the show in the side chat, and he'd said, look, if you bring on, it was, what's he called? George Netanyahu. George. Yeah. If you bring on George, I'll never watch this show again. He said that to me in the side chat, right? And I thought about it, and after about 20 minutes, I brought George in. And from that day, which was in September of last year, till the stream in March, right? For all that time, he never showed his face, never did a super chat, never said a comment, nothing, right? Completely, he stuck to his word. And I found that stream, and I found the comment where he actually said it, and I actually submitted that with the other 100 documents that I sent into the court, right? That was one of them, which was backing up my recounting of that time, what happened with Sam Hain. And then when we were talking about it on the show, it was the first time I'd spoken about it since that day. In fact, I'd never spoken about it prior to that. In fact, I didn't say anything at the time. I just noted what he'd said in the side chat. And it was my first time talking about this, first time talking about it at all. And we were hitting him hard for about 10 minutes. I mean, you know,
Pete O'Shea.
Paige was ripping into him like nobody's business. I mean, it was like, how dare he tell you that, blah, 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 blah. And the next thing, Sam makes a super chat, right? And then he qualifies it later on by saying, hey, look, you know, I've been busy with my kid. We've just had a baby. You know, the baby's 9 months old or whatever. We just had a baby. And literally, I mean, I've not been around for that. And, you know, I don't recall it being like that, he said, actually. But I recalled it being like that. And I backed it up. I found that stream where he actually said that. Right. So I was actually right. But Sam stuck to his guns, I stuck to my guns. We were giving him shit over it. And the next thing, he dropped a super chat, and then another one, and it was clear who he was fucking doing it for. Listen, when he made the super chats, right, Roxanne never shouted him out. She never said, thank you, Sam, for that super chat. I really appreciate that, mate. You know, she never. Right. I did.
And I made a comment to her, and she said that those weren't for her, didn't she?
Yeah,
so.
She said, "Oh no, the big ones aren't for me. They're for Ranty."
Nobody thought they were for her, and I think ultimately, though, I think this wasn't about the money. I think this was about yet another attempt by Riley to establish himself as the flat Earth lawyer. And
legal
he just
flat
wants
Earth scholar.
to win something in flat Earth.
That's a sad thought, Jim. I mean, honest, do you really think that?
Well, Rumpus gave an example of it, didn't he? Rumpus just gave an example of how Riley tried to entice him into it. This was when, you remember when the Zen Garcia thing had gone to court? Do you remember? You guys know?
Yeah, when Flat Earth beat the globe in court for the second time. Yeah, we remember.
Right. Well, it was when that had happened, and Riley fancied his chances of sort of recreating something similar, and so he was.
Was it the first time Flat Earth won in court, or the second time Flat Earth won in court?
Before we get there, Brian, the only way that Riley would have had a chance, and he should know this, right, Jim? He should know this. If he would have subpoenaed Sam or any of the super chats.
I'm just joking, man. I'm just joking.
Like
but
I thought it was funny, Brian.
Hold on, Aaron.
Go ahead, Aaron.
In the civil court, right? That would be his only chance. If it's just word against word, Ranty holds the higher position as plaintiff, right?
Dude, he had so much eveidence and witness statements, and come on, man.
Yeah, and so Riley brought nothing except Riley brought nothing, and that's
Ranty.
I swear to God now, right? And this is the God's honest truth. I told the entire truth the whole way through. There was no need for me to lie about anything, right? I didn't lie about a single thing the whole way through. I was completely honest, and I actually thought that this was going to be a case that was based upon what had happened at the time. What I found out was that in the original deposition, or whatever you call it, the original claim, followed by the amended particulars, right? So in those two instances, there was points made in them. And then in the final submissions by Roxanne's own quote unquote, what would you call it? Witness statement signed off by her, right? Everything changed. There was embellishments here. There was this that happened. There was that happened. That it was a fucking fundraiser, for fuck's sake. It was a fundraiser.
Exactly, dude. Let me back you up, Ranty.
Are you legally allowed to share that, or is that private, protected information?
No, you can now.
I can share it now. Of course I can. It was a fundraiser.
Hey, Ranty. Has Sam gave any super chats since then? Has Sam gave super chats since that happened?
Yeah, he gave a $500 super chat on the day that I actually brought all this to everyone's attention, and he said the super chats were for Ranty. Move on.
What, Ranty, didn't he have like a day where he sent you like $4,000 or $5,000 worth of super chats at one point, where he was like, boom, 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 boom? Do you remember that?
No, not to me. No, he didn't make those those sort of super chats to me, but he did to Nathan. I know he did that to Nathan.
Oh,
but
someone should do that. That'd be awesome. Boom, boom, boom.
No, Sam hasn't.
Hey, let me ask you a personal question,
Oh,
man. I got an angle.
Hold on, Brian. So, Sam hasn't donated for a while. Actually, I don't know what's happened to him. But listen, I've just posted an image in the general chat. Actually, this was sent to me just a couple of minutes after the stream ended. No word of a lie. This is what I received: an email from Tony Riley, and it said, "You played fairly, right? You played fairly. Full stop. Well done. That's how to disagree properly." After he lost the fucking case, like
to back Ranty up.
Wait, read that again, Ranty. I missed part of that. What did you just say?
He sent me an email. Tony sent me an email.
Okay.
A couple of minutes after the judge gave the verdict, which said that, well, basically there was no legal argument, and that she actually accepted my argument about the point about the everything part. She didn't see any problem with my argument. She obviously saw arguments with problems with theirs. But Tony sent an email to me, and it said, "You played fairly, full stop, well done," like he's all being friendly. And then he says, "That's how to disagree properly." I'm like,
he's right.
Is he taking the fucking piss? For 6 months, wait a minute. That's how you disagree properly. What, you take what? You don't make 12 fucking videos about them, and you don't do super chats. Fucking.
He's a sack of fucking shit, dude. He's a sack of shit. Look, man, you did a fundraiser for somebody, and if you want to take one thing you said, that one sentence, yeah, I could be like Rumpus and say, yeah, what you said right there. I could take that out of context. But if you watch the whole stream and put a little common sense into it, and see you did a good thing for Roxanne, for her to even fucking show up in fucking court, is fucking pathetic, dude. For Riley to take you to court, he's a sack of fucking shit, dude. And I loved him before that, and I still love him. But what a sack of shit move, dude. Okay, you did a great thing, and it comes down to that. I'm out, but you did a great thing. You raised money for her, and it's unbelievable. But for Sam to throw money around like that and then just disappear off the map with all that money just going to play with people, and then throw one more super chat and disappear, fuck you, Sam.
Oh, come on, Brian.
Fucking shit.
You know, he was caught in the middle, man. I don't think that's quite fair to fucking throw Sam under the bus, because he did offer to help Ranty out. I don't even know who the fuck Sam Hine is, honestly, but I'm just going to say.
He said.
He's great. I love Sam Hine. I think he's awesome.
I agree.
I hope he'll come and watch my stream.
I bet, Jem. I bet.
So great.
If he don't show up after hearing this,
then
I rest my case. He's a sack of shit. If he don't show up after hearing this, he can prove me wrong and show his support for what's going on and all this work being done. And or maybe he went broke or something. Okay, I'll give him that if something happened. But if he's in the same situation,
maybe he's supporting Randy behind the scenes, man, without all the drama, dude. We don't know.
Okay, I'll back off.
No, I mean, it's okay. I mean, let's just not bash our, friends. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I mean, they've got the coronavirus going on. Who knows what issues are happening with people right now, to be fair. So there's a lot going on that nobody really knows about. But look, show that email if you want, if you want to do that. Because I actually thought, when I read that, it was like such a slap in the face. It felt to me like,
it's going to get worse than that, Ranty.
Did you send it to me, Ranty? Who are you saying to show it?
It's in the general chat.
He's already pitching a whole other story of how this.
Only thing I meant is if he plays both sides of the fence, man, and he sends Adam Meekin email and says, no, trying to play innocent, and then sending you something completely different, then to me, that I don't like that, man. And I know Adam Meekin's not a liar, and I know you're not a liar, Ranty. So where does that leave?
Let's remember that prosecutors and defenders shake hands and go have a beer after every freaking court match because they don't care about their client, right? So what Riley was trying to do to you, Ranty, was that freaking stupid move. Like, okay, maybe we can shake hands now. Well done. Well,
yeah,
same slimy shit.
Yeah,
fuck each other over, fuck each other's family overs, and then fucking smile to each other at their funerals.
Yeah, I fed you a shit sandwich for 6 months, and I was able to abuse you for 6 months, and I was able to call you every fucking name under the sun for 6 months. But now that you've won, I'll just send you this email within 2 fucking minutes of the stream of the judge's verdict saying you played fairly, well done.
Trying to save face.
That's how to disagree properly. Oh, right, okay. Not like the 12 videos that you did against me. Not like the 10 or so community posts. Not like the 700 times that you called me a thief and a fucking this, that, and the other in people's streams publicly.
It sounds to me like that's an attempt on his part to imply a gentlemanliness, like you guys have just finished sparring, like there was something honorable about what you guys just did. Like it sounds to me like he was actually attempting to save face by making it lighter.
In
like
his
that.
mind, he really thought like this was Riley's one of his dream cases, right? I'm gonna protect the
This
lady.
is all
against
Sam
his-
Hine playing with y'all motherfuckers. This is all Sam Hine playing with y'all little motherfuckers. Don't forget it.
Yeah, we get it, but it's just that last email there. It's short, as short as it was, and exactly what it said there.
It may also
trying to run the
what-
show and
let's
tell
say
you.
Let's say Riley was an attorney or something. They're taught to do that.
Oh yeah.
Not admit defeat, but concede that we're in the same game together. Good job, Ranty. Elbow bump, right?
Yeah. It's
Well
just a
done,
game.
You know.
And then he's talking about if he's getting personal support, that's another thing. But for him to go publicly and tell him you let George on, you ain't getting no more support from me. We all get earfuls of George. Okay, that comes with the territory. Okay, that comes with the debate. For him to publicly try to run Ranty's show and then start donating with all this contention, you think he didn't know what was going on there? Pete seen it coming. Pete Shea seen it coming. I seen it coming. But to me, man, that was fucked up, man. I think he could easily make up for that. But running your show, no, you wasn't gonna be bought right then. Plus, you stand up for what's right, man. You know that one. I'll admit with Jim what he said. It's that one thing you said about everything going to her. Yeah, but for anybody who watched the whole show, you've seen support her. And everything you give, I'll give to her. Not everything I got or everything I get, I'll give to her. But, let's support Roxanne. We all loved her. I still love her, man. But damn, that was green. And Sam, what you did, and then just disappear, green. I'll rest.
It may have been a bit ambiguous during that call, and I re-listened to it because I wrote you a statement, Ranty, in your support, and I re-listened to it. It may have been a bit ambiguous if you wanted to read the ambiguity into it. But you were raising money to help her out under what we all saw, or many of us, as a impending crisis where her family might be in danger of not having any food. And you were going to raise money on your platform that you raised by your own hard work, and that's how you got repaid.
Well said. I couldn't have said that any fucking better, mate. But seriously, that's exactly what happened.
And not only that, when now Ranty gave away a camera and then just asked to borrow it for somebody, and it would be returned.
See what happens when you do nice things to some people, man. You do nice things, and look what happens, man. But hey, we all ain't like that, Ranty, man.
Exactly.
You do nice things, and a lot of people appreciate it. A lot of people see it and appreciate it, even though it didn't go to them, man. We see you giving away cameras. We see you offering platforms to people you don't agree with for the debate. We see you doing fundraisers to help people who are in bad positions, and we also see the people who take advantage of that shit, and we don't forget either.
Amen, Brian. Amen.
Well, and listen, all this discussion with Rumpus coming in, and by the way, I unblocked him, so his habit is to come in here, disrupt our stream, cause havoc, cause chaos, insult us as much as possible, and then once I mute him, because I'm not going to put up with the constant name calling, the constant yelling, the constant screaming, eating his mic, then he puts himself on mute like a little baby. Other people don't do that. I mute other people, and they take the mute, and yeah, they might get mad at me after the show or whatever, but then they come off mute and have a good discussion again. Right the hand? Not to call you out, but isn't that right? He's not going to say anything.
Rumpus is a book smart fool.
But,
Rumpus is a book smart fool.
Hold on. Let Right the Hand answer.
He's coming in hot tonight.
Hey, Right the Hand. Isn't that right, man? You go ahead. Call me out if you want. But that's what happens, okay? But listen, here's the thing. Where the hell was I going with this? Oh, we're not going to forget about Pete the Great's footage that he showed, because that got lost in the mix. Rumpus came in, disrupted the whole thing. he brought some excellent observations. And I think I've muted Brian before. I think I've muted Jimbo before. I think I've muted a ton of people before. It doesn't matter. It's not personal. But to put yourself on mute so you don't hear anything anymore, just come in for 5 minutes. You're not interested in the conversation. You're interested in disrupting things and making calling people names. That's it.
Well, anyway. So yeah, that's what happened. I mean, as I say, just for clarity, so that everybody knows. And I probably could buy the transcript, I should imagine, because I might need that going forward for something else that's coming up. But if I do need to do that, I mean, I could always show you guys what the transcript of the judge said. But from my recollection, she summed it up quite well, which was basically there was no legal argument for the case even being there. There was no trust agreement in the first place. That even if she believed that I had meant what I'd said, which was that I was going to give everything to Roxanne, right? Every single thing. Even if she believed that, there was still no trust set up. There wasn't a trust. There was no agreement. There was no she's the beneficiary or anything like that. There was no trust. That was it. There was no legal
Everybody watching knows you didn't have to give her nothing. You could say anything like that. There's no trust. Everybody watching knows you didn't have to give her shit at all. You didn't even have to, if you want to go past that, you didn't even have to do the fundraiser at all and get money sent straight to her bank, right?
Calm down, my man.
That's true. But here's the thing. If whoever gave her money in the super chat, I actually passed that on to Roxanne. And I passed it on to her far quicker than I actually would have got through the normal means of the super chat. And I did that out of my own bank account, my own hard work. And I gave it to her before I received it, which was 8 weeks down the line. So I had to wait another 8 weeks to get repaid for that. But I actually made good on my promise that anybody that gave her super chats on my stream that wanted the money to go to her, I gave her that money. And she also had the PayPal donations, which amounted to a few £100. So she already had a few £100 directly paid into her PayPal, and I gave her all the money that people gave her in the super chats for her. Everybody that wanted to support Roxanne in the super chat, I gave her the fucking money. I couldn't have been any clearer. I tried my best. I really tried.
A wise man was once asked, "How much is enough?" Just a little bit more. That's how much is enough. A little bit more. I can't believe they fell into them categories. I'm disappointed, but I can easily get past it. I love them. Let's get back together. Let's look. We said what we had to say. Now let's go back to Pete's things and let's get past it, man. Let's all rejoin. You too, Ranty. Look, even if that's Riley's best way of apologizing, that's still him. That means that's the way he was looking at it. It's court. Let's let the judge decide. Judge decided. Riley conceded. Let's try and get past it, man. Just be the bigger man and respond to that comment, and let's see if we can get this community back together, Ranty. At least think about that, bub.
Well, yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's what it's all boiling down to at the end of the day. We do need to come back as a community. This has been a fucking kick in the teeth for the whole community. The whole community has had an input in this at some point. They've had an opinion on it. We've had, I've had personal messages from people that believed the original so-called emails from Sam Hain, which were never there. But they've all, when I explained the situations to them, they fell back on my side of the argument pretty quickly, actually. But still, that was put out there. There was this division put out there at the very start that shouldn't have been there. There was this underlying current of, somebody trying to mess with my channel. Essentially, that's what it all boiled down to. If I remember rightly, I had about 600 more subscribers than Tony Riley at the start of this. Right now, I have around about 1,000 less than him, something like that. What am I on now? About 700 less. So in that time span that this argument's been going on, there's been a 1,300 subscriber swap between where Tony was and where I am, and where he is now and where I am now. And you can't say that that's coincidence due to what's gone on, what his claims were made very boldly and very publicly. Many videos, many verbalizations in people's different chats and stuff, and that was done because essentially, let's be honest, he wanted to be in a better. He always got to it, and listen, I've spoken to his ex-partner these past few months, quite a lot actually, and she told me that he had a burning hatred for me because I had more subscribers than him, because he was in this community before me.
That ain't it, bro. I know what you're saying, but here's what it was, though, man. It was that stream where you remember where you were trying to back up Arwen, and where the fuck did Arwen wind up? He just soft-hearted his way to the side. Ranty was trying to stick up for Arwen, how they've never demonstrated double slit, all that fantasy bullshit that, no offense, Gleam, I know you subscribe to the modern technology.
I remember the actual stream, and I know well remembered yourself. Well remembered.
Yeah, all the mathematical shit, to me, you could take a laser and take 2 pencil leads and see diffraction. If you want to start saying if you detect it and it splits and all that, yeah, they've never demonstrated that, and Ranty called it out for them to demonstrate it. And it just went and from there it spiraled, like they all turned against you. But most of the people were with you, man. Mathematics can say anything.
Wasn't it roughly, Brian, also the time about when QE started coming into the?
No, QE had been in, but QE is sitting there standing behind all this. QE's smart as shit, man. I don't want to. Hold on. If I'm gonna talk shit about QE, I want to.
But when you're talking about somebody running the show, okay, I remember.
Who? What are you talking about running the show?
QE kicked Travis out for sticking up for chemo for gas prices.
All right, guys, let's not turn this into a finger pointing contest, please. No, Aaron, no offense, I didn't mean it at you, but let's just kind of chill out. This is a night for celebration.
Mute me, Brandon.
Huh?
Fucking mute me.
Please fucking mute him.
I've thought about it so many times.
I heard that.
So many times. No.
But anyway, I was just pointing out to Ranty. That's when it happened. When you remember, Ranty, when you not deserted, but when they shunned you and everything. And but no, here's the thing. Like we all still. I mean, I've looked for it till my fingers are tired of typing, dude. And they're not going to show you it. I mean, I'd have to go to the University of Florida, which is only about an hour and 15 minutes away from here. But nowhere else around here, none of the local colleges are going to show me the double slit, all this stuff. To me, it's all math. It's all math, and I don't know. Yeah. I don't want to start dogging on because QE, I could say bad things, but man, he's got great arguments. He's brought so much to this table, man. And Nathan, he don't like to argue, as far as letting them beg the question and shit. So I'll give him that. I don't agree with it, but I'll give him that, man, for the sake of unity and moving forward. But God dang, man, they get so butthurt when it. But man, they tear people up though when they come in, but they get butthurt when it comes to their own side, trying to get proof and things like that, man. But they need to realize ultimately what we're looking for is ultimate visual evidence against the heliocentric model, not their model or not their. It's hard to put. Y'all know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, of course. We're looking for empirical evidence of where we live, who we are, what we are, why we're here, and how we got here. Period. We don't want to just latch onto a fantasy of living on a spinning, careening, speeding space ball, floating around a giant gas ball that's exploding forever in an endless vacuum of nothingness, going nowhere, growing from sludge, and becoming some weird ape-like creature with no purpose.
But
yes,
if we got to play on their turf,
did you manage to string together there? That was.
Yeah, I know, right? That was good.
Was that impressive?
Thanks, guys. Listen, if we're playing on their turf, then we have to start with the ether because that's where they proved motion. I mean, that's where they're claiming they proved motion. They claim they proved motion with the Foucault's pendulum, which is bullshit. Anybody set that up? It's crap. It's not consistent. I don't give a damn. I've set it up 100 ways. It's not consistent. But besides that, it was the ether with the abolishing of the ether, which.
Why don't we hear what Jim has to say about the sunset on the flat floor here that Pete showed?
Oh, well, I do have
Yeah.
a question about the images. Yeah, the ones that are in that are lit, not the one in the dark, and it was difficult for me to see actually. So that's really why I'm asking the question. But it appears to me that you can see like a black line. I think possibly a gap at the bottom of the. I think it's a door we're looking at the end of that corridor.
Which images are you talking about? Pete the Great's images that he presented with
Yeah,
the perspective
yeah.
images.
Yeah.
He messaged me and said that he had to go to bed because he's in
Oh, right.
Europe. So maybe
But
he.
it looks like that black line is visible in all three of those images.
Okay.
And if that is a gap at the bottom of the door, it seems that we are seeing the bottom.
Well,
of
let's
the
equate
door.
that.
Well,
Let's
hold
equate that
on.
to
Let me
Randy's
respond to
cinema.
that because that's an interesting observation. So you're saying the gap between the door and the outside, like the ground, is that what you're worried about, or what?
But it looks like this. It looks to me if it is is it a door we're looking at first of all?
Yeah, it's like a
At the end
garage
of the
door to a factory. You know. Yeah.
Okay. It looks to me like there's either a black line, which might be part of the construction of the door, or possibly a gap under the door. But that appears to be visible in all three of those images.
How do you think that might have affected the observations, Jim?
Oh, it's not. It's just that if you're claiming that things are disappearing from the bottom up at a distance, then that would suggest that they're not, because you can see.
He's saying the floor is not flat. Are you saying the floor is not flat?
No, I'm saying that this gap is right.
I think he's saying that that thing is so low that if you can still see that all the way back there, then things aren't disappearing because you can see that thing so low all the way back there.
Exactly.
But why would we see the what would be blocking the light in this scenario?
Brandon, can you throw the video on if you have it?
I don't know.
I don't have it.
Your
No,
guys,
it
I
wa-
thought you guys claimed that things disappear from the bottom up just because of distance between you and the object and because of your angle to it.
Well, that's a misstatement of our position. I mean, as you
I don't
know,
think it
Jem.
is in any
Yes,
way, but
Jem.
go ahead.
You just
Restate
said
your correct
distance was the variable, Jem. Come on, be real, dude.
I said distance and your angle to it.
How long have you been in this argument?
He added
Does that
another
necessarily-
variable,
if I
Dave.
stammer slightly, does that mean the Earth's flat? Does that mean you won somehow?
We won. We won. Jem, it's over.
Argument won. He stuttered.
Hold on.
Back it up.
Rakia, could you are you busy? Could you deal with this? You got a lot of experience in this.
No, I'm not dealing with it.
Well, no, tell me what the correct claim is. If I've misunderstood
don't
the
deserve
idea
any
of,
my time.
if I've misunderstood your claim surrounding things disappearing from the
Did
bottom
you really
up,
just claim distance?
what? So
Did you just claim distance?
Oh, so things disappear from the bottom up when they're right next to you now. Well, that's not something I've noticed.
That's not what I said.
Come on
Yeah.
now.
Fine, we'll go with that one if you think that's true, guys.
So this isn't your server.
Jem,
you see, you just can't run
Jem,
host here, and you can't mute
Jem,
me.
if the
But no,
floor is
you
not
Hold on,
flat,
Jeremy. Hold on.
twice. That's not at all what we say. That's not what I've ever said. You've misrepresented me and everyone
Okay,
else
well,
in here. I
Stop
believe.
telling me what you don't say, and tell me what it is that you do say.
No, for you. Oh wait, for you? No.
Yeah, you stated what we said.
We
You
have to
said
assume that what I've said is absolutely correct. Then, if you're not going to bother to refute it, flat earthers say regularly.
all right, so
that
let's have
things disappear
Dave's
from
busy
the
at the
bottom up
table, so let's
due to
have Jeremy
distance
address
and
this
your
since he
angle
has a
to
lot
them.
of experience in Gem's server and can't get muted here or shut it down. Jeremy, would you like to talk to Gem for us, please?
yeah, they don't really mute me in Gems. But Jem, if the floor is flat and the light's disappearing,
Are we moving on from what your claim is about? Well, I think we need to get this straight first, because if I've come on here to refute a claim which you guys aren't making, then there's no argument, is there? But I say that you guys are making this claim. You've all said you're not. You don't say this. So what precisely is it that you claim makes things disappear from the bottom up?
He has just shown it with his observation, and I want to talk about it now. If the floor is flat and the light disappears,
The diffraction limit. Diffraction limit, dipshit.
Right. What is diffraction limit? How is that derived?
0.02 degrees. The Rayleigh criterion.
Conclusion is separate and apart from the observation. he doesn't have to reach a conclusion and explain it all to you for the observation to still be the observation.
I'm not
Something
asking him
happened to the
to.
light.
I'm not asking him to. Again, I've come on here to refute a claim which I say you guys make. Now I'm here. You guys are telling me you don't make this claim. So I'm wondering. I want to know what claim it is that you do make. And now you're
make
just
the claim
saying,
that.
now you're just saying diffraction limit.
All right,
How does that make
all right.
things
Hold on. Let me jump back in here, Jeremy. When did we make a claim? And Bob had an excellent point. We showed an observation, and did the light not disappear when the camera went lower and when the temperature changed according to the door opening and closing? Well, did you see something different, Jem? You tell me. We saw the light disappear. We have not made any conclusions about why it disappeared. Can you tell us?
That is what I saw, but you are claiming that you didn't say you saw that.
No, no one ever claimed that. Now you're twisting words like you always do. What is your contention, Jem? We saw the light disappear. So why did the light disappear, Jem?
You say it doesn't disappear because of distance in any way. So that would happen when it's
No, you said it was due to distance. You put words in our mouth. Why do you think the light disappeared from view, Jem?
Okay, so do lights disappear from the bottom up when they're right next
Why do you think the light disappeared, Jem?
Brandon, let me walk him through it, Brandon.
Maybe we should agree.
I have no idea. I imagine.
Let me get 5 minutes with Jem.
I imagine it's behind something.
All right, let's let Jeremy have 5 minutes with you, Jem, because just calm down. I mean, don't twist our words. Let's hear this, okay? You and Jeremy talk it out, and maybe we can get to the bottom of something.
When the claim is refuted in front of your eyes, you just go, "Oh, it's not our claim."
What claim and what refutation? Please speak to Jeremy. You're being a rumpus.
I'm gonna go with he can't shut up, and he's gonna interrupt.
Hold on.
He's gonna be a rumpus.
Our claim is
my money on.
Jem. Our claim. Are you still there? Our claim is that it's not Earth curve blocking it when the sun goes down, right?
Right.
That's our claim. And now, if the floor is flat, what's blocking that thing? It's not obviously not a curve.
You tell me, and then I will know what your claim is about it.
My claim is that it's
He
not
doesn't need a claim.
obstruction.
It obviously isn't a curve.
Hold on, Bob.
So
Hold on,
what
Bob.
is it?
Bob, no offense. You're right. You're absolutely right, Bob. Let Jeremy and Jem, everybody just let Jeremy and Jem go at it. These guys got a lot of experience together. I want to hear what they have to say.
All right. Okay.
Our claim is that it's not physical obstruction that's hiding things when you get distance from them and change your angle, like the sun.
But
you go up, you can see a sunset twice.
And people have objected strongly to my use of the word distance.
Listen,
that you don't ever say that.
Okay, well, I said it. It's not Earth curve hiding the sun when it appears to set, and this is the proof that that's not happening.
Okay, so but why then?
If not Earth curve blocking the sun, we just demonstrated it.
Okay, so if that's the case, why when the lights are on, can we see the bottom of the door in all of the images?
Jem, why aren't we seeing? Why are you worried about the door? We're talking about the light. We showed sunset without curve. No, there's no curve blocking it, right? It's a flat floor. You agree?
Because the gap at the bottom of the door is at the bottom of the door. You can't get.
That's all he's got. That's all he's got. You think he's going to deviate from that?
No, hold on, Brian. Brian's right, though. This is an obfuscation, Jem. Address the point. Why is the light disappearing?
First of all, it's my point. So I can't obfuscate my own point. I came on to make a point. You can't tell me.
When are you going to do it?
You can't tell me now that the point I'm making is not the point I came on to make.
What
you
point?
Don't know
Making a point.
My point is, if stuff on the floor, such as the light, is genuinely disappearing due to the causes that you've claimed,
which are.
Why can we see the bottom of the door, which is I imagine, even lower than the light? I think he said it was 4 or 5 inches. Why can we still see that in all 3 images?
Why are we talking about the bottom of the door when the observation was regarding the light?
Oh, so I wonder why you showed the 3 images. You talked about them for about 10 or 15 minutes. When I came in here, those 3 images were still on the screen. Then you flicked to the close-up of those 3 images.
Well, anything that reaches 0.02 degrees.
Hold on, Brian.
And at no
Anything that reaches 0.02 degrees is going to disappear.
Brian.
Listen to Gleam and his railroad track.
Hold on. This is his claim
Let
about
Gleam
this
take it.
observation. We just looked at an observation and noted that the light disappeared.
It's good that you're already abandoning half of the observation that an hour ago you were describing as amazing.
What half did we abandon? Why did the light disappear, Jem?
We don't want to talk about the stuff while the light's on.
Where did the light go, Jem?
Jem, we got it. We got a light.
We're not mentioning that at all.
Where did the light go, Jem?
You need to forget about that. I don't know. It was dark. It's probably behind something.
The light was hidden in the dark?
Jem, you're saying this is...
Please tell me more.
The words I said, Mr.
You hide a light in the dark.
I'm just trying to clarify what you're saying here.
That's the idiotic shit that Brandon came out with that I didn't say because he's dishonest and he can't address what I actually said.
You have said nothing.
Let me say something, okay? If I'm watching the sun.
No, let me finish. It was hidden behind something. I couldn't see it because it was dark.
What was it hidden behind, Jem?
I don't know. It was dark.
It just must have been hidden behind something because you couldn't see the light, right, Jem?
Maybe it was a unicorn.
You're asserting
Jim,
something that we didn't
door.
see in the observation as the cause of the observation. Is that correct, Jem?
What?
Jim, what if I have my toes in the video?
Hold on, let him answer my question, Brian. What hid the light, Jem?
I can still see my...
What hid the light, Jem?
I can still see my toes?
If your toes were at the bottom of the door, that would also refute your claim, wouldn't it?
So whenever something hits 0.02 degrees, whenever something hits 0.02 degrees, it starts to blend in, okay? Same thing as if you're laying on railroad tracks. You only see about 10 cross ties. You stand up, you see about 80 of them, okay? And when you lay back down and you put your face to the railroad tracks, they blend in. You just see a big wooden clump of whatever, okay? The same thing happened with the bottom of the door hasn't exceeded 0.02 degrees. Same thing as your toes wouldn't either. If you stuck a toe out.
Well, I didn't see any toes in that video, Jem. Can you tell us what was hiding the light?
What he is implying is that an object he
Hold on,
can't
guys.
see,
Hold on.
can't
Let me ask him a
identify,
couple more
can't measure in
questions.
any way is somehow blocking the light.
That's the point I'm getting at. Jem, can you please tell us what was hiding the light?
Again, it was dark. How would I know that?
So you're asserting that there may have hold on, guys, that there may have possibly been something else in the observation that was hiding the light. Is that your contention?
It could be a number of things, but I know from not only from this observation, but from my entire life's experience that things do not disappear from the bottom up in the way that you guys are
Do you think that was trickery, that video that we watched?
Anyone who pretends that they do is really just playing make-believe.
Do you think that that was trickery? Do you think that was a magic trick? Do you think that was a David Blaine thing? Do you think that was what illusion that we just watched? Hold on, guys. Do you think that was an illusion that we just watched, Jem?
Like I say, it's difficult to say. It was dark.
That is so dishonest. You know that's so dishonest, Jem. Come on, man.
I think it's obstructed by something.
You think they put something out there and his brother like threw something out in front of the light, or what? What do you think happened?
He's saying the same
I think.
thing.
Listen, Brandon. Let me explain it to you because I
Sure.
know it is a little bit convoluted and
yes,
complex.
please
right?
throw the rumpuses.
Okay,
Yes.
so let me go through it. Okay, step 1, there's the light. Okay, step 2, there's something in front of the light. Okay, that's it.
Did you watch the presentation? Because I specifically asked, was there anything that was blocking the light? And he said, no, we opened and closed the door.
So he said there wasn't. Oh, well, I believe that.
Do you think that we're basing our whole worldview on one observation? Why are you so worried about this observation, Jem?
That must
this
be
observation
It's
scares them.
one observation, and we're obviously not basing our whole worldview on it, Jem.
Kick the hornets.
You seem to be threatened by it, though, which is odd that you came in here specifically.
Why am I threatened by it?
You tell me.
Repeatable, right, Jim?
Why do you think I am threatened by it?
Because you came in here telling us stories about that something must be blocking the light. Are you going to ask me a question and then interrupt me? So you said that there.
I'm gonna finish asking the question I was asking, which is, what threat do you think this poses?
Well, you do spend 12 to 16 hours a day defending the ball So I
You know
have to
that-
wonder
Sorry,
what
say,
your
say that
intentions
again. I
are.
need to get it clearly for my show. Because
right.
You know the implication.
Guys,
Jem, you know
guys,
the
guys,
implications.
What,
this
let me
what
just-
threat
Go.
is it?
Hold
what
on.
threat is this observation to me and the other globers?
I don't
Now
know.
you know
Why
why
are
he's
you
here.
in here
Now you know
asserting
why.
that there must be something blocking this light? We saw the same video.
Well,
It
because
was
I was
interesting.
asked, I was asked to explain it. I was asked to explain it, wasn't I? And I gave my explanation.
You're talking in circles, Jem.
Okay,
To be
you know
honest,
why this?
You just said to me, why am I in here saying something's
Just one
blocking
sec.
the light? The
Hold
reason
on,
I'm
hold-
saying that is because somebody asked me what to explain what was happening to the light.
Right,
So
look,
I explained it.
right. Can
That's
I?
why I'm in here explaining it.
Ranty, go
Can I-
ahead.
Can I just try to get a word in, just please? Right, guys. listen.
No, Ranty.
Yeah, I kind of want to. You know,
All
but
right.
listen.
That's
Here's
cool.
the thing. Here's the thing. Listen, all this arguing and shouting over each other, nobody's getting anywhere. I think it would be pretty cool, actually, Gem Panda, because you have a fairly decent audience. I think it's fair enough that if you're going to play something on your show this Sunday, it would make a great, not just a soundbite, but a great segment on your show if you could actually have a proper disagreement with somebody about a certain subject.
Well, no, that's not what my show's about at all.
Hold on. Well, but
absolutely not about debating.
no,
There's plenty of
right
people
here
do
and now, the segment that you are going to play on your show will be what will be spoken about in the next 5 minutes, let's say.
Oh well, it won't get on my show because we don't. It's not about debating.
So you're not going to play it on your show then?
Well, if Brandon, what I wanted Brandon to do was to describe the threat that he believes this observation poses to me and my my fellow globers, and
Okay.
I thought that would make an amusing soundbite.
Right. Okay.
Well, I don't know if it can be longer than the soundbite. That'll be perfect. I am hard up for material as always, because of course Flat Earth is dying on its arse and nobody makes Flat Earth
boy.
content anymore.
Oh wow.
Right,
But,
okay.
you know.
So if we could have, let's say, a 5-minute segment where you make the claim or you ask the question, and let's say Brandon responds, and then you respond and you respond back, would that be good enough to play on your show if you just discuss it between the two of you?
If Flat Earth is dying, why is your show growing, Jim? Why is everybody else's show growing?
Well, I don't just do Flat Earth these days. I can't. There just wouldn't be a show if I tried to do that. It's
not even. People don't laugh at it no more. When I ask people and shit, they don't even laugh no more. My son made a comment and everything. He's a ball earther, but he made a Flat Earth comment, and he had like half his class jump down his throat. In schools, it's hot. It's a hot debate. It ain't going nowhere, buddy. So get used to it.
Yeah. Although there's no real evidence of,
Well,
of any sort of growth.
To be fair, Gem Panda, I think you're just being manipulated by the system to tell you that there's no growth. And I think that we are being suppressed into believing that there may be no growth, when in actual fact, we're doing quite well. We're actually doing quite well.
How can we assess then if there is growth?
The kids are flat earthers. The kids are flat earthers.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Brian's
about a third of them.
anecdotes. Have we got anything else other than Brian's anecdotes?
Brian, hold on, guys. Let Randy have a couple minutes with Jem uninterrupted.
You see, I think it was Globebusters a few weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, announced on his show that he was going to be, well, he'd been approached to do a series.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been trying to get more gossip on that, but I haven't managed to get any.
Okay, well, just the fact that a Netflix would want to get in touch with poor old Flat Earth and do a segment on them for several weeks or several shows shows that the actual argument itself or the interest in it isn't actually stagnating. It's actually growing, because otherwise, I mean, Netflix are a company that want to make some money, so they're certainly not going to do this on some kind of whim or some kind of subject that isn't very popular to a lot of people. So the idea that they would want to throw money away doesn't make any sense to me. The fact that they reached out to poor old Flat Earthers, which is dying according to you, makes kind of hogwash to your argument.
Well,
in my opinion, Gem Panda, I might be wrong, but listen, hey, I don't.
Well, no, you're right. You're right. Netflix are trying to make money, and so what they do is they produce shows which they hope, we would expect, have a wide appeal. And we would.
So on dying arguments or why?
I managed a sentence, so probably best I shut up.
Is a dying
So-
argument
Probably best.
So,
that wouldn't be
yeah, all right,
make
sense
money
to
for
me.
'em?
Probably best if we just don't hear anything more from me.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I-
if you go back to your place and mute people that bring up good points against you.
I think that's a good argument, though. I mean, you know, you wouldn't be throwing money at a dying argument, would you? If the argument was dying, why would
Can
they
I
want to
finish?
revive
Maybe
it?
finish making the point.
Seems
which
like a bad
was-
investment.
Go ahead,
Which
John.
was the dying
He
argument.
banned me, just so you know, talking about you people.
Can everybody?
I don't ban. I would only ban you if
Hold
you were really racist.
Can
or,
everybody?
You banned me twice.
Or,
Can everybody please?
oh, who's that right
come
there?
on, guys.
Well, yeah.
I was part of
I'll
the
ban you because
interruptions.
you
I
make-
apologize.
because your
Don't
goal is to
respond to
make
him.
people
Don't
angry,
respond to
and
him. Let Randy
that's
have the
not what we're
floor.
about.
My mistake. I'll keep my mouth shut too. Go ahead, Ranty.
So,
Can everybody please give Gem Panda at least a minute to make his response?
yeah,
Please.
which was that I think they would they make something with a wide appeal, and I think the wide appeal with flat Earth is not with people who believe that the Earth's flat. It's people that are fascinated by the fact that people believe the Earth is flat. And I think this has been the way since really the beginning of modern flat Earth in the 1850s. There's always been a fascination with it, and media organizations and you know, people like that have always latched onto that and used it. And I don't
Fair
think
enough. Real
that-
quick, how do I get on your show?
on my show.
Yeah, how can I get on your panel?
It's not really that sort of show. It's
Exactly. So get the fuck.
Right, let me just.
I'm not sure
hold
what
on,
point you
hold
think
on,
you
hold on.
made there. It
Hold
went
on,
over
guys.
my head.
Let me qualify something, right? So, Globuster says it is not Netflix, apparently. And Gadfly13 says, I think we may have reached our collective childhood's end. Gadfly,
I wonder where I got. I wonder where I got the idea from Netflix.
Jam.
Sorry, I didn't.
Gadfly, are you lumberjack in any case? But I'm just asking. Listen, but so if it's not Netflix, that's fine. But apparently it is a large production television company.
Yeah, whoever it is will want to a wider. They want to get it to as big an audience as possible because that's what makes the most money, and their goal is to make money, right? That's
For
how
a
they-
dying
how they
show,
pay their
for a
bills.
dying argument, though, Gem Panda, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you look about how many people are actually out there doing these observations, you look where the argument was for flat Earth versus globe Earth 3 years ago, and you look where it is now. And you've got to say, you have to say that it's more difficult for you guys to win an argument with a flat earther that's been in the argument. I mean, fair enough. Fight the Flat Earth can bring in any old gimp off fucking Facebook who thinks he's a flat earther and destroy him because he hasn't been in the argument, right? But you ask any of the guys in the chat right now, or any of the guys in the panel right now, to come and have a proper debate with a quote-unquote glober, and you'll find that it's a much tougher task. Really much tougher
Exactly.
task.
Much.
You can. He
Hold
can
on,
beat
Brian.
Nathan
Hold
Oakley.
on, Brian.
Tougher.
All right, let me be next.
Right? So it's a much tougher task now, Jeremy. It really is. From 3 years ago. From 3 years ago, I mean, you were on your little high stool. This is 3 years down the line. Who knows where it's going to be next year or the year after, Jam Panda? You have to admit that our argument has progressed, whether you like it or not, or whether you believe it or you don't. You have to say that debating a flat earther now isn't as easy as it was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I
Right.
think there might be some truth in that, but I don't think that's because your argument's progressed at all. I don't
Give
think-
me Gleam, give me Rakia, and I'll take on the best 10 people you got on every one of your shows. Give me Gleam or Rakia, but
Well,
give me
yeah,
them both.
We
And,
right,
but how do we? How's Jeremy get on your show?
hang on,
Nothing against you, Jeremy, but why can Jeremy get on your show and
Oh, well, that
so
isn't
it's
my-
not open?
Listen, I've got two things going on, right? I've got a Discord server like this, which runs 24/7. There's always at least 30 people in there talking about mostly this subject, but other subjects as well. So I have that going on 24/7, and it's live streamed onto YouTube. And then the show every Sunday, or sometimes every other Sunday, depending on the content. I do
I'm not
a
going to
show.
give you practice.
Hang
If
on,
you want me, take me live.
Hold on, Brian.
If you don't want me live, I'm not going to let you
Would have been
practice. But
great if you
anybody
let
could
me
have a
get that
Nathan
out.
Oakley show. We got
Oh, well.
Nathan Oakley channels and channels that don't want to debate. Okay, look, when you look at Ranty's, when you take Ranty's show or Jose's, the actual front lines that are open panel, when there's at least a few on each side, then it's a hell. First off, would you say it's a great debate? Would you give us that, or are we all retarded? Is it a great debate?
A great debate. I think. Well, I've enjoyed it. I mean, it's been great for me. I've enjoyed taking part in it. I think there's
fair enough.
Hold on,
honest,
Jim.
which are
I think
hold on. We have an offer. We have an offer from Conspiracy Cats, who says, "I'll take that offer. Who's speaking now? I'll debate that guy."
no.
There you go, Brian Leak.
Even number flat earthers versus globers, Ranty. 3 on 3.
Well, my server anytime. There's usually
We pick our team, you pick your team.
There nowadays, you can come in anytime and have a
No,
debate.
no. 3 versus 3 for the whole world to see on Cat's channel. Hold on, Brian.
So I think
3 versus 3.
I think Conspiracy Cats needs people on his show.
He needs
So if anyone
content
would
to
like
make
to
fun
go
of
on there-
people.
That's
No.
that's fair. That's fair. Me, Gleam, and Rakia Wednesday night after Brandon's show, after Ranty's show, directly after me, Gleam, and Rakia. And if they can't make it, we'll take alternates.
Here's the thing, and I will say this. I will say that I actually, of all the globe earthers, actually like Conspiracy Cats. He's my most
awesome.
liked
He's
globe earther.
awesome and
He's your man
funny,
love.
he's
Come on.
witty,
He's
and
my
he's
man
awesome.
love. Yeah, he's my man love. He's got a bald head. He's got a bald head just like me. What can I say?
He's all right. You're all right,
Yeah,
Cats.
I like him too. He's funny. He shows a picture. He shows one of Travis's pictures and says, "Now anybody who knows anything knows that this ain't refraction. It's a big, giant inferior mirage in the picture, dude. It's like the actual greater than or less than sign just stamped on the picture, dude. It was so funny. I like him too. He's funny.
I know if he had substantive arguments, though, it'd be more awesome. You know what I mean? If his arguments had substance, I'd be like, yeah, I can watch this guy.
I think if we took any of the panelists right now, you know, and made 3 versus 3, or you know, if we got 3, we got Jem Panda, and he's the only globe earther in right now. And I would have to say, and this is going to gut me to say this, but we do have, what's he called? What's that guy called? The Rumpus. Yeah, we have the Rumpus. And he's probably one of the best.
They better come stronger than that. They better come stronger than this dumbass.
Pretty good.
However, he doesn't have the control to have a proper disagreement with somebody. He doesn't have that. I don't think he could last in a proper, although he has somewhat of an argument in points, right? And he's very clever. I don't think he could
More of a
actually
filibuster.
He couldn't.
I got three ways to make him double speak. Bring Rumpus, please let him be one of 3. He's one of the easiest, dude. He double speaks on 3 different subjects. I can make him double speak within 8 sentences each other, like a game of chess. If I could beat somebody in like 5 moves, if they don't move the knight, I could beat Rumpus if it's just 1-on-1 or 3-on-3 of me against him. I can make him double speak. We've all heard it. He has no choice with his arguments. He's got to double speak.
Okay, Brian, after show, Ranty, listen to this. After show to this debate, Brian Leakey versus Rumpus in a game of chess. Live shit talking with the chess on the side. No? Is that a horrible idea? It might be late. I don't know. It sounds good to me.
Who's the biggest globe earth channel out there? It's Simon Dunn, as far as I know. Anyway, I might be wrong.
I'll kill him in chess.
But here's the thing. So he did a live stream within the past week, and I actually joined the chat in there, and I was listening to what he was saying, and it got towards the end of his stream, and I made a comment towards him, and he responded. He said, "Is that the real Ranty? Is that the real Ranty?" And he's like, "Yes, it is." And it was like, "Yeah, it's the real Ranty." He says, and the next thing I was put, "I'll debate you, me versus you, 1 versus 1." He reads it out, and he says, "Oh, you know I don't debate." You know I don't.
Rumpus has to, yeah, exactly. Rumpus has to claim that. Go ahead, my bad. I thought you done.
Yeah, this isn't the Rumpus. This was Simon Dan, the biggest globe earth channel out there. I challenged him to a 1 versus 1 debate on any platform, and he flatly refused and said maybe you should go and debate Fight the Flat Earth or Team Skeptic, something like that. because he doesn't debate. He ran away with his tail between his legs. The 2 times or 3 times I think I've actually been on Fight the Flat Earths, I absolutely destroyed them.
We love it when he chats.
Destroyed them.
We love it when he even chats because he can't even say nothing without killing himself. But look, if Rumpus has to claim that there is a horizon that we see ships go over, and he'll argue it to the T. He won't obfuscate. He'll argue that there's but then he can't say that there's a geometric horizon. We see the geometric horizon, we see shit go over it, but then we don't see it. Then he has to claim that the Earth is a closed system, okay? And he's one of the dumb son of a bitches who will argue it to the hilt and then say that matter escapes. He'll define an open system, but yet claim a closed system. He'll say ships.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
It depends on
guys,
what
I gotta interrupt.
Really.
Jam, I'll give you the floor after I interrupt. I apologize for this. I got to do some show business here. We got some super chats that have come in. This is a really good discussion. I appreciate it. And Jem, you've probably been stepped all over, but I appreciate you coming in. So we've got, I might double count people, but we've had quite a few. So Ranty, ears perked. Ted Bundy. It didn't come down to the word everything. The judge ruled on a legal point. I think I read that one before. But Rob Keane, $5. Cleary is ace. Shout out to MAUK Discord server. It is pretty tough in there if you ballers want to challenge. It's good stuff. You can learn a lot in there. Let's help Bev hammer home horizontal is a straight line, which of course it is. We all know that. We've been taught since we were a kid, but I'm still reading. Call of the Void, 199 pounds, ____, comma. I like it. Ted Bundy, 30.99. Brandon, can my super chats go to Randy? I need to help him pay his lawyer. No, I'm sorry, Ted Bundy. No, I apologize, but the trust has already been set up. Colin Dresser, $9.99 US. Excellent show as always, Ranty, and pass that shite over here, mate. Smoke coming out of the smiley guy's ear. Call of the Void, $199. There are Nathans, but there's no Ranty. There's multiple Ranties. Okay, let's get this straight. There's a blue Ranty and there's a yellow Ranty. Lumberjack, US. There is no Ranty though. Lumberjack, $49.99 US. This super chat is for Brandon. Mark that one down. Keep your hands off Ranty, winky face. I'll send you a PayPal, Ranty, mate. I'm locked in his basement, Lumberjack. What do you want me to do, dude? I got to do what I got to do.
Lumberjack is ace. He's been my childhood friend since I was 4. What can I say? He's my best mate. Thank you. Thank you, everybody that supported the show.
Oh, you know that guy personally, Ranty? You know Lumberjack personally?
He died when he was thrown on the bonfire.
Ah, okay.
Everyone liked the show.
Some things you just don't question. So I said I would give Jem the floor. So I apologize if anybody else is itching to speak. But Jem, did you forget what you wanted to talk about? Go ahead.
I think we're talking about open systems. I was going to say that depending on what you're doing, you can define the Earth as an open, a closed, and an isolated system.
Oh
my God.
We've been through it many a times. Can I bring some clarity to the previous point of perspective?
Please do, Gleam.
Yeah, Jem, on the 2 videos, I did actually walk in just as the video started, so I may have missed some from the beginning, but as far as I got, the one in the light, I noticed exactly the same thing. You could still see the skirting board right at the end, couldn't you?
Right, that's what I thought.
Yeah, and I think the first one in the light was a matter of how much foreshortening compression you get on the floor between those blocks that he'd placed out.
Right.
So that's what he was looking at in the first. But on the second one, what he was doing was the temperature change. So he had the door closed, the light was there.
Right.
He opened the door and the light was still there. But then when he closed it, I don't know what the point that I think he was trying to show, and correct me if I'm wrong, or anybody else correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like an inversion of cold, hot temperature.
Yes.
Makes the light then disappear.
Right. Yeah, that's how I understood.
That was the variable, and that's why I questioned him on the variable. Gleam is that the only variable change, and you should add thermometers and et cetera next time. He was asking for things he could add to make the observation more comprehensive. So that's what we gleaned from it. But go ahead, Gleam.
Yeah, but to move the conversation on, put it this way. I mean, a common objection from a globe earther is, oh, that's a bumpy floor. So as he's getting closer to the floor, all that's happening is there's a bump before then.
Right.
Now, that is the flat earther argument. That in perspective, in optometry terms, is called overlapping. And everyone's called it the perfect thing where something overlaps something. Now, what flat earthers are saying is there is only a certain limit that you'll see of the floor. Let's say you've got some at 10 miles out on the sea. Your waves that you're seeing on your false horizon made by your height is only a mile out. Now, what happens is that because obviously nowhere is perfectly flat like a table, like everyone demonstrates, look, you can't hide anything on a flat table. Earth is not flat. Waves are not flat. Sea is not flat. There's bumps, bulges, whatever. But yes, I mean, when you said distance, I was nodding my head and I was going, yes, that is one of the core components. But it's distance foreshortening, which was what he was trying to show when he was going down in angle to say, look, the lower
But that's
you
what
get
I said, Glim. I didn't say just distance. I said your
Yeah.
distance and your angle. I
Yep,
specifically.
I was nodding my head with you. I don't know. I then went off to make a brew, so I don't know who objected with you or whatnot.
Right.
But there are many components there. So put it this way: to hide that light, there are many things involved. So yes, it could be a bumpy floor. Yes, it could be a temperature inversion, sinking the light. Let's say.
To
And
back that up, real quick, Gleam. To back
No,
that up, Ranty's.
hold on, Brian, don't interrupt him, please. Come on.
Okay. I thought he was done.
No, it
Yeah.
wasn't. He was continuing. Carry on, Gleam.
So those were the factors that I think we're all trying to pinpoint in on, and all agree that that is the claim. The claim is flat earthers do not believe that that is a curve. They believe that that is an optical effect based on the geometry of your optics of perspective, as well as the temperature inversions and the refraction and ether band as. So that is the core claim. That's what I was just trying to clarify.
To example that, Ranty's Stenoline observation, okay? If we didn't see the writing on the ship that said Stenoline across it crunching down, we would never would be able to claim compression, okay? It just so happens that there was writing on the side of that ship that we obviously see crunching down before it even hit the diffraction limit. So there is Exhibit A to back Gleam up.
That was a
Bam.
monumental observation where we saw something that somebody had told us at some point wasn't possible. Compression at the horizon. And there it was with our own two eyes. And we've seen it so many times before. It's like how they say the Indian Americans in the United States couldn't see the ships of the Pilgrims because they'd never seen anything like that before. And they saw it for the first time. There's been a lot of those moments over the past 5 years.
Indeed. And a shout out to Lumberjack for stopping by the PayPal and making a $5,000 donation to myself. Thank you very much, Lumberjack.
Whoa!
Ranty, I would like to say, though, that all donations today belong to Bob Dole because he was the first one to claim it right when the show started.
We've already got a contract, dude. What are you talking about? A trust has already been set up.
Bob Dole claimed it. I mean, come on, guys.
I've got the paperwork. I copied Randy's signature and everything. My lawyer has it. It's a done deal, dude.
Well, Ranty did say he was going to give me time, and time is money.
No, time is actually space, isn't it?
I took that
Hey,
to
Jim,
mean he was going to
Jim,
give
would-
me money.
Wait, isn't
Oh,
time
I see.
energy?
So hold on. So the time in the time that you were due to speak, and I got that donation. Are you trying to say that that money's yours now, Jem Panda?
Yes.
No, dilate it back in your pocket, Ranty.
Length retracted.
I would say this: that Jem's argument sucks, so you should just cash out, Jem. Just cash out.
I was only joking. I was only joking, by the way. I was only joking. He didn't make a super chat, a PayPal of $5,000. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Do a legim contraction on the money, man, and
Yeah,
let the money dilate back in your pockets, bro.
I'm retracting it. It didn't happen. No, it wasn't real. No, it wasn't real. It wasn't
Jem.
real, genuinely. But yeah.
Jem, can I show you an example of this that is completely aside from any flat earth?
No way. We don't have time for that shit. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but it does work in your favor. No,
Whose
it's
favor?
not.
Jem's favor?
Yeah, no, it works in your favor.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
He
then.
knows
Yeah,
he's just
of
joking,
course.
Gleam. He's just joking with you, Gleam.
Come on, Brian. He knows.
I'd like
Look,
Jem to
my
explain
argument
it.
against this is one that I guess I've sort of half made already, but I just think that this just isn't part of our experience. You know, if this was a thing where things disappeared from the bottom up like this, we would, you know, this would be a thing that we sort of
We
Yeah,
see
but
it all over the
observation
place, like
click on my-
sunsets and
Can you
boats
click
going
on my
under there.
screen?
hold on a minute. It would be second nature to us. It wouldn't be you have to, you know,
I
you
think
have
it
to
is.
be at the.
It'd be almost like we'd have to build a tower to see higher, and we could see more railroad cross ties if we get up higher. It's almost like we'd see it in everyday life, right? Fucking dipshit.
Quick one,
No,
Jem.
I often, you know, I don't look at buildings a mile away and see a bit missing from the bottom. That just isn't my experience. I don't.
Yeah, but you know that if we build a tower, we see a lot higher.
Just let me get the odd, you know, 2 or 3 sentences out.
Yeah, that seems fair. Come on,
The fact
come
that
on,
you have to
come on,
censor
Brian.
it worries me. You know, it should.
Time is money. Time is money. Jem's time is money. Let's
Brian, you're obviously, mentally superior here. Give him some time. Okay, go ahead, Jem.
This just isn't part of our experience. You're not driving along a straight road one day and see a car, you know, moving away from you.
go. Dealing with
moving
Coriolis there
towards
on the
you,
road. Yeah.
Aaron.
and start
Sorry, Jem. I was trying to defend you. Go ahead.
and start appearing from, you know, the top down. That just isn't it just isn't part of our everyday experience.
I have seen that. I have
And-
seen that. I will say that. I will
Well,
say
you know,
I've
maybe if
physically
it's
seen
a
it.
bendy road, but I think you take my point. We would be seeing this all the time, everywhere we looked, and we just don't.
No, I think we do. If you click on my stream, I don't know whether everyone can
Well,
see.
I know that we absolutely don't, and so do you.
Of
Well,
course
this
you
is why I'd like you to
do. He knows the
explain it.
absolutes, Gleam. Come on. We should all listen
What
to
about a car?
Jem.
What
Silly
about a
us.
car from
Look,
28
I've
miles
never
away?
ever experienced it. In
Let's
my
see what
55
Glenn has
years
to
of
say,
life.
Jem. It
And
can't
I've never
hurt.
met
You
anyone
must have
else
seen
who
this.
says they have.
You
apart
must
from
have
you.
seen
Oh,
this.
that's interesting. I don't recognize that. Go ahead, Gleam. Please tell us about that.
Right, I
Really?
can't play it because it's National Geographic.
Yes, please don't
Now,
play it.
Honestly,
Yeah.
Gleam, you honestly think I haven't seen this? Really?
No,
Oh,
You
no,
insult-
this is what I said. You have seen this.
It's for the
Okay,
That's what I'm
audience.
saying. No, but this is what I'm trying to ask you. The ultimate question is, from a flat earther's point of view, this is what's called as overlapping. So we've got a wave in the front here, and it's overlapping this red band. Now, back on shore, we have these people who are claiming to be scientists, claiming to be debunkers. You know, those guys that there's a squad of them who go around busting myths and stuff. It's not the Mythbusters, but they're an actual organisation, and I've got PhDs there, and they're basically saying that is the curve of the Earth, blocking that. But then, obviously, clearly in the background, you see that there is more sea higher up. So, from a perspective point of view, it's further back. There can't be 2 curves of the Earth. This is just a mere wave in the foreground blocking the flag in the background.
Yeah, it
We-
could be
we-
this,
we
but
live on
I don't think
camel.
it is clearly as you've described it at all. You know, that
Well,
wave
there-
could be anywhere, couldn't it? It could be.
Yeah, it could be right up close.
It could be.
That's what I
It
was
could be
saying.
right behind the sheet. You know, like
Yes.
literally
Yeah,
just
no, it could.
touching the sheet.
I agree. I
but from
agree.
behind.
If I step it forward, look, if you see there, it's waving because there's an atmospheric effect going on. But
Yeah,
they're
well,
saying,
I don't
they're
deny
saying
that.
because
It's a very refraction-y place to do it. Really, I think it's not.
but literally the whole documentary
place.
that because of the curvature of the Earth.
But of course, the The location, I think, was chosen by a flat earther, wasn't it? So
Yeah, the flat earthers were there, Mark Sargent and whatnot.
This is what they chose to air, though, isn't it, Gleam? I'm confused.
Yeah,
Isn't
but
was
this is
embarrassing.
what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I'm confused about how are scientists getting this wrong?
Yeah.
And even putting this message out.
Why would they
was a
say
few-
this as proof of
This
curvature,
was a
Gleam?
few blokes out on a.
I was arguing the globe at the time. It was embarrassing,
Hold
dude.
on, Brian.
It was embarrassing.
Let Jem respond because we're not giving him a fair shake. Why would they do that?
There's a few blokes out on a Saturday afternoon. It isn't scientists getting it wrong.
A few blokes. It's National Geographic.
Talk about putting a spin on it. Yeah, but what National
I
Geographic
guess I'll
did-
cancel my subscription. I've
Hold
been a
on,
subscriber
hold on,
since
hold-
1985, dude.
Hold on. Why is the horizon? Why is the water
Any chance I
behind?
could just finish what I was saying?
Yeah, but why is the water behind the
All right,
image?
I
Yeah,
won't.
that's my only
Let's
argument.
move on to something else.
That
Forget
was I was wondering
It
about
was a bit
too.
worrying for Brandon there, and I needed to be.
That's
stopped.
fine. That's fine.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt. Excuse me.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you either, Jeremy. I didn't.
All right. So what National Geographic did was they filmed this group called IIG doing these experiments. So they just, their film people went and, made a little video, but they didn't actually do the experiment. As you see, their video is about, this woman goes round and she goes to a flat earth meetup and asks why people are believing it and talks about science and this sort of thing. So I think, they did their observation. I think maybe they were a bit sloppy and didn't do it very well.
3 of them.
Yeah, all 3 of them were a bit sloppy.
They called them experiments, bro, since you responded. They did what they called experiments, and they were all deceptive, wrong, and embarrassing. Okay?
Well, Brian, don't jump on him too much because, they might have made this my mistake. This is National Geographic, but obviously they make huge mistakes. Go ahead, Jim.
Right, there's your Globe Earth resources at work. They trying to prove a flat. Look, they went to where the flat earthers were to do experiments to prove a globe, and it was embarrassing, and it just backed up the
Brian,
flat Earth. And
I think
if you would be honest, you would admit it.
I think it's definitely entirely reasonable for you to try and draw a greater conclusion about the shape of the Earth because of this 10-minute National
Well,
Geographic.
no. We're just saying that doesn't look like proof of curvature, which is what they said, Jim.
It's entirely reasonable for you to draw.
Why'd they lie to America, dude? Why'd they lie to America? Why'd they lie to the world? Go ahead, Ranty.
Could I just have could you just put that image back up again, please? And I want to ask Jem Pandra maybe a couple of questions.
Again, they were probably sloppy with their observation, Ranty. It's irrelevant.
Okay.
Yeah, plenty of excuses.
Why spend endless? Look, how is they did it wrong an excuse?
Right.
Come
Listen,
on.
I'm not talking about who took the image or where it was taken from or who held.
Are you going to say there's a bit of horizon behind it?
No, I'm not going to talk about that
it's
either.
Old news.
I'm not going to talk about that.
All
I'm going
right,
to talk
go
about
ahead.
something you've probably never even thought about before.
All right, go on.
Right? Okay. So when we get the image up, who's presenting? Is it Gleam?
I have this in my
about to
files.
say exactly what I've said. He's going to say. I can feel it.
Right. Okay. So I'm looking.
Stripes.
Oh, there's a different shot of it. Sorry, it's a little different shot, but here, let me share it in the Discord. It is the actual video, so.
Right. The image that we were looking at about seeing all the colors, right?
Right.
Okay, so
This is the same video,
Who
right?
do I need to look at?
I mean,
Brandon?
It's the
I'm
same
looking
one,
at the
right? I didn't
YouTube
mean to
stream.
interrupt
I
you,
can
Ranty,
see
but
it.
Jem, this is the same one, right? I mean, it's from the same video.
I think so.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I'm looking at the YouTube. Oh shit.
Okay. So I'm looking at the image, right?
I wasn't looking, but now I'm seeing it. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So do you see the black band itself?
Right.
If you look at the left-hand side, the black band,
Yeah.
and then you look at the right-hand side of the black band, do you see a difference in the size of that black band?
Not
Depth?
obviously. Not really. No.
No, you don't. You don't see that there's a size difference from the left-hand side to the right-hand side
I think
really.
He's
looking
been
on
honest
my
up to this
screen.
point.
of how thick it is,
Right.
of how thick the band is, of how thick
Well,
that
I
patch
mean,
is.
on my
the one
screen, Jim.
at the left, it appears to sort of taper up right at the end, doesn't it? But there's a blurry bit underneath it, and then
Well,
on
it's
the right, it sort of it looks like it sort of narrows right at the very end and goes to a sort of square. But then there's a bit of blurriness underneath that and to the right of that, so it's very difficult to see. So I just assume it's all rough, it looks roughly the same to me. I don't know. I don't even know how defined it was when it left the shore.
Why look at it more closely, right?
So it is. So it is kind
I
of.
would love to know why do I need why is this significant? I would love to know.
Well, my question
Do
is,
you know, Brandon? I bet you don't, do you?
my question was basically.
Go ahead, Ranty. I don't want to interrupt. Sorry, Jim.
You should definitely keep saying Black Swan, because repeating catchphrases I've heard will change reality. It will affect it. If you just keep repeating it often
It's
enough,
ASMR.
the earth will stop being spherical and will suddenly become
Well, let's
flat.
no, it's my fault because I interjected. I deflected from the issue at hand. And Ranty, you had asked a question. Jem, do you remember Ranty's question? Otherwise, he can ask it again.
Oh, do it. Well, I think it looks roughly the same. But what is the point? Is what we got
Well, my
to.
point would be that in some points it looks a little bit compressed, as opposed to other parts that are less compressed.
Oh,
That's
no
why
doubt. There's a lot of refraction, no doubt. We can see that, right? That's why it's
Okay.
all wobbly. I'm sure they didn't make it all wobbly like that, right?
So my next question was basically just an image that I posted in the general chat. I was just wondering whether or not you could just have a look at that, because I went down to Wales to meet Rude Earther, and Rude Earther went out on a boat, and he was sailing in and around the wind turbines and beyond, actually, down near Wales. And I was there with Spurs Chemo filming from the shoreline, and we took some photography there that we saw a boat. I don't know if you can see that in the.
I've got this dumb live stream. Why have I got the dumb live stream?
It's because I haven't changed images yet. Hold on one second.
Oh, hold on. I can do it. I know. So I'm looking at which chat? General, did you say?
Real quick, I'd like to say, good. Sorry.
So if you look in the general chat and you present that, I think it's called DSCN 8011.
Yeah, I've got it.
Got 3 boats in it.
On screen now.
So that was actually called a boat called the Iceni Conquest, and according to the dimensions of the globe, the geometric hidden should have been 24 feet, and the refracted hidden should have been close to 19 feet. The problem is that would be almost half of the boat. Now, can you see? I've actually scaled it to width, because obviously we know compression happens vertically, but width it stays essentially the same. It doesn't really change much on that, but downwards it does. And you can definitely see that we are seeing all of the boat, all the colours on this boat. It's a very identifiable boat because it's got some black, white, black. I mean, it's very obvious that you're seeing all of the boat here, except, there's a little bit of wiggliness going on, but essentially you're seeing all of the boat. My question, obviously, is going to be, why are we seeing all of this boat?
My response would be, why are you pretending you can see all of the boat when you clearly can't? That's idiotic and ridiculous.
National Geographic, before y'all lose that one.
Hold on, Brian. Unless it's a
Go
raft
ahead.
unless it's a raft with a cabin on the top, then you are not
National
seeing
Geographic prove we do not see in
Brian,
geometry.
hold on,
we do
hold
not see
on.
geometrically. That was it.
Pretending that we do is silly.
Okay, so from the left-hand image to the obviously squished image, we have the top of
or possibly obstructed image, right? Could be obstructed.
Okay, so we have the top of the spire down to the first part of the black. Top of the spire to the first part of the black. Now, if you look at the two bottom images we're looking at here, the two bottom images, right? So you run a straight line across them, and their angular size is almost identical.
Right.
Everything changes once you go beneath that first black part, the first black part beneath the mast, first black part, everything beneath that, the white, black part, starts to get incrementally more compressed. And you can see that in imagery. And the reason I asked you this was because you actually saw the photography done at the lake back then, and you agreed that in some places it looks a little bit compressed, others not. But here we are seeing absolute definitive compression of a boat called the Iceni Conquest. That half of that boat, which is the top image, is let's say the main image of the boat. Let's call it the original image. You can definitely see that you're still seeing all of those bands on the compressed image because it's all there. Now, half of that boat should be missing to Earth curve, more than half, even with refraction. But we're seeing clearly all the way down to the bottom of the boat because all the colours match up. Black, white, black, white, black.
But if you weren't seeing all the way down to the bottom of the boat and you were seeing some of the hull, but not all of it, that you would still see black, white, black.
Hey, Ranty, remind me when you're done with this questioning because I have another observation that might back you up. But go ahead, please.
For you to say,
so my final point would be then, if you are happy to say that, we can see this, but let's say that we're missing, let's say 5 feet of the hull. If you want to argue that we're seeing 5 feet less of the hull, does it not make more sense that compression has made it so that imagery at the bottom has not made it to the eyeball of the observer? Because obviously everything is being compressed downwards and sunk, so the bottom part of the boat has not made it to the visual person that's looking at it, or the camera in this case. So we're actually seeing just what we're presented with, which is a compressed image, but the rest of the imagery, a bit like the light that we saw before that was presented, didn't actually reach the observer because it had sunk.
I get it, Ranty, 100%.
Well,
does that make any sense to you?
No, none whatsoever.
Do we have any scientific observations, scientific evidence for that? Yeah.
Hold on. If that's your position, Jam Panda, that's fine. I agree. If that's what you want to say, if you're a globe earther, you're here to disagree with the flat earther. So I understand that it's your position, it's your default position, because everything the flat earther says, you have to disagree. We already know that.
Well, let me respond. First of all, I don't think you've scaled it correctly. It doesn't look the same scale to me. I think it might be difficult to scale from this image because I'm not sure if you've got quite the same angle as well. So I think that might be an issue here. And also, I just don't see, you're saying words like you can clearly see and it's absolute definite observation of compression, or I can't remember what exact phrase you used, but something along those lines. And you can't possibly say that from this blurry image.
Well, one final thing I want to make.
You would need there to be something on the bottom of that hull that you recognizable, like I think they call it a draft line or something like that, that you could see in this image as well. And I think even if that was there, it's not clear enough for you to be able to see.
Okay,
Jim, I'm not too sure
hold, please. My one final point on this is that the ICD Conquest that I filmed, which was stationary, bearing in mind, the image that you're looking at that's compressed, the boat was stationary for about 10 minutes, and this is part of that imagery. The boat that's moving in the top image, right? So the top image, the boat that's moving, the front of the boat is being pushed up because it's being propelled from the back, which is lifting the black part higher, up out of the water, right? Yeah. However, the bottom image, where it is seriously compressed, is stationary. So a stationary boat would create a level bottom, and what your eyes are saying to you is that the left-hand side of the boat that's moving is where the bottom of the hull is, but that's only because it's moving. you haven't processed the fact that that image is moving and the bottom image is not moving. And when you process that and you understand that, you will actually realize that, especially with that little knob thing that comes out at the front, it's very obvious on the left-hand side. You'll actually realize that once you realize that the top image is not, if you imagine that was stationary and just level, you're actually seeing all of the boat.
Yeah, they're not the same scale by any means.
They're actually, the orientation is different. One's looking at
one's going east and one's going west. You're right. Yeah, total opposite directions, mate. Yeah, one's going to the fucking left and one's going to the right. And yeah, why don't you say they're a different fucking boat at the same time?
No, I think there probably is a slight difference in angle. I'm not sure how much that would affect it, but I mean, if you say that this is clearly showing what you think it's showing, then you can go with that. But
it's good proof. Exactly.
It's obviously not clearly showing that. You couldn't establish. You couldn't establish what you're claiming to be true in any way with this.
Sure,
image.
you can.
What part of what he's trying to establish do you not think that you can establish, Jem?
Oh, how are you establishing that this is not the curvature of the Earth?
So you don't think compression at the lower limits within the density gradient happens?
How have you established even that this isn't just a wave? I mean, I guess it's
do you think compression at the lower limits of vision through the density gradients compresses the bottom of images? Yes or no?
Do I think that? Yes, that could happen. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So we have empirical evidence that takes place. What's the problem?
No, absolutely not. No. Just saying, oh, can this thing happen? Oh, here's a photo. Therefore it's empirical evidence. Therefore it's dude, back off your mic. All you're sending is distortion. Nobody can hear a word you're saying.
Well, how about this for empirical evidence?
There's no way that is empirical evidence of what you're claiming.
How about this?
I mean, it will be if you could establish that to be true in some other way.
How about in the lab, Jem? How about as what you see in the screen, Jem? Hold on.
Well, go ahead.
Let me share. Hold on. Let me share the screen.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, it's horrible. I'm offering you what you want, and you're giving me shit. Shitty experiments. What's wrong with my experiments? Yeah. I was as careful as, say, all the occultists that you like.
They're all fuck up.
Can I get a mic check? Mic check, guys. How's everybody doing?
What's up, man? You're good. We're in the middle of something, but you're good.
Right. Before I make any comment, I want to see the source video, and then I'll
source video of what?
Of whatever this is.
I want to make one comment on.
What do you mean source video? This wasn't. No, hold on, Matrix. Oh, this was an experiment that I did myself. I conducted myself, and I recorded all of the videos meticulously. Yes, of course. I have.
So let me see
hours and hours. What does that matter, though? What are you worried about? What is in contention?
Well, because you can take any still frame you want from this video, which I haven't seen. You can make any claim you want about this, and I won't be able to say what's true and what isn't. I won't be able to say.
That was good. My point, Brandon, was that Jem has no knowledge.
I won't be able to say what you've included and what you've conveniently left out. I just won't have any idea.
What do you think I left out, Jem? What is in contention? That's what I'm trying to ask you. What is in contention? And I'll give you the video.
I would have to watch your video to see that, won't I?
But these are still shots at point in times. I took still shots over different point in times and videos.
Hear what I just said?
But what does the video matter? A video doesn't matter.
What I just said not make sense.
No. These are variables and situations captured at times.
You obviously have a learning difficulty.
I don't actually. I'm showing you experiments that I've done, and we're discussing science, and you're accusing me of being retarded or something.
Well, because you didn't understand the plain English that I just said.
No, I did. I'm asking you what is in contention that you need to see a video of.
Somehow just keep blundering on with
what do you need a video of? What is in contention, and then I'll provide it to you.
Everything in front of you.
So you don't think this fish tank is real? You don't think the water's real? You don't think the sugar's real? You don't think I weighed it right? You don't think I poured it in? You don't think I left enough time? You don't think I put these objects in the fish tank? What is it you don't think I did?
I think that you are profoundly dishonest, and I do not believe anything that you
I
tell
think that's
me
part of your
unless-
problem, Jem.
unless I
Brandon,
can see it.
I'm
Brandon,
happy to
it
reach
doesn't
out
matter
to you.
how much evidence you give him.
I know, but I'm
At
happy
the
to
end of
reach
the
out
day,
to him.
he's going to say that you're not qualified enough to give him information.
Hold on, Matrix. Jem, I'm happy to reach out to you offline.
I
Hold
really
on, I need to intersect. I need to
what does he
intersect.
have
Go
to
ahead,
hide?
Ranty. Let's hear
Everyone
Ranty.
relax.
We're just all
Listen,
ranting. Let's hear
Jem Panda.
Ranty.
Video on YouTube.
Listen,
Everyone
Jem Panda.
relax.
Jem
Is
Panda.
this video on
Jem,
YouTube?
Jem Panda,
Relax.
mate. Listen, Jem
The
Panda.
video
right?
isn't even on YouTube.
Sure.
Hold on, Jem Panda.
Okay, link
Hold
me to
on.
the video.
It's on YouTube, but I have to disagree. When you said he's profoundly, seriously, are you going to say that really? Profoundly dishonest? I mean, come on, mate. That's a real big claim. I mean, you might as well just say he completely lied about this. I mean, that's just unfair. I watched what he did, and it's absolutely true. He put this out every single day.
I believe you then. I don't need to see it now. Okay.
Right. Oh, listen. He put this out every day. He was on my
That's
show
what
every
you guys
day.
want, isn't it? That's what you guys proclaim we should all do. We should just believe people on the
No,
internet.
no,
No, of course not.
At least consider what's being told to you. At least consider.
Hey guys,
Don't just assume.
Hey,
Don't
guys,
just assume
guys.
everybody's wrong.
we're deluding ourselves. Let's let
You will
Ranty
be
speak.
wrong.
We're deluding ourselves. Let's let Ranty
Yeah.
speak.
I really want to qualify that seriously, when he said he was profoundly dishonest, that really hurt, because I watched Brandon from the minute he actually put this into the tank to every day giving me updates on this, and he was putting it out on my channel every day, and he's uploaded the video as well. It's just he just does an observation. That's it. This is just an observation. You can interpret it how you like. It's just the results of what he did.
And it wouldn't even matter how compelling this evidence is. At the end of the day, Jem Panda is going to tell you that who are you to try to say something that a PhD has never said. You are nobody to compare yourself to a PhD.
Let him respond. We beat him up pretty bad. Go ahead, Jem.
Well, I've never said anything like I've just been accused of saying, or anything even.
You just said I was
remotely
profoundly dishonest.
I'm talking about a PhD said it, so it's true. Is what I was just accused of.
No, your quote every flat.
Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. Ranty was talking about his firsthand observations of my observations, my experiments here, and you were calling me profoundly dishonest for some reason. Why do you think that?
Well, I had to jump in there, Jemba. Listen, you know me. You've known me for years, right? And I have to say, right? Listen. You know, I'm not going to fucking lie to you, mate. I watched him do this. We talked about him actually doing this before he even did it, and he actually followed my advice as to how to set the tank up and how to do it, and he did it. And that's why I know for a fact that what he's showing you is just showing you what actually happened when he did what he did.
Okay.
Now, that's it. There's no trickery here. It's already been through the ringer.
I essentially followed Mick West's instructions when he did the same thing he did.
I was already suspicious about this, but now that you guys are so desperate that I shouldn't actually watch the video.
I was just gonna say there was
the video's online.
tank test, right, Brandon?
Yeah. What are you talking about?
That's called Ranty's.
Desperate about what?
Okay, listen. Hold
on.
Let's
Let
Ranty speak. Let Ranty speak.
I really want to hear Jem Panda's total statement on what I've just said. You know, I mean, literally, please don't interrupt him. Let him say what he needs to say.
I was suspicious at the start, as I made it clear. But now we've been through this where you guys are absolutely desperate to get me to comment on this before I've seen the video on it. I'm even more suspicious.
What do you need a video for? It's pictures, brother.
Listen, I agree. Listen, I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with it. That's fair enough. I have to agree. In this particular context, that's fair enough. If you haven't seen the video and had a chance to look at it yourself, you can't make the comment because it's just somebody that's presenting something to you, and you're asked to actually make a comment off of it, which may be taken out of context later down the line if you change your position on something that you've already just seen for the first time. So I understand that, Jem Panda. Seriously, if that was the route you was going, I apologize, but you know, Seriously, I will vouch. All I'm going to say is, I will vouch.
Assessment of it.
All I would say is,
not get hit with what will later turn out to be bullshit, and me have to come up with an explanation when I don't know what bullshit it is that I'm looking.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's
might
fair
not be
enough.
a density
But
gradient even.
All I would say is that at this moment in time, and I appreciate you're not going to make a comment, and I'm hoping that Brandon will actually just do the presentation anyway. And just
let him
through
do
it.
his presentation because I have stopped doing that.
But I will say that I will vouch for whatever he's going to say and show. I will personally vouch for that. So you can take that on whatever way you want to take it, and then you can watch the video. But personally, from my perspective, from what I've seen of what Brandon's done, how he did the presentation, what he did with his tank, everything that went in it, there was no trickery. This is exactly as he made the presentation and did it himself. This is exactly what it showed. So that's my personal opinion. I will vouch for that. You can do your own thing. You can go back and watch it, and he'll do the presentation. You can say what you need to say about it. We'll leave it. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, it's not trickery. This was what was showed. That's all I'm gonna say. So
all he's gonna do is make it personal. He's gonna try to insult Brandon and say somehow that Brandon's not qualified.
What I'm gonna do, knobhead? You haven't got a clue,
bro. You're like a goddamn robot. Your mannerisms, the things that you do it in every show, and you think that we don't know, that we don't catch on to your goddamn trick.
You just said something. I said, that I should believe things because
every time every flat earther presents your claim, you end it with, who do you think you are to say that you have a knowledge that PhD doesn't have?
I've never
said every fucking time you say it, every time
like that ever. Never ever said anything even remotely similar.
We should just move it on and let Brandon present.
Yeah, well, dickhead should just keep his mouth shut and stop making shit up.
Well,
I'll do that when you can stand up straight.
I'd appreciate to know what bit of evidence you think is lacking from this presentation that I have on screen right now. If you'll watch it, I mean, it says all the specifics.
Well, what is this? Do your presentation, Brandon.
Sure.
What is this supposed to show me?
Well, if you look at the methodology that I used, it was a 2-foot long tank. I used 11 and 2.5 gallons of room temperature water, about 70 degrees.
On this, Brandon?
Nope, no sound. No additional water added during the experiment or the elapsed time. 2 pounds sugar added every 24 hours for a total of 6 pounds. Pics taken after 24 hours. Pictures and video taken from static camera before, after, and long after sugar poured. Additional photos and video taken as required. Way too many videos than I really need to store. Density gradient testing conducted at same time as with sugar comparison photos. Understand?
So pictures and video taken from static camera before, after, and long after.
And during, and video taking during the sugar pour, after, and for the laser gradient testing.
Right. It's interesting that you used, you were very accurate. You put 907 grams, you put 24 hours. And then when we get to the pictures bit, you just abandon the idea of numbers entirely and go for long after.
Well, I took so many photos and videos, like almost every hour at least.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Then if any are in question, I can dig through them and provide anything that anybody would think that would make a difference.
Let's, so what does this demonstrate then?
All right. So this is the tank, as you can see. You can see the different targets, one in the front, one in the back, one in the middle. Did you see that? And you can see in the front and the top view. There are 3 targets in the back on that orange plate. They're weighted down. Those weights are in the back. There's a tower in the back. There's a tower in the middle, and there's a tower in the front. There's a car in the middle of the tank. All right. This is just with water that you're looking at right here. That is a dead fly right there. That's correct. Okay. And you can see here, this is a really clean view of the top. So you know what you're looking at. And this is a clean side view. This is a front view with no sugar involved. This is when the sugar is added. And you can see, I'll pause it. Oh, let me pause it a little back so you can see when the sugar is added. And then you'll see a fade from sugar added to no sugar. Okay. You can see the car has almost disappeared. You can see that these three targets in the back, which you saw are very close, are very condensed from the bottom. You can still see the orange target. You can see the tower in the back is condensed from the bottom up, and so is the middle one. The front one isn't that much affected. And you can see that this bridge appears to fade into the distance as the fluid gets more turbidity. Now watch it fade into no sugar. Okay. Now watch it fade. I think it'll fade back. Just give it a few seconds and it's going to fade back. And you can see, you'll notice in the next still frames, a significant difference between the bottoms and the tops. And I'll pause it here. You can see that in the left, with no sugar in it, no density gradient. Look at the white line. The white line is along the top of the white Legos. You can see these are almost identical on both left sides. Harder to see on the right, certainly. You can see that also on the three targets on the right. It's almost a similar strike pattern across at the same height. And then as we move further downward, pink is about the same. Red is about the same. A little different on the right, in the middle targets and the back ones. And then in descending amplitude as we go further down, the impact on the bottom of the targets compressing upwards is pretty profound. As well, the bridge appears to ramp up in the right photo with the sugar and disappear into the distance. Could be mistaken for a curve at the end, depends on who you interpret that. And the car is very faint in the right, raised up. You can see a little behind it. You can even see the blue pebbles, which is maybe seen as looming. But you can also see the orange target behind it, and this is very faintly seen. You still with me, Jim?
Yeah. So what are you saying?
I'm showing you an observation, and then we can talk about how we interpret it.
Okay. How do you interpret it?
Well, let's
Bottom up might be good.
Well, hold on. Let's move on. Let's look at the rest of this because there's other stuff in here, and I'll try to speed it up.
God.
All right. Here you can see. Oh, are you ready to discuss? So this is a cleaner shot. I cleaned this up with some filters so you can better see how it's impacted. Just the straight, absolute visual effects with the light, maybe what you could filter out with sunglasses taken out, right? You can see the huge impact it has on what you see. Notice the white on the top is clearly almost unimpacted, looks about the same, and the bottoms are extremely compressed from the bottom up. If there were anything such as waves, mirages, whatever, condensation in the air, turbidity, any factor in the atmosphere that could block the atmosphere, it would happen at the bottom, and it would certainly conceal the bottom of these images, giving you the impression that the bottom of distant objects are obstructed. Would you agree?
Okay, well, no, I would say that is a ridiculously massive, vast leap that you just took from your fish tank to how this works in reality.
Oh, I love to hear that because there's so much science that's been based on fish tanks. Please tell me more.
Oh, you made the leap that this shows that this is happening. That things in reality, turbidity of the air and whatever else you said would block things from the bottom up. And I don't think you've established that in any way. And I think that's nonsense.
What do you think is the factor that determines whether I've established that or not? Do you think it's the fact that I've done it on a small scale in my living room with these fish tank, under controlled circumstances, of course, as opposed to actually making an observation over long distances, say, such as 15 miles? This is 2 feet. So how could I possibly apply it to long distance photography?
Well, I don't. You could do that if you wanted to, but it won't establish what you claim it establishes. I don't think.
I agree with you. That's interesting. You do realize that, of course, the science of refraction, such as Snell's law and other such things, are based on applying laboratory results to real world observations of much vaster and greater distances than have been proved in labs.
That's when we use an experiment to demonstrate a very simple principle.
This is an experiment.
But the simple principle
but
suddenly if you do that again, I'll just leave.
All right.
Because
all right.
you haven't got a win. You haven't got a win if I'm searching for a word for a couple of seconds.
You're right.
That's not
It
something
was rude
for
of
you
me.
to draw
It was rude of me.
attention
Go
to.
ahead.
It was just silly.
You're right.
Juvenile.
You're right. Go ahead. Go back to the point.
It's clutching for a win, and it just makes you look lame.
Go ahead.
But what you came to describe. So when we used it to say, look, here's a laser, it bends light. That's demonstrating a very simple principle. What you did was demonstrated a very simple principle and then used it to describe a whole complex range of things that you believe are happening in reality. And I don't think that you can do that.
So yeah, I did the laser thing too, just so you know, at the end here. Obviously, I tested that there was a gradient, such as is said in the real world. There's some very interesting.
I think is that refraction occurs.
Okay.
I think it definitely, we could say that it, well, I don't say definitely because I want a longer, clearer look, but at first glance, it looks like you're demonstrating that refraction can occur.
Refraction occurs and objects condense from the bottom up or compress from the bottom up. Yeah.
Well, so possibly. I mean, I don't, for me, I could see where your lines were, but it wasn't very clear where the actual bricks were. And I'd want to, I'll trust you for now on that. And yeah, compression would be a form of refraction, right?
But it's interesting that it happens from the bottom up. That's the interesting part. So here, watch this.
It wouldn't, it isn't though, is it? This is what we say all along, that the place where you're going to get the most refraction is when it's over water, closest to the water. Well, that's why you guys should stop doing things a foot above the water and things like that.
Well,
and say, oh, there's no such thing as refraction.
Now you're doing the same thing I just did, Jim. Come on. All right. So watch this. I would like you to watch this. This is kind of a real world refraction thing here. Watch the car. You know where the car is in the middle. This is when I dump the sugar in. So this is kind of like simulates a change in density throughout the medium from us to the object, right? Now watch it wave back and forth. And watch that.
What am I looking at?
Did you see that?
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me back up a few seconds. You can watch it again. Right? So this is the sugar was dumped in about 15 seconds ago. Here it's rippling through the change in density. The car is right here to the right. Do you see it?
Right. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
All right. Now there's a still shot in here that will show at a point in time. It's very hard to see, right? It's almost like it's been obstructed completely by refraction.
Appearing to wave over the car.
Do you see that?
Yeah, I can see that.
Does that look like it's obstructed from the bottom up to you, possibly?
No, not.
No, because I can see like this outline of the car at the top, but this clearly looks like the pebbles beneath it in front of it. Here, I'll show it to you again. Just watch it. It's interesting. I thought this was an interesting part of it. That's why I clipped it out. It's waving back and forth. This is like real world where there's changes in density.
I'm only going to say what I previously said, Brandon, which is if this was part of our experience, we would know it to be part of our experience. You wouldn't need to do this.
Well, it's very hard to understand what's going on 20 miles away from you. That's the thing.
Yeah, okay. If you say so.
Don't you think so?
But this isn't 20 miles away, is it? This is a few inches away.
Right, but this is trying to
occurring.
Well, if we want to throw out all laboratory experiments that are trying to prove these effects at, 10, 20 miles, I'm fine with that.
I'm not saying you should throw it out because it's small. When you immediately pointed out a lengthy observation when you've got a small observation, and my point is that this would be part of our everyday experience, even on a small scale. Now, of course, you've got sugar and water involved in here, but you know, generally speaking, more generally than has been presented here today, admittedly, but, you know, people have done, you know, coins, flat earthers have done a coin disappearing from the bottom up over a dining table, you know, a few feet away. Nathan Oakley had a book disappearing, probably not 20 feet from him. You know, there's been many, many, many of these. And the claim is that this happens all the time if you're at the right. Well, the claim I hear usually is from 24/7 people, is about this angle of resolution, and I can't remember what they call it, but basically your distance and angle to the object is making it disappear from the bottom up. And that just isn't my experience.
Well, this is based on the same angles, and we're just showing how a density gradient can affect your observation of objects into
Well,
deeper into the
good.
density gradient.
It's good
So
that you guys have started accepting that. I mean, it took you about 3 years before you.
Well, it's
you would even
interesting
admit
because
there was such a
we
thing as
have started accepting it, Jem, and what we're finding is it doesn't falsify, you know, our immediate observations of the world. It kind of supports them, and we're just trying to get you to understand where we're coming from. That's all. I'm not trying to say this means the Earth is flat, but if you look at this obstructs the car. It's just refraction obstructing the car. This is the bottom of objects being forced up and compressed up, looking like obstruction. That's all.
Between you collectively, you've managed to make up over 100 reasons why things disappear from the bottom up when aren't the
when you just have one.
Is that car unseen?
Yeah,
Can you see the bottom of that car, Jem?
Works every time.
Can you see the bottom of that car, Jem?
If you just have one explanation and we have 100,
yeah. You don't. Well,
see, we understand reality. You just have one Earth curve.
Well,
that's it.
Well, if we agree, hold on a minute, Ranty. If we agree that there is an objective reality, i.e., there is only one true answer to this question, you haven't got a win if 99 of you were wrong, have you? And potentially 100 of you were wrong. That's not a great flat Earth win, mate, by anybody's standards.
On the other side, gently, one sec, you're making a lot of racket there, mate. Listen, on the other side of the coin, you're expecting everything to be conformed to like the fish tank observation where Brandon did it in a controlled environment, whereas we're saying, okay, these different observations that are taken in different places in our plane is, you know, has a lot of other things going on. You have different topography of the lands underneath the water, which add to a lot of different effects. You also have the incoming, the outgoing tide. All this kind of stuff makes a huge difference on what you see, and the amount of evaporation that's happening on the particular day also makes a huge difference.
I agree.
And
you should stop shooting things on the horizon. It's a completely fruitless effort.
So I went to what was it, Nicky Nook or something? It was like, I don't know, it's about 15, 20 miles away from here, and I saw essentially most of the Isle of Man, and I believe that there was around about 400, 500 meters, maybe more, that I saw that I shouldn't have seen on your model, right? And I went there every single day for I don't know, a few weeks, and every single time it was the same thing, right? So are you going to tell me that this was greater than your 7.6R refraction every single time that I went?
I'm surprised, Ranty, that you can I don't know, put aside the shame for long enough to even mention the words Isle of Man in front of
Why are you using psychological tactics to bring up the past?
Okay,
Look what I'm presenting right now.
That's all he has.
So we're talking about.
He's just told me about his observations of the Isle of Man when I spent 6 weeks arguing about how he could see Ireland when he was
right. Jem Panda. We're not talking about one observation.
And he told me all sorts of stories about how he absolutely knew for sure that was
Panda.
true. So I'm not going to accept this on his say-so. I'm sorry.
Jem Panda. We're not talking about one observation that Sleeping Warrior took where he claimed that it was at 30 feet when essentially it was at like 150 or something like that. We're not talking
I know,
about
but you
that.
supported him on that for weeks, Ranty.
Because I hadn't been to the location and hadn't actually gone and measured it. I was taking his word on this.
Right, but you were saying
Right?
the same sort of things
But,
about that observation that
however-
you just said about the
however-
observation that you've just
No.
told me about.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is that I actually release these videos live every single day for a few weeks, literally, and showed the same observation of the Isle of Man, and it was very clear where I was because I was right next down to the stone that says this is the top of Nicky Nook. I couldn't have done it any better. I
Well,
literally
some
panned
refraction
around
allowed you to see more than you should, probably.
every day, Jam Panda.
Yeah, that can happen every
By
day.
a substantial amount. Yeah. Okay.
Well, because if usually though the temperature and the pressure gradients are usually working in the same direction, right? It's usually
downwards.
It usually gets
Sinking.
colder. It usually gets colder as you go higher. That's more or less usually the case. And if you go day after day, and you know, I guess depends over how long you do it, I guess. But I'm assuming, you know, even over a couple of months, you could have similar climate and similar temperature and pressure conditions. And I can't remember what there's a couple of other things that go
Density.
into it.
So the density of the atmosphere. Where would you say the most densest region of our atmosphere is?
Lower down.
Okay, so what Brandon's showing you here is a density gradient. It's
Sure, I understand.
more dense at the bottom, and what you're seeing here is obstruction.
Well, if you
so all I'm saying,
I don't see that.
There is
I-
obstruction, right? So all I'm going to say is, look, and I'm going to leave it at this because I'm going to let Brandon take over. I'm sorry for interrupting, but look, he's showing a density gradient in his tank, and I said, and I've shown this many times that you can see further than you can, and we know that the densest regions are lower down. You said that yourself.
Well, I don't deny that. Nobody's denying that. But
So
why am I being shown such murky images? Because it should be possible to get water with sugar in it absolutely clear, right?
No, it's really not in
I
this
don't think
tank.
so.
Now, listen, maybe you can, but this is real world conditions, right? The air is not unmurky. When you look at something from 20, 30 miles away, it's not, you can't see it perfectly.
But our goal here is to, we would hope, would be to eliminate as many variables as we can, and two, to have be able to see clearly what's going on, and we can't see clearly.
But that's why I did the observations with the light taken out. Jam.
Well, why is it so murky?
This one right here. Is this murky to you? The one on the right?
Yes, very murky.
That's about as unmurky as you're going to get
You
it.
even use turbidity yourself in your description.
Of course. Why are you trying to take that as a variable out? That's a variable within the atmosphere.
Well, because when you're experimenting, you want to at least be accounting for all of your variables.
What makes you think I was taking turbidity out though?
If you can't remove them, and you could have removed this.
No, wait there.
But if I'm trying to replicate the atmosphere, why would I take turbidity out of the equation?
Well, because you want to test various hypotheses.
Are density and turbidity related?
Within this, well,
wait there.
You wouldn't be able to tell, would you, unless you separated them?
Go ahead, Gleam.
You wouldn't have any means of telling that, would you? You could do one experiment, then the other experiment. They're both experiments, and then maybe some sort of control around that. Sorry, Gleam, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. If you look up the list of refractive indices on Wiki, it shows you that it's actually sugar solution in water is used for the refractive index. It gives you all the percentages and what they're.
Right, I'm not unhappy with that idea at all. I'm really not.
Yeah, so there's no other consideration to be. It is really showing the refractive index. That is it.
Yeah,
Right,
the
but
largest amount of refraction that's going to happen is going to be between two mediums, right? But you're in the medium of air with the camera looking through a medium of sugared water and a barrier of glass. See, what would actually depict reality was if the camera was within the tank looking through the water.
No, it wouldn't.
That's not what you've got.
That is a very
point.
good point. If I was looking through from the camera outside of the glass container with the sugar solution into it, outside the back at another object behind it, but there is no degradation in the quality of the observation if I'm looking at the front glass into the refractive medium, and I'm looking only within the refractive medium. I am gaining nothing by putting that camera, very little by putting that camera directly against the glass in the front of the refractive medium.
Okay.
Quote
I'll
2020.
accept-
Quote 2020.
Hold on, let him
Panda,
respond.
Ranty, stop looking over the horizon is what he said. Quote 2020 Gem Panda. Stop looking
I didn't
over
say
the
that.
horizon.
I didn't say that at
Yes,
all.
you
What I
did.
said was stop doing observations of the horizon.
I think
They're
that was.
fruitless.
I think that was gently
They will
who made
never
that.
ever
You said
demonstrate
over the horizon.
They will never demonstrate anything that you want them to demonstrate.
Of course, you can't look over the horizon.
They've
Anyway, gently.
completely failed it. They've completely failed in that endeavor thousands of times in the last 5 years.
Oh, for Pete's sake, get off your soapbox.
Well, okay, show me the great observation that's changed the world for you guys.
We've showed it to
Go
you
on, say
so many
black swan.
times. We've showed you so many things. Have you watched Ranty's channel on a regular basis, Jem? I mean, for real, dude.
Yeah.
Brandon, bring up your.
I'm not
the
saying
link
you
in
haven't
your
made the observations, Brandon. I'm saying they haven't achieved any goals for you. They haven't.
No, you said they never.
What goals do you think we
ever
have?
measured the horizon.
No, I
They
didn't.
never measured the
No, I
horizon.
didn't say that. I never said that.
What goals do you think we have, Jem?
Well, I would hope to advance your idea in some way.
With who?
With humanity.
Well, humanity? You mean each other?
Oh, so let me get this right then. You believe that humanity, all of humanity, is being lied to on a massive scale, and you have no.
This is one of my favorite obfuscations.
And you have no desire. You have
I like
no
this tactic. Go ahead.
You
Jem.
have
No,
no
I love it when they
desire.
say this. You know who else
Just
says
wipe
this?
me out.
Negator
Just
says
wipe me
this
out,
too.
guys. Don't want to hear what I've got to say. You have no desire to prevent that at all. You have no desire to alleviate this humanity from this terrible situation that they're in.
It's like you're
just
playing a
happy
little
with things
violin,
as
and
they
my
are.
ears become so happy when you say that because it's so ridiculous, Gem Panda. It's so obvious a
So
fallacy
your goal is
that
to
you're
just
throwing
be a
out.
flat earther on the internet and just keep
I
showing
share
pictures
all
of
my.
fish
I'm
tanks
hosting
and
a show
things.
5
And
days
you
a
don't
week.
care if that achieves
Ranty has been hosting a show for 18 months. We're
So you
talking
have
about our
no-
observations. We're a little science community, just like the occultists that you worship back in the
What's
1600s.
the point of your science observations? What
To
are
share
you hoping
information about the world with each other so we know who we are, where we are, why we're here, how we got here. For real,
But
instead
you're
of
all-
listening to
but
the
the only
governments of
people
the
who believe
world
them-
who lie to us constantly.
But the only people who believe them are the people who already believe all that stuff.
No, they're not.
No.
I didn't believe that at first. And then I started listening to people. I listened to Ranty and I listened to Nathan and I took the best from where I could take it. And I listened to Jared even and Globebusters. And you know what? I don't believe everything I've heard, but
You
do.
went down the flat Earth rabbit
There
hole
you
and
go.
believed all
Are
the
you going to
bullshit.
accuse us of being
You didn't believe
occultists
it.
next?
You didn't
Please
believe
accuse
it.
us
You didn't
of being
suddenly start
occultists.
believing the Earth was flat because of
Okay,
a
Gem Panda.
because of a murky video
Okay,
of
listen.
Please.
I want to interrupt.
Do
I
it.
really
Call me
want
an
to interrupt.
occultist.
I really want to interrupt, right? Okay, Gem Panda. When did you decide for yourself that you were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
Oh, I didn't. I learned it.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, when
Well,
did
actually,
you?
I think I learned that from flat earthers. Actually, I don't think I knew the speed of rotation before I came across.
You're
flat
so
Earth.
innocent.
So you never knew. You never knew that you were spinning.
I didn't say that. I knew that the Earth was rotating. I say it rotates once every 24 hours. I mean, that's knowing your speed of rotation. I didn't know. I didn't know the 1,000 miles an hour stuff before I came across flat Earth. Who does?
I know exactly. I mean, imagine if most people thought they were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Most people would say, "Oh, fucking no way! I'm not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour."
rotates, if you say a 24,000 mile circumference Earth rotates once in 24 hours, that makes it all believable somehow and totally
No,
different.
you said no human has ever measured the radius of the Earth, measuring the horizon. No human.
What the point I was making there was that is not how we derive the circumference of the Earth. And Quantum Eraser and his ilk want to pretend that we did one measurement 1,000 years ago, and we've just gone with that since.
Who is Quantum Eraser and who cares what he believes?
And that's idiotic. And well, I'm responding to a question directly about Quantum Eraser and his blabber. So that was my point that I was making. We are not reliant upon Al-Biruni for knowing the circumference of the Earth, and anyone who pretends that we are is bullshit.
Okay, so when you was a child,
yeah,
Brian, that's a bit of feedback there, mate.
Oh, my bad, shit.
Okay, so Jem, when you was a child, when did you believe that you was on a ball?
When did I know that I was on a spherical Earth? Was when I was about 6 or 7, I think.
And did you come to that conclusion yourself?
No, I was taught it, wasn't I? How could I?
So when you say you were taught it, what does that mean? What does that? Can you clarify what you mean by you were taught it? Can you clarify that?
I was told that we live on a spherical Earth and that it rotates once a day.
Okay, so somebody told you that
Yes.
you live on a globe, and you as a young child believed that.
Yes.
And here you are, some, I don't know, 30, 40 years later.
Many things I was told as a young child, and very, very many of them turned out to be true. Almost all of them, in fact.
Okay, so you were told this as a child.
Your experience, Ranty. Would you say that's your experience?
Hold on. So you were told this as a child, but you never figured it out for yourself. You never worked it out for yourself. You never went out and tested it for yourself. You had to be told. If you had never been told that you were on a globe, would you have naturally come to that conclusion yourself?
Well, that would depend on. I mean, I guess with my experience as a child, I think I'm not sure if I would have come to that conclusion on my own, but I wouldn't have been able to make sense of the idea that the Earth was flat.
But if you was told,
I circumnavigated the Earth by the time I was 9, so I'd done a fair amount of traveling for.
If you were taught the Earth was flat, though, let's go the opposite way.
No. Let's go back to the other point, which was what you turned around and just said, that you never realized you were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour until you came to flat Earth. So if you was a child, hold on, let me get my full question out, please. Come on, Jem Panda. So if you were 6 years of age and you were told by the same person that told you that you lived on a globe, was also telling you that you were spinning faster than any airplane, commercial airplane that you could get on and hop onto the Atlantic, across the Atlantic or whatever, and you were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, essentially the speed that it takes for, to break the sound barrier. What would you have thought of that at 6 years of age? If somebody had told you that?
I would have thought, like many of the things I learned about the world when I was 6 years old, that it was incredible, and it would be. But that's true of many, many things we learn about reality.
Santa would be incredible if he was real.
But to return to my question, would it be true of you, Ranty, that most of the things that you were taught as a child, the things you've been able to check on at least, turned out to be true?
For example, Santa wasn't true. We don't have snow in winter.
Okay, but
we don't have sun in summer. Nobody's gonna have a happy life.
Well, I mean, Ranty, to be fair, there may be a Santa. We don't know because we don't really know what the North Pole is. But continue, please.
But here, listen,
we still believe in.
My whole point is very simple: is that, listen, if you were filled with the full facts as being a child, that you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, you live on a globe, you would look at reality and you would be, as a child, I mean, you'd be looking at it and thinking, yeah, I don't feel I'm still at 1,000 miles an hour. I don't think we're on a globe. It looks pretty flat to me. Your senses would tell you that that isn't true. But your and I'm going to say this, your indoctrination, and I'm going to say that because you actually said that you were taught this. Your indoctrination would take over because because we are all manipulated as children. We have very manipulated minds, or the possibility to be manipulated for the most part. In fact, all of us, I think probably everybody on the panel right now was at one point, just like you, a globe right? And that's because we were taught that. Then we snapped out of that because we had the ability to step out from that and look at reality and say, hey, our senses don't tell us that. Our measurements don't tell us that. Our optics don't tell us this. Nothing what you've told us matches what we were told when we were a child. And we're able to disassociate ourselves from that and say, that isn't real. That isn't right. That isn't true. And you're going to turn around and say, well, no, well, now we've got to invoke magic refraction that's making your senses tell you it's wrong. So your senses were wrong to start with, and now your senses are wrong now. It's all about your senses. And this is what you're trying to do.
Well, you've got a video. I'm watching a video on your channel right now, which establishes the idea of refraction, at least to some degree. And you're sat there going, oh, you had magical refraction. And as for what I learned as a child, well, thank God. I learned loads of things as a child, lots and lots of things about the world, and they all turned out to be true.
Who invoked magic?
Of course you
let me ask Jim, what year
as a
did you take
child,
English class?
Hold on, Aaron. Let Randy finish, please.
So I will finish, and then I really want to let Aaron speak because Aaron's been a great supporter to the show. So I do want to make him finish.
I wanted to say.
I was just going to ask Jim, what year in primary school?
Hold on, Aaron. Hold on, Aaron. Please. Let Jam Panda finish, and then
sorry.
please, just let him finish. Go ahead.
So as for what I was taught as a child, like I say, I was taught lots of things, as were you, even though you can't admit it, that were useful to you. And that's the way of things. And my experiences, most people have not been trying to lie to me throughout my life. That hasn't been my experience. I usually I take people at face value, and usually the people I've had exchanges with in my life, most of them, the overwhelming majority of them, have been honest in what they've said and in their intention. And I don't like to think of my fellow humans as being a bunch of liars.
That's fair enough. Okay, so I'm going to make this one point, and then I'm going to let Aaron take over.
Too stupid to realize that they're being lied to. I don't think of my fellow humans that way. I know you guys have to, but I think that's unfortunate.
Okay, so my
Our
final
forefathers.
My final point before I finish, and then I would like Aaron to take over. Is literally going to be this: is that yes, I agree. As a child, probably 97.8% of everything that was told me as a child was true. There was 2.2% of that, or whatever, that was a little bit dodgy, right? But the vast majority was true. Don't cross the road unless the green man says so. You have to watch for the green man to cross over. Know your green cross road. Look left, look right. Cross the road. All that kind of stuff. As a child, you need to learn these things. What's 2 plus 2? 2 plus 2 is 4. Yeah, I understand this. 2 plus 2 is 4. Right? However, let me finish my point. Please let me finish my point. Right? And then there comes the point about the birds and the bees, and obviously people die and things like this. You're taught about all this kind of stuff, right, as a child. So we all understand that this is reality and this is provable, and you remember this. But you're also taught, out of all this 100% of stuff, maybe 1% of it that relates to the globe. Like, man went to moon, man came back from moon, right? Okay, yeah. Right? Okay, that's one thing, right? The other thing is that we live on a ball, right? And besides that, about the globe, we don't really learn that much. We're not really taught that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. Nobody's really taught that, like you said. But we live on a ball. We're shown a photograph of a ball. This is where you live, and man went to the moon, right? So of all the things you learn as a child, right, there's only like a few things that relate to the globe, right? But because everything else turned out to be true, right? You naturally then associate that because everything else was true, this must be true too, right? Because everything else has told me that was true, and this was true, this was true. That must be true because that's what we were told, and we see this. And then you get to watch the TV programs that show you this indoctrination of cartoons, mainly cartoons as children, going off to the moon, going off to the moon, going off to Mars, to Venus, space war, Mars war,
in those things,
Star
right?
Wars, all that kind of thing. As a child, you're showed this indoctrination from Hollywood because that's what they do, right?
Yeah, but you're into just a narrative now, and it's
listen. That's my point. But listen, I'm going to step away and listen. I really want to listen to Aaron literally have a debate with you. But this is my point: is that if you look back at things and you realize that yeah, sure, 95-97% of stuff was true. So you just naturally, as children, absorbed that information because you were told you live on a globe. You absorbed it, you believed it, you sucked it in because everything else was told you, because it was truth smeared with a little bit of bullshit on the top. But because the majority of it was truth, you just believed that, and that's how I feel. And I think most people would agree.
That's not what I've described. So
hold on, Ranty. It goes deeper than that. Our forefathers tediously surveyed across countries. Okay, every country, 200 foot at a time, just to have some bullshit brought about. It slipped in and added azimuths and did lazy. Okay, our forefathers.
Roboting, bro.
Yeah, you're roboting there, right? Okay, go on, Aaron. Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah, let's give Aaron some time, please, folks.
Yeah, I'm going on mute.
Thumbs up, everyone.
Yeah, hit the thumbs up. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs up. We got people out there watching you. They know if you've hit the thumbs up. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, you never know what might not happen.
We need 100 likes. Come on, we can do this. Right, come on, Aaron. You're there. Look, you've got yourself on mute now. Come on. Literally, the panel's open for you, my friend. Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on, Aaron. You can do it. Take yourself off mute.
Aaron.
If you don't
If
take
Aaron
it,
isn't
I'd
gonna
like
do
to finish Summer off quickly with Gem.
Of course, go ahead, Glee.
Yeah, just very quickly, Gem. Just, you don't have to give a yes or no, but it'd be very good if you could give a yes or no. From what was presented in that video, not Brandon's, but including Brandon's, it was the previous video and Brandon's. There is a case, I do believe myself.
She's coming by. Let me know so I can leave.
But I'd like to know whether it's your belief, is that flat earthers say that overlapping happens in as much as there's a rough surface, so things get hidden beyond certain point because you can't see beyond that point. No matter if it's knee high, yeah, it will always, because your perspective rises to eye level. And refraction, or the refractive index, what Brandon was just showing. So I believe that their point of view is they're saying that both perspective has been proven in real life, in a small scale, of course, but perspective and refraction have both been proven to be able to hide stuff bottom up with those mechanisms. Let's say them concepts. Let's say they haven't proven anything, however, they have demonstrated that it does happen.
Yeah, well, I don't think they have.
Okay, so what you was blatantly saying that in the dark one, something must have been hiding it. Now, do you agree then that overlapping happens?
I don't know. I don't really know what you mean by overlapping, but I don't.
As
I
in a
don't.
bumpy floor.
I would need to spend more time looking at it. I don't really know. I mean, it may be, as he describes, it may be just a temperature change, but that seems a bit.
I
I
think
don't know. I
that
don't know
was
whether I
what
buy
that
that.
There was absolutely nothing in that video that showed whether the floor was actually flat or not.
Right.
All right.
No, but
fair,
why?
fair
Why
point,
would you
Gently.
need
But
that?
Jem, you said what other variables do you want us to rule out? I mean, just state them clearly, because he asked me privately how I thought he could improve upon the observations that he'd done and what variables we wanted him to test for. So, just state them.
Well, we've never ever seen one of these observations where someone establishes that the floor is actually flat.
How
I
flat
don't
does
think
the
we've ever
floor
seen
have
one
to be?
once.
How flat do you think the Earth is across a certain span? Let's say 6,000 miles.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? It depends on the size of the object that we're looking at and what angle we raise up to and things like that.
Are there
Well,
mountains
they won't make
between
any
me?
difference.
Let's say no. I mean, Jim.
If I put something 10 feet tall at the end of the hall and something a millimeter tall, they'll just look the same. We don't need to worry.
If I'm looking 6,000 miles, are there not mountains
We're
and
not looking. We're
streams and
talking about this
valleys?
observation that you've just described.
I'm just saying, but what does that prove? I mean, obviously there's going to be bumps in the floor. Right? How does that relate to real world if it's flat? Can you tell me where everything's flat, like a billiard ball, or like a what? What is a flat like?
Because you're trying to establish that. I'm sorry, mate. I didn't mean to.
What are we trying to establish?
No. It's just the point that literally that establishes the fact that stuff gets blocked bottom up by bumps in the floor. So the curvature of the Earth would be a bump in the floor.
But it didn't get
There is no
blocked by
flat Earth
anything.
model that shows you anything that would be blocked bottom up.
But Gently, there is no flat Earth model, first of all. And second of all, it wasn't blocked by anything on the floor. It seemed to be attributed to a temperature difference.
But if you're trying to establish that, that's why you need to make sure that it can't be anything else.
Of course.
You've eliminated the other variables. Like, for instance, making sure that the Earth, the floor is truly flat, or at least flat enough within a certain tolerance that the experiment is, or the observation is still valid.
The first question I asked him was, is there anything in between the camera? I asked him to substantiate the height of the light and the height of the camera. And I said, is there anything in between that could block it? And we'll certainly, I mean, what are you concerned is blocking the light? Because we can pass that along to him.
Speculate now.
No, I'm not speculating. I asked him questions. He told me what he thought. And you're asserting some variable that I don't see any evidence for.
Well, it may not be there.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. If you have any ideas what it could be, let me know.
You haven't got any way of knowing if I am or not, have you?
Exactly. That's why I'm asking you for ideas on what you think that variable that could be blocking the light that we haven't thought of is, so I can tell him to take that out of the next observation.
Well, the flat floor is the first one. I don't know if Gently's got any more, because I have talked
The camera's lower than the light.
It would largely depend on the light as well, how direct the beam was. If you had like a single LED and it was pointing upwards, as you go lower, the outside of the LED won't be projecting any light, so you won't be getting any light coming towards the camera as you go lower down.
But Gently,
so the LED needs to be facing straight towards the camera itself, and if it's not, then you're not going to see a lot of light. Over that distance, it depends on the resolution of the camera as to whether you would actually get a valid image anyway.
How do those impact the observations that we reviewed before? Because we saw the camera watching the light. We watched the video together, right? We watched it watching the light. They opened the door, let the cold air in, then they closed the door, and then our view of the light oscillated and disappeared. That was the only variable that I saw, was the opening of the door, the closing of the door, which I attribute to a difference in temperature. Now, if you think there's something else that happened in that observation, which I asked about when he showed us that observation, let me know. Do you think someone threw a stick in front of it? Do you think someone did something else?
No. I think that's what you saw. I think what I saw was someone's mobile phone, and they've got an autofocus.
You didn't see it. You didn't see
it.
Hold
on, Brian. Hold on, Brian. Gently finish.
So when the door opened, the ISO all changed and stuff because of the autofocus on the camera, and it took the image with the light, and then as it closed, you see all the ISO start changing, and all the image starts stabilizing and stuff, and the image starts flickering, and you get all that good stuff going on, and then he raises the camera up and down, and as he goes lower, the light disappears, and as he goes higher, you can see the light again. So there is something blocking the light.
So you think that it was a physical block of the light?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to get the raw observations from him. We'll certainly take a look at them. That was the first time we've seen them. I find it interesting that you guys are rushing in here as skeptics, which is fine. We're all skeptical. That's why I asked him for the raw data.
Hold on, Brandon. Remember, I have repeatedly tried not to speculate, and you have repeatedly insisted that I do. And now you're criticizing me.
Because I'm asking you a question.
You are.
I'm asking you a question. It's a legitimate question as a scientist to ask. What do you think is the variable that is been thrown in the mix?
Because I haven't had time to look at it.
Okay, so let's see the raw footage and take a look at them. I thought they were very good, exciting observations. We don't know if they'll pan out. I'm not saying Pete the Great has proved the flat Earth. All come to me and throw me money. Please follow me. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying let's see Pete the Great's raw footage. Let's all take a look at it. Let's change some variables. He's done a good thing. Can you admit that he has done a good thing by providing us some stuff to look at?
You repeatedly objected to the fact that I should want to see any more footage, didn't you?
Okay, Gem Panda.
That was a
What are you
big
talking
problem
about?
for you.
Of course, I want to see more
over
footage.
your observation.
He asked what we would want to see more. What's the problem? That's science.
I don't know.
Jim's just trying to be controversial. That's all.
Of course.
Can I ask that other guy a question?
I asked Brandon for his footage. He repeatedly objected to that idea.
Oh, Ranty spoke up first, but Rakia has a question.
So
Ranty,
don't sit there saying, "Oh,
Ranty, if you want to ask a question, go ahead. Otherwise, Rakia has something.
Because you were absolutely not happy to show me everything. You resisted it like crazy.
I just presented for you my observations of the fish tank, which have been widely available and discussed for months, brother.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, Ranty, did you have something to say, or do you want Rakia to go ahead?
Yeah, my only point is I'll just reaffirm what I said before is that I vouch for the observations that Brandon did. I actually advised him, watched him. We were talking every day for hours at this time. So, I was actually quite aware of what was going on. So I will vouch for his observations. But in the meantime, if Rakia wants to make his point,
I vouch for my 55 of
this will be
years of
quick.
life experience.
Okay,
where
Jim,
I've
we've
never
heard
seen
you.
things disappear from the bottom up.
Yeah, I think you've said enough, Jem. As a skeptic, I take under my wing and in my mind what you said as a skeptical observer of what's going on, and I would like to hear from Rakia. Go ahead.
Okay.
Is it Gently's channel that was talking?
Yes.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
You
I don't
can,
know how to
my
address
friend.
Gently's channel. Do you agree that an atmospheric can?
Hello?
I think you might have cut out right there, Rakia.
Dropped. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gently. Do you agree at all that an atmospheric condition can obstruct something from the bottom?
From the bottom? Not easily, no.
So you don't think that any type of refraction or miraging or mirroring would obstruct an object in the distance?
It certainly would obstruct an object in the distance, yes.
That's what we're talking about. And if that object was tall, the bottom would be obstructed first. Don't you agree with that?
It would largely depend on how the refraction was happening and how you were viewing the refraction. But I would say that if you were in a tower that was, say, 1,500 meters tall and you were looking at a sunset, you would be above the largest majority of the refraction. If you saw a sunset and you were at the bottom of the tower and you went all the way up to the top of the tower and you could see the sunset again, then refraction alone wouldn't account for the disappearance bottom up.
Well, for one, I didn't say refraction alone, right? But we are talking about some observations that are low. and some mirage and atmospheric conditions are happening where the obstruction of the object in the distance is happening and the bottom part is being obstructed. And as your angle increases, you can see more and more of it. Or if that object is tall enough, you can see the top and not the bottom. And also, I have a picture of the Marriott Hotel from distance where you can see one portion of the Marriott Hotel that faces you directly. So it's a blunt edge, which is shiny. And you can see that part of the Marriott, but the other two parts that are actually taller than the part of the Marriott that you can see are at two different angles. So that light is not reaching the observer, although they're taller structures. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. You can diffract light in any direction. It wouldn't necessarily have to be a direction towards your line of sight. That would be fine. I've got no problem with that.
That's what we're talking about. A mirage hiding the bottom. We're talking about refraction. We're talking about deflection of light. We're talking about angle of attack is what I call it. The light source angle. We're talking about the combination of all those things above that are obstructing
mirage
objects in the distance, usually bottom up because of that.
Yeah, but you're attributing things like when you see the sunset. So let's imagine you see the sunset between two islands that are 25 miles apart, and you see the sunset between them, and you think, well, that sun must be 20 miles in distance between the two islands. Then you can't imagine that you would refract half of that distance when the islands themselves aren't being distorted. If you
Well, if you want to talk about the sun, we can do that, but you would agree that sun is a different type of object we're not really talking about. We're talking about buildings and boats and things like that for the most part. Now, although the sun, is one of those objects that perspective plays a part, or we could talk about that all day long, but you would agree that that's different than a building or a light in the distance that's within our atmosphere, right? Could be affecting it differently.
I agree it's not within our atmosphere, but all you see from the building is the light coming from the building, and all you see from the sun is the light coming from the sun. So the only thing you are looking at is light. The only thing you ever perceive is light.
One's reflected light, though, right?
Everything's refracted light. Everything refracts in the medium.
One's reflected light, and one's not.
One's
matter. Direct light from the sun.
What difference does that make?
Or are you honestly saying direct light from a different out of our atmosphere is different? Is the same as reflected light from within our atmosphere?
I'm saying all light is light. That's what I'm saying. What do you imagine the difference would be?
Well, I just proved that the angle of the reflected light could make a difference, whether you would see a taller building that you should be able to see because you're seeing a building that's shorter right next to it. That's actually connected. So obviously the angle of the reflected light makes a difference, right?
The position of the observer would make a difference.
And the position of the object in the foreground, correct?
Well, yeah, but that would be in relation to the observer, obviously.
I mean, when you start denying these things that you can be shown and observe yourself, that's when I start drawing a line of we're talking about two different things.
I gave you no denial. I agreed with pretty much everything that you just said.
Well, but you didn't actually agree that objects can be obstructed from bottom up due to the atmospheric conditions and other conditions such as mirages.
I've yet to see a mirage that is obstructed from the bottom up. So if you can tell me that does exist, show me that.
Okay, so I
Show
guess
me
my
one
last
that ain't.
question.
Do you not know what sinking
Hang on, let me
is?
finish real quick because I'm almost done. I have one more question that I just want to get your opinion on. Do you think there's any conditions out there, all the conditions that we know about, that would cause the water that we're looking over, let's say 10 miles, to appear to rise up and obstruct an object in the distance, let's say 15 or 20 miles away from an observer? Do you think that's an effect that we see?
Not one that I've ever seen.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being cordial.
That was a good line of questioning. So I would just ask, if we haven't shown you evidence, if we haven't shown you actual observations, what the hell have we shown you? I don't understand. What do we need to do more
No shit.
to show you things that obviously you could object to as are not a part of your model, that are in opposition to the stories that we're told? That's our whole point, is just to say, hey, we think reality might be different from what we're told exactly. And here are the observations that we've done. Randy's done 5 years of going out with this camera and looking at stuff and taking pictures and coming back and saying, oh, it's out of focus. Oh, you're not at the right observer height. No. Now my sugar tank. Oh, you didn't have enough sugar. Oh, it's too cloudy.
But
There's always an excuse. What are we missing? Why are we not considered scientists? Gently.
The way I'm interpreting your question is, which dirty, horrible looking image proves to you that the earth is flat? And none of them does.
Dirty, horrible image ever taken by a V2 bomber or a V1 rocket going up into the stratosphere has been considered proof of curvature. Let's throw out all our dirty laundry. I'll throw out all the flat earth dirty laundry if you throw out all the globe dirty laundry, and that includes everything that's been put forward by the government as proof of a ball earth. You throw that out and you show me your proof on the ground as a human being, as a non-member of the political establishment, and I'll take it seriously. And you must take what I show you as a non-member of the political establishment seriously as well. And we'll compare baseball cards and we'll see where we come out, and we'll try to be scientists together and figure shit out. You got it?
Why? No. Firstly, neither of us are scientists.
I am a scientist. We are science.
Hold on. I have to say that was the greatest speech I've heard from a flat earther in about fucking
nonsense, Ranty.
No, it was true.
It was nothing to do with science. It was true. To do with the political position.
And
conspiracy.
No. That was true. That was
it was conspiracy.
That was
politics.
absolutely true.
Nothing scientific was brought up by Brandon there.
You show me, or you show Brandon, your proof that you actually took.
What Brandon just said wasn't scientific at all. That is the statement I'm making here, Ranty.
You show it gently, please. You show him your proof, not what somebody else showed you.
Okay.
He wants to discuss science. Stick to science.
So if I were to
from the government.
Yeah. Okay. So if I were to build a sundial. Okay, so if I were to build a sundial, can you explain a sundial working accurately on a flat plate?
Yes, I have 10 sundials sitting next to me for every single different latitude. I will show you every single last way how a sundial does not prove a globe and proves that the sun moves around us in a circle. Gently, I will show you that in detail. You come visit me.
Carry on. You do that then.
Shout out to John. John, you'll know John. John, you don't know John, but John knows me and I know John, I think. John in the chat or the in the stream right now has made a £10 donation to my PayPal. So thank you very much, John, for
shout out.
Hell yeah, shout out John. Hey, Phil Kyle.
John, woohoo!
Phil Kyle says,
man,
I am a scientist. Brandon Toy 2020. You're goddamn right. You are talking to a whole panel of scientists right now. Let me tell you something. Brian, let's talk about Brian, okay? Funny Brian with the bad microphone. Brian Leakey. Funny joke Brian, who goes on all the shows and talks about all the interesting goddamn shit you love to hear about. Hey, Brian, how come you went to that gifted school when you were a kid, Brian? Leakey, speak now.
Hey, Brian, you were gifted, right, Brian?
Brian, Leakey.
His mic.
Oh my God!
It doesn't matter if he was.
I'm going to start a GoFundMe for a mic for Brian, okay? Because I'm tired of hearing him eat his mic. But Brian, let me tell you something about Brian Leakey. I have heard more intelligent shit from Brian Leakey than I have heard from 95% of the teachers I've had in my life.
Oh, give over. Brian,
Easily.
dumb
Can I
as a
answer
box
your
of
question?
I don't
Here he is,
care
here he
about
is.
the mistakes
Here he
he's
is.
made. I don't care about the mistakes.
he is.
Scientists make
Brian
mistakes.
hasn't
He's
got a
there.
clue.
Scientists make mistakes. They say stupid
Brandon.
shit. Brian
Brandon, can I
Leakey.
just answer gently?
Yeah.
Can I just answer gently and say, go look up who Anaxander was? Anaxander got the gnome from the Babylonians in the first instance. The gnome is the sticky up bit on a sundial.
The sticky uppy bit on a sundial. Yes, yeah, I'm
Yep.
aware.
Anaxander and Talus of Milesia, or Malicious, however you say it, they were the first ones to use that to track the sun, and they were both flat earthers, both had flat earth models, and it
They had-
does not matter.
So-
Weird.
Sorry, you
Hang
sorry,
on,
Gleam,
I
you
have
claimed
to
Let
that
Gleam
point.
they had
finish.
flat
Let
earth
Gleam
models.
finish gently. I'll give you time.
No,
Let
I
Gleam
need
finish.
that I
Gently,
need that
let
flat
Gleam
earth model.
finish.
I
Stop
need
talking. Let Gleam finish.
citation.
I'm going to mute you.
Citation.
I'm going to mute you.
Relax.
Go ahead, Gleam.
Relax.
Okay, I'll pull up the citation because
Plenty
you
of
want
time.
It, but
Oh no, it's true. These people.
Plenty
these
of
people are-
time, Jem. Let Gleam finish.
Just relax. Everyone
the
relax.
point being,
I'll give you
the
time
point
too,
being-
Jem.
Okay.
the point being is that you don't actually need any model or shape of the Earth. What the gnome managed or allowed them to achieve is to track sun cycles. Okay, and that would be on a sphere. It would work on a flat Earth. It would work on whatever model you envisaged it to. And I'm just about to post in the general chat the two citations of the two separate flat Earth models because they both believed in two separate different things. Talus was a waterman, so he believed the flat Earth floated in water, and Anaxander believed there was massive belts. Just going into the general
And I
chat.
think that it was moving upwards. I think
Gently was first. Go ahead, Gently.
So they're in the general chat.
Right, so I'd just like to have a look at this model and see how well this model conforms to reality. And also, Glenn mentioned the cycles, the cycle of the sun. What period of time is that cycle of the sun? Is that 24 hours?
It's a cycle of pi, believe it or not. It's an approximation of pi.
I think it's also important to remember that in their world there was no southern hemisphere. It didn't.
The sun
it
used
didn't
to either hide underneath the flat Earth, or in Anaxander's version, the belts were actually the sun and the moon were holes in the belts.
Yeah.
No.
I'm aware of it, but they, for them there was only they call it the Greek word is oikimene, which means the area where people live, and
Sure.
they only knew of the mainland of Europe and Asia and Africa.
Huh.
You could call
Can I
that
tell
the
you
equator,
something?
right?
That
The
would what would be
equator.
called
So-
civilization
so-
currently, Jem. The area that we know where people live and have been to, that's called fucking Earth. That is all we know. Period.
Apart from Brandon, that you maybe missed the fact that you
Did
live
I
in a
miss
country
something?
called-
Have you been outside
Yes.
Earth?
Yes. You live in a country called America, and these people didn't know there was an America.
Oh, I
Or an
missed that you
Australia,
mentioned multiple
or New
countries. I'm
Zealand,
so stupid.
or
Am I inbred too?
Any people south of the equator.
Oh,
So,
there's an
so
equator?
that-
The equator.
So their world was very different to the one that we live in. or the
Okay,
world
thank
that-
you, Jem. Thank you for that enlightened view.
Well, this is
Just like
important, isn't it? If you're
Eratosthenes.
tracking the sun, you
Stick
need-
two sticks
you
in the
need-
ground,
you need-
measure
you
the
need whatever model you
accumulation
propose
of the
to-
moisture
Everyone
between the two
relax.
lead
Let me
balls,
finish.
and you'll know
Everyone
how
relax
far
a
the sun
bit.
is. Is that how it goes?
You need whatever model you propose to work
Calm
in the
down,
southern
Joe.
hemisphere
Everyone
as
calm
well.
down.
But you don't
Everything's
need
okay.
to do that
All right.
if at that time you don't believe there is a
Amazingly,
southern hemisphere.
Aaron is the voice of reason at this point. We're being idiots. Let's handshake. No.
Everything's
Sure.
okay. It's a great argument.
I know,
Yeah,
but
wanna hear
let's do some virtual handshakes.
I
Jem,
just think if we're gonna
come on, man! I'm trying to offer you the olive branch, and you're still talking. I'm saying,
I'm just saying
Just
if we're
let him
going-
speak.
if we're going to refer to the ancient Greeks, we need to understand how they understood things.
Yes,
and
because
that
we
is
have so
part of
many
it.
first-hand sources of how the ancient Greeks thought.
All right, well, don't refer to them then if they're unreliable.
We don't have to
you lot
rely
bring them
on
up.
a single, 15th, 16th
It's funny how
century
they're all
monk
fun and
to
dandy
tell
when
us
they're
what they
flat
thought.
earthers,
Huh,
but when we
Jim?
point out some of the
The
flaws
Masons,
in
they didn't have anything to do with telling us all the history that we thought about for the last 500 years or where we are or who we are. I get it, man.
Are the ancient Greeks good or not? You decide. I don't care.
I think they're a fucking cartoon until proven otherwise. You prove it otherwise.
Sorry, Dean.
History is just as open to empiricism as science and how the world works. Show me some proof that the Eratosthenes even existed. Show me it, Jem.
It's irrelevant.
Show me some proof that Eratosthenes existed or never say his name again.
Why would we care?
Show me some proof that Eratosthenes existed or never say his name
You're
again.
saying the same thing for the fourth time. So just listen.
Well, you don't seem to understand it.
Okay, I do understand it. What you don't understand is it's irrelevant whether he existed or not. We can repeat
bingo. That's my point.
We can repeat his experiment today, and it will turn out exactly the same as described.
Sticking two sticks in the ground, looking in one well.
Doesn't make any difference if he existed or not.
It does, actually. It does.
What's important is the evidence that he presented, and that's the same today as it was 2,500 years ago.
Hey, Jem, I challenge you to come back. I challenge you to come back in the next week. Hold on, Aaron. I challenge Jem to come back in the next week and show me the Eratosthenes experiment
From
repeated.
Eratosthenes' time, we weren't proving that.
I know, but I don't want to hear his name again. Come back and show me, Aaron, hold on. Show me the Eratosthenes experiment repeated.
You honestly think it hasn't been repeated in the last 2,500 years? You honestly?
Exactly.
Are you serious, dude? What did he use? What did he use for his experiment?
What did well?
Even calling it an experiment is an abomination. What did he do?
Well, Kosho did it with I think
Kosho did it. Oh, Kosho did it. Okay.
But there's a number of them on YouTube done by various people. So,
I'll go look on YouTube. That's where I get all my scientific information.
It is there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
You think so? Where do you get yours from? Where does NASA post all their stupid images of the ISS?
What form would you
On
like
their
this
website.
evidence to be presented in?
Where their website? Oh, that's much better than YouTube. Hey, no, why do you have these two defending you, Jem? You can't speak for yourself. Every time you say a word, these guys speak up. Who are they?
That's fine. We're now rejecting. Listen to this, flat earthers. Anything on video, that's no good anymore. So if it was on
Who said that, Jem? Please rewind the tape and tell us where anyone said that.
It's on YouTube. Brandon says it's no good.
Okay, fine.
Please rewind the tape and show us where anyone said that.
On the website, Brandon also says that's no good. So I hope you're all
Everyone calm down.
Jim, can I give you one thing?
I'm just letting you talk, Jem, because the more you talk, the more you discredit yourself. And can we now please listen to Brian tell us about his gifted childhood? Go ahead, Brian.
No, it wasn't no gifted childhood and everything. It was advanced classes. I mean, I guarantee you everybody here has been in advanced classes and did gifted, all that shit. But look, just
Brian.
a quick thing about the and in New Orleans, we the advanced classes went to the booster NASA facility in Slidell, Louisiana, and it looked
Calm down, Brian. Calm down.
They didn't, yeah, I know, right?
Speak
But they,
clearly.
They didn't let us real close to the boosters, but it was in the middle of a big old factory, like a 3-story that walked around, and it looked like just thinking back, it was a long time ago, but it looked like just a thin, tiny, real thin, maybe aluminum, whatever frame with like paper mache. It wasn't even fully built, and I'm like, it was crazy. Looking back, it's like, God, how could I just not put 2 and 2 together? But besides that, real quick, Jim, y'all are so, and gently, y'all are so bent on the sun. Okay, let's just say that summertime, okay, on the equinox. Okay, let's just say let's just take the equinox and say above
Speak clearly.
okay.
And shut
Above
up,
Ecuador,
please.
above Ecuador, on the equinox. Okay, we see. Let's just say we see Libra directly above Ecuador on the equinox. Okay, now that is, and then on the opposite side of the Earth, is the sun. Okay. Now, 6 months later, how can we see Libra anywhere on the Earth if it's facing directly away from toward the sun? Y'all are so hell bent on the sun model. It can't be a globe model just because of that. I've never got a straight answer. I mean, you could argue that over Polaris because you're looking up, but as far as the equatorial constellations during the equinox, and 6 months later, you're looking exactly at the sun, and we don't see stars when we're looking at the sun. Now, do we? Please give me an answer. You've been doing this for 5 years. Give me an answer.
Brian, let me give you an answer. Brian, you're looking up at.
I
Brian,
think he
you're
asked
looking up
Jem,
at the
didn't
sky.
he? Or did he ask Gently? Who did you ask, Brian?
He asked everyone, I think. He asked everyone. He listed everyone's name.
Just don't say because the universe is so big.
All right.
If I'm looking directly away from the sun on the
Well,
equinox,
you don't want me to tell you the truth. You don't want me to tell you the truth, Brian. Is that what it is?
No. Let's not go down that road. Just say the answer gently.
Right, when you look up at the sky, your perception of where the sky is where you see the blue sky. So when you see the stars, that's how far away you think the sky is. Compared to how far away the stars are, they are literally light years away. They are so far away. You move like less than a millimeter in comparison to the distance to the stars. It's all a matter of literal perspective. You are not moving far enough for those to move out of your line of sight.
I'm not sure that's what
the same constellations spin around us each year. Okay, the same constellations do a circle around us each year, every year. Okay, get through y'all's thick skulls. Okay,
let him finish.
The angle doesn't matter about the size. If I'm looking 165 degrees away from the sun, okay, then 165 degrees around the orbit is not going to show me that constellation. It's not even possible, dude. Just because it's big doesn't mean you're
Brian.
But we don't see it all year.
Different times a year, you see different constellations. You're aware of that, right?
It doesn't matter anywhere on Earth. We should not be able to see it. If we can see it from Ecuador on the equator, and 6 months later, nowhere on Earth should it be seen because every angle is going to be 165 degrees or less toward that angle, toward the constellation. But yet we see it all year round somewhere on Earth.
Good point.
Gently, Panda, why can we see the same stars year after year, decade after decade, century after century, millennium after millennium? Bullshit.
We don't.
Bullshit.
We don't.
Prove it.
See, what do you mean prove it? There are star charts from thousands of years ago. People recorded where the stars are for a period of fucking time, right up until now. There are star charts going back hundreds of years, right?
But
so that exists.
What
That's
new major stars do we see, Gently?
But if you look at
No, Jem. What major new stars do we see from the last 2,000 years? Let's say what do we see that the Egyptians didn't see?
Hold on a minute. All of the stars which are not visible with the naked eye, but are visible with the listen. All of the stars which are not visible with the naked eye, but are visible with a telescope, all of those have been discovered in the last 2,000 years, right?
No, not right.
In fact, less since the discovery of the telescope. Or
So
the
what?
Invention of the telescope.
So how the hell do you know that they're not the same stars that were there 2,000 years ago, Jem?
That's what you just asked me for, Brandon.
How do you know they're different stars?
You just said, what new stars have we discovered? And I pointed out all of the ones that can't be seen with the naked eye, but can be seen with the telescope. And you went, so what? I think you're a little bit drunk and you don't really remember what you're asking. Or
No, I understand completely what I'm asking. And what I'm asking is, what did they discover 2,000 years ago that we don't discover now? Let's put it that way.
In comparison to the lifetime of the universe, how long it takes for a star to form, there is who's got the feedback? Because that's most annoying.
Terrible. Brian, probably. I think it was. Yeah, it's gone.
Right. So how long it takes for a star to form versus how long our lifetime is, we're not even a fraction of a percentage versus that. So why would we see new star formation? We can see stars forming, but we haven't yet seen a star form as far as I'm aware. Why would we expect to? Why would you expect to?
So we haven't seen any change in the stars that we can tell in the last 2,000 years.
Yes. We see if
We've seen change.
If you Google
Sorry.
proper motion, you'll see the recordings that have been made of this motion of the actual stars themselves. This is them moving,
Google what?
not us moving in respect to them, with respect to them.
Google what?
Proper motion.
Proper motion.
Yeah, and you'll see, because there are examples. These examples have to be done with near stars, so for like Barnard Star and 61 Cygni, and they have to take place over decades usually. So there are some that take place for I think the longest one is about 40 years. There's some that are 10 and 20 years where we see this motion. So it's simply not true to say they're the same all the time.
So does anybody
Somebody
on the
said
panel,
that we've
flat
never
earthers,
seen
know
a
about
new
this
star
concept
form,
of
right,
proper
Brandon? Right?
stars? Gleam, are you aware of this proper stars notion, or anybody else?
You said proper motion.
I want to know what they're
Proper motion. Excuse me, guys. Proper motion. Sorry.
There's a good wiki page on with some examples of it.
That's okay.
Proper motion just means not relative to the Earth. It's the whole universe, how it all moves, in as much as
It's relative to the expansion of the universe. Everything stays in line with the same expansion.
The
same
expansion.
rate. Yeah.
Okay.
According to the expansion, right, Gleam, there should be stars forming everywhere every day that we can observe with these high-powered telescopes we have, all this fucking shit, right? But we don't
Completely
see that, right?
ridiculous
We always see the
statement.
exact same
Yeah.
stars. That's it.
Ridiculous statement.
nothing
No.
else.
There are examples observed of nebulous gases. I don't know whether I was going to say. Listen, listen.
Hold on,
No,
Aaron.
no,
Hold on,
not
Aaron.
exploding. No, not that. Coagulating is what I was going to say. Probably
Coagulating?
not the right. Listen. Probably not the right word, but
no, I like that word. Use that word.
But gathering together.
You mean like when blood like clots?
No, no, I don't.
No, that's right.
I mean,
Blood
being
clots from the
drawn
same
together.
link.
I mean, a cloud of gas
We drool together.
getting smaller and becoming more.
Why are they coagulating?
I mean, a
Gravity.
cloud of, let's get it straight, because obviously we're going to get all hung up because I used the word coagulating.
No, I like
even when
we?
immediately after
like
I'd said it, I said
good word.
maybe not the right
Easy,
word, but I
Jam,
mean
easy,
gathering
easy.
together.
I'm
But
just
let's
listening.
just pretend. Let's go on and
Everything's
on
okay.
about coagulating and be as obtuse as
okay.
we possibly can.
I'm
because
asking you
we're
questions. I'm a
truth-seekers.
curious
Because we're
bystander.
truth-seekers, and
Okay.
what we're trying to do
Everything's okay.
is confuse the conversation, not derive knowledge from it, right?
Everything's
How do they
okay.
coagulate,
Everything's fine.
Jem? I'm asking you a question. It's interesting.
Okay, so what I was going to say was we can observe this happening over periods of time, and it has been observed and recorded.
How long does it take a galaxy or a star cluster to coagulate?
Over. Hold on. Well, we're not. I'm not talking.
Eons.
Eons.
Did I say we've observed a galaxy?
Brandon, easy.
I'm just asking questions, Aaron.
Did I say nebulous gas? Is that what I said?
What have you seen coagulate,
Everyone
Jem? That's what I'm asking. I'm just trying to understand what you've seen coagulate, dude.
I wonder what.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I must have clicked something. Hold on, guys.
Star form. I wonder why you said that.
Why I
It's
said
just-
what?
Everyone
Sorry, I
relax.
lost you
It'll
for
be
a minute.
okay.
What did I say that was wrong?
Don't
Why,
worry.
why would you do that?
What did I say that was wrong, Jem?
Just let's
Well,
move on.
what I said was we'd seen nebulous gases coming together.
When
right?
have you
That's
seen
what I-
what nebulous gases have you seen? How long does it take
Well,
nebulous gas to come together?
I'll have to, like I say, I think the observation was made over about 5 years.
Oh, you didn't make it.
Obviously not, no.
Okay, 5 years it takes nebulous
Did I
gases to
claim at any
coagulate.
point
Got
to
it.
have made it? And please explain to me, if somebody makes an observation, right, and they present it to you, and somebody else makes an observation, and someone comes and tells you about that observation,
Yeah.
and you go and look at it, and that is presented to you.
Yeah.
What is the difference to you between those two things?
Oh, firsthand observations I always look at and evaluate based on their merits and ask questions.
So someone coming and telling you about an observation that they have made, that's a first-hand observation, is it?
For them, it's a firsthand observation. I mean, if it's video or whatever, I take it at face value. But oh geez, things are starting to.
Verifiable.
Is that a first-hand observation or a second observation?
Verifiable.
Well, I mean, do you have a first-hand observation of the nebulas like coagulating, or
what we're doing is examining your objection, Brandon. So if I do an observation myself and I present it to you, is that a first-hand observation?
Yeah, bring it. Yeah, do you have any? Yeah.
How is it?
It's your first-hand observation, right? You're sharing it with me, and I'm going to look at it, and I'm going to go, well, that's interesting. I've got some questions for you, and I'm going to put it through the scientific method. I mean,
that you've got over first-hand and second-hand observations. If you make an observation yourself, is that a first-hand observation?
yeah, that's a first-hand observation. Yep.
So for you, a first-hand observation is you making an observation and also somebody else making an observation and telling you about it. They're the same thing, a first-hand observation.
Well, I can review their first. Listen to me. Listen to me. I can review. I can review their evidence firsthand. It's a first-hand observation for them. And you're getting caught in the details, Jem. I mean, you're trying to catch me up in a like this little kind of technicality here. Obviously, if you present a first-hand observation, it's not a first-hand observation for me.
Just everyone relax. It's okay.
But I'm just asking about these stars. Jem, what do you think a star is?
Let's talk about observations.
No.
What is a first?
I really want to know what a star is. I've been asking this for a while. What's a star?
Now that if I make an observation and present it to you, that's a second-hand observation.
Technically for me, yeah, but if you present it in its video, then it's like
absolutely for you, it's a second-hand observation. Great. Let's move on to step 2 now. We're nearly there.
Okay.
So if somebody else makes an observation and I tell you about it and then they present it to you, is that a first-hand or a second-hand observation?
No, that I would consider that like a first-hand / second-hand observation.
Well, it would still be a second-hand observation, wouldn't it? And it's of no
1.5 hand.
So if I do an observation,
1 3/4, I don't.
If I do an observation, tell you about it, or if I tell you about another observation done by somebody
1
else,
5/8.
To you, they are the same thing. They make no It makes no difference to you whatsoever if I did the observation.
No, because I question everything and I look at my sources and I question my sources very thoroughly. So like first-hand observation, if I take video, I know what I saw, but I'm still going to question myself. If Ranty takes video and he shows it to me, it's like, I see what Ranty posted and I'm still going to question him. It's like not much of a difference. So it's like 1 to 1 7/8 observation, firsthand, and there's like a curve there.
That's silly, I could give you the coordinates for the pillars of
terms?
creation, or the Coriolis Nebula. If I give you those coordinates and you look at those for yourself, everyone else has imaged them. Everyone else has eyeballed them through telescopes. I could show you the images of that, and you could say no, that's not real. But I could give you the coordinates to look yourself. Then it would be a first-hand observation. Just because someone else has done it, if they give you all the information so you can do it yourself, you can call their bluff and do it yourself. And when you do it yourself and you find they're not lying, then they're not lying and it isn't a lie.
Good question. Good answer, Gently. And that's why I say Jem should replicate my fish tank observations with the sugar water, because he doesn't think they're, worthy of first-hand observation status.
And you shouldn't try and reject evidence because the person in front of you didn't personally gather it.
Well, can you show me your coagulating star evidence, Jem? And that's what I'm saying. Can you show me your coagulating star evidence?
No, you can go and look for it. I can't really be.
Do you have any first-hand coagulating star evidence?
Oh God. Are we're gonna once again pretend that if I've made the observation, it's more valuable to you than if somebody else made it.
Yeah, because
Why
I know
are you
you.
pretending that?
I know
Brandon,
you. You're my
when
friend,
I've just
Jem.
demonstrated to you that that's illogical nonsense.
No,
Why
it's
are you
not.
doing that?
No, because I
Yes, it
trust
is.
you more than
Yes,
Joe
it
off
is.
the street. No,
I
it's
don't
not.
believe that for a moment.
I
You
do.
shouldn't do that.
Of course.
Well,
No,
don't.
why shouldn't
Don't.
I?
That's very well because I might be dishonest. You don't know that.
Well, I would ask you questions, and I'd question what you're showing me and say, hey, where'd you take that? Okay, is that real? And I would look for another example of it, but it would still be
Well, that's
valuable
fine.
to me.
That's fine. Just don't reject evidence because I didn't personally gather it.
No,
That's
of course I wouldn't.
intellectually
No, if you
well, you were trying to.
when have you
were
brought
trying
me
to.
some evidence? I'm asking you for
Well,
coagulation
I was
star
talking
evidence.
to you about the star observation, and you immediately retreated to, did you make this observation?
Yeah, because it would mean more if it
Yeah.
came from you.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would. Do you have any
Well, it
star
shouldn't.
coagulation
It shouldn't.
evidence?
That's illogical.
No, it's
That's
not.
illogical.
It's very logical. Humans work
You should
like that.
assess the
Yeah.
evidence on its
And
on its own
actually,
merit,
AI
not
works like that,
from who
and
gave
all
it to you.
systems work like that. First-hand observations or second-hand, like the people they know, the people they have relationships with. That's what they value. That's how science works.
Well, don't forget, I've
Science
just had
isn't
to
based on
teach
the
you
web
what
of
a first-hand and a second-hand observation are. So,
Well, I think I taught you something about what those terms mean, to be honest with you.
I don't think you did.
Well, I know you read it in a book somewhere, but I'm talking about the real meaning.
Well, I say I taught you. It actually doesn't actually look like I did.
No, you can't taught me anything.
But I
That's
tried.
silly
I did
to
try
think
it.
you could teach me anything.
That you did, Brandon, and a second-hand observation would be one that somebody else did.
Is this what you're falling back on, Jim? I mean, come
Can
on,
I join in and say
man.
hi? Can I join in and
Where's
say
the-
hi?
So
where's the evidence?
sad. Does anyone have any evidence of star coagulation or not?
I'm sorry I took one of your rejection
something
tools
else.
away from you, Brandon. I'm sorry.
I mean, does
know
anyone
it's a
know what a
flat earth
star
thing, but-
is? Does anyone have an
And
evidence of
nobody
what
ever
a
bothers
star
to
is?
point out how ludicrous it is. I know
Jim,
that. I'm sorry.
I mean, Gleam, go ahead.
I know
Because
it's
this is
hard.
getting silly. Go ahead, Gleam.
Yeah, Jem, all I'd like to say is that on this star coagulation and things like galaxies.
Please let's stop using the word calculation. It was probably.
I
a
know,
bad
I love
word.
it. I love it.
Can we
Seriously.
say
Jem,
gathering?
It's
Please
got a clot.
stop
Gathering.
using it. No, I love the word coagulate.
Gently help me out. What's a better
No.
word?
Clotting.
No, that is a perfect word. That is
Clumping.
the word.
Clumping. I like that.
It is. But when we use sort of like the maths, let's say Einstein's space-time,
Right.
which is very good maths. It works all in the solar system perfect. Can get that Mercury right round the back of the
Right.
sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
When we use that maths on these coagulating galaxies,
Right.
right in the center of them, they're spinning roughly the same as on the outside.
Oh right.
And-
Well, I wasn't talking about galaxies, and you know, I was just talking about I believe what it was that I saw was it was nebulous gas, and it was observed over a number of years, and you could see a visible change in the way this gas appeared, and you could see it as becoming more concentrated, and as I
And
say,
coagulating, right?
well,
Is that
gathering.
science?
Gathering. It's
Was
no,
that-
it's not
was that-
science. It's not. I mean, the observation was an astronomical observation as part of an astronomical study. It was systematic in the way that it was performed. So I would say that was science. But my description of it is just a layman's description of something I saw in passing somewhere on the internet.
So you don't have any evidence.
Jem, you know how
Not
galaxies
to
are
hand,
lit-
but I could find it if I really need to. But
Sure.
I don't really care that much. You know, if you
Okay.
want to look for it, you can.
No, I don't.
I'm not using it to try and establish much of a point, really. Just the point is that stars aren't the same every year, and once again, the flat Earth narrative is just incorrect.
Well, I mean, you don't feel like show me the evidence. It's not worth it. So I guess I'll
Did
just.
you look up proper motion? Did you look at the wiki page of the examples on there? That's
Yeah.
a quick, easy
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
man,
And that's why I asked you about 2,000 years and what evidence
and
you
you've
had.
rejected that, and you've rejected that evidence for what reason?
The
You
wiki,
just told
the
me I haven't
wiki
given
page.
you any evidence.
What you told me
So
about the wiki
What
page.
was your reason for rejecting what was on the wiki page?
I mean, continue your, your
Oh,
discussion.
I know. It challenged your paradigm, so then it had to be rejected, right?
I know you want me to be a cultist so bad, Jim. It's so funny.
No,
I'm not
you just
asking
said
you to
I've
join.
presented
I
no
mean, if you
evidence.
want to join, you can. We're not a
You
cult, though.
Stay on point.
You just said I presented no
stay on
evidence.
point.
I asked you about the
Easy,
evidence I
everybody
had
easy.
actually presented you. You
Jim,
said you've seen it.
what is a
If
star?
you're still saying after seeing it, I presented no evidence, you must have rejected it. And I'm asking you for your reasons for rejecting
Stay on
it.
point. Don't fall into it, Brandon.
But what am I supposed to say?
Tell me why
Well,
you rejected that. What was on the wiki page? Why
That
is
was
that
not the
insufficient?
point. We were talking about coagulation.
Yeah.
No, I want to
actually
carry on
Gleam was
talking
here.
about
Yeah,
that.
I don't think
Gleam,
I think
continue.
it was the point.
He's trying to
I think the
obfuscate from
point-
what Gleam's saying.
point-
Gleam
Oh,
and
no, the
Jem,
point of
continue
all-
your conversation. Don't worry about little old me.
The point of all this is your claim, your false, incorrect claim
Sure.
that the stars are the same always, right?
Yeah, and you said that you can tell they aren't the same.
How do you feel now about that?
You said that you can tell they aren't the same by star blank. What was the blank?
I said because we record proper motion.
Star blank. Star blank.
I pointed
was
you
up
to some
next.
It
references. of
rhymes
where you could-
with Joagulation.
I pointed you to where you could see this proper motion occurring, and I'm wondering now your paradigm has been completely wrecked, and you realize that a flat earther lied to you at some point and told you that the stars are the same all the time when clearly
It's
they're not.
constellations.
I
It's a
wonder how that's
constellation.
changed your view at
You
all.
think that I just heard stars are all the same. And Jaron, he came over to the radio one time in Flat Earthville and he was like, stars are always the same and they never change. And I looked up at the sky and I go, thank the
That was the case you
plane.
presented.
And I crossed my hands in a
That was
symbol
what you
of the
claimed-
sun
that was
and
what you
going
claimed was
around.
true, Brandon.
Come on.
That was what you claimed was
Jim.
true.
Don't
How do
be
you
real, dude.
feel? How do you feel now you've seen evidence that that's not true? What does that?
Where is
what does
the
that
evidence that it's not true?
All right,
Can
you
I
can
ask
say
him
it.
about
You
this
can say
evidence?
it.
What?
Say I'm a religious zealot, and it didn't change my view in any way. I just ignored
Aaron,
it. Say
did
that.
he show us evidence that it
people-
wasn't true? I'll admit
Tell
it's not
people
true
the
if he
truth.
shows us evidence. I haven't
Tell
seen any
people the
evidence.
truth, Brandon.
I heard him
Tell
talking
people the
about
truth. Say,
coagulation a
say
lot.
it
but-
challenged my view, so I had
Yeah,
to
yeah,
reject it out
everybody
of
be
hand.
easy.
I don't have any reasons for rejecting it,
Just
but
be
it
easy.
just has to be
Everything's okay.
not true.
Have you heard?
I still haven't seen any evidence. All right, what do you want me to look up?
did
I'll
you-
put it on
so
screen.
you didn't look at the wiki page. Did
no,
you look at the wiki
I
page?
got
or
it
not?
up on screen right now. So tell me what to
Okay,
type.
so are you looking at some evidence?
Star what?
Is
Star
there an
what?
animated?
Star
is there
what?
an
Hey,
animated?
Brandon, have you
Listen,
noticed
Brandon,
how
is there an
how,
animated GIF
Jam is
on the wiki
trying to-
page?
I'm in Google.
trying to-
I'm in Google. Star what?
Can I ask a question?
Oh God.
Star.
Anything I wanted on a piece of paper. that would
was
make
See,
it
you're
there.
just. This is your problem. You're just too thick. It's as simple. as
I mean, you want us,
dealing-
you
we're
want to
dealing with
believe
one of
that,
these
but everyone
guys.
listening
Bandsaw,
knows that's
I
not
hear you,
true.
Bandsaw, I hear you.
Come on,
Just go with
Jim,
star
just
procession.
Tell me
Aaron
what
is
Go
this
with
the
star
link in the
procession
type
and
after
work with
star.
that.
Take over, Bandsaw. My position here in this argument was everyone be calm, everyone be safe, everyone just calm.
Guys,
I'm just trying to ask a question.
It's like a. It reminds me of trying to teach my 11-year-old maths.
but I've got my fingers ready. Tell me what to type.
Didn't
Star.
want to learn.
Star
Are you
what?
trolling,
Star
Are you
proper.
trolling, Jim?
And he just went out.
Jem seems to be mentally retarded.
What should I type into
I
this
don't know
Google
if he
machine?
actually
Star
is.
proper.
Motion.
Proper motion. There it is.
Just
Proper motion. Let's see what this all's about.
At Christmas time, and you have an elderly relative come round, and you had someone suggest you play Monopoly, and you have to explain the rules of Monopoly to your elderly relative. That's what this is like.
You think that's what this
Do you-
like? Huh?
Yeah.
You're the elderly
yeah.
relative. Okay,
Just-
proper
Just like
motion.
at 6 years old, you got taught to
He
gloat,
never
right?
quite gets it all. You know,
Observe
Okay.
changes in apparent places of stars or other celestial objects in the sky as seen from the center of mass. Center of mass, that's a weird term. of the solar system compared to the abstract background of the distant stars. What the fuck are they talking about? That sounds like great to me. Oh my gosh, that's a lot to unpack.
It is tough when
Not
it's
really.
language. I know
Oh,
that must be.
must make sense to some people who make a lot of money to believe that's true. Okay. The components for
perfect sense to
proper
me.
motion in the equatorial coordinate system.
Do you see the animated GIF, Brandon? Look at the picture. Come
This thing right here, a triangle between a blue. There's an explosion there. Oh no, there's a fake sun. There's a D. Oh, must be true. The Earth must be a ball. Tell me how this makes the Earth a ball.
No worries.
He never claimed it did.
I know it. No.
No, please tell me how this.
Okay, cool.
Have you observed this?
What are your
Tell me how this makes the stars the same all year round.
Why would you show us? Why would you show us claim
Jem, you said this proves it to me. Tell me how this proves it.
Tell me how it makes the stars the same when you can see that clearly they're not.
Jem, what does this prove? You told me to click on it.
It proves that the stars are not the same for millennia and months and years and weeks
It
and
does?
days, like you said. It proves that.
Transverse velocity. Is that the words that proves it? What
Jim,
words
do you
prove that?
shake
Radial
Monopoly?
velocity. That's pretty
Do you
fancy.
shake
Space velocity. What proves it?
I played with my brother when I was a child. I would cheat.
Can you guys hear me?
I reckon
I mean,
it's,
I want to know what proves it.
I would rob that bank.
Ben, so you just joined Jim's show, just so you know, by the way.
Yeah, we're still live, Bandsaw, and
Oh, sorry.
no, you're more than welcome.
You didn't know where you ended up.
So nice.
It's not as bad as last week, but we still have 100 viewers. So I would really love to know why this proves Ball Earth.
It doesn't. It proves that you were wrong when you made the assertion that the stars.
It does? It looks like a blue semi-triangle with a blue starburst. How does this prove anything?
You remember when you said that, Brandon? Do you remember when you made such a big deal out of saying that? And this shows that you were wrong.
Saying what? This shows that I'm wrong. I'm asking you, how does this show I'm wrong about anything?
You can see the stars that you say don't change ever.
There's no stars in this picture.
Which? Oh, let me find the damn thing. Then.
Show me some fucking evidence, Jem. This is a stupid drawing. I can make this in 10 seconds.
Stupid.
It's completely recorded. I mean, I think the Beta Eurysis Minus was the original pole star from long ago.
I've heard that. Were you there
changed.
though? I mean, what proof
That's
do you
changed,
have?
man.
I'm sure.
What proof do I have of history?
Oh,
What
is
proof
it
do you have
history?
of
What
history?
proof do you have that it's history, Gently? All respect.
So go on the wiki page. Go to.
What
the
is this?
section
Oh, here's a sphere. Oh, some math. Oh, we did some calculations. How does this prove anything?
Try listening.
Well, we know math hurts flat earthers, but
I can do
it's
math.
Still history.
You want to do a
dude.
mathathon? I'll challenge any. Listen to me. I'll challenge any Glober to fucking math at any time. Take me on.
Go on, then. I've got dyscalculia. I'm going to beat you at math. Go on.
Just to show I
You
wasn't
set it up.
cherry picking.
You
Scroll down.
We'll figure out. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Gleam. All right. Anyway. So I'm looking for the evidence.
What? Wiki page.
No, put it this way. There's
me
been a
that's the
complete.
class. Wet
There's been
beef.
a complete misunderstanding. Yeah, the actual flat earthers say the constellations haven't changed in thousands of years.
Well, they do as
that's
well.
where it comes from.
Well, Gleam, that's not exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying I haven't seen the stars change. I want to see evidence of that. He said 2,000
Why would you
years.
expect them to?
You
Why would you expect them to?
Good question, Gently.
Brandon, look on the wiki page and go to the section entitled Examples. There's an example.
This animation, this is your proof?
Yes.
What about it? Tell me how I decipher this into understanding that the Earth is a ball and that the stars change.
Barnard star changing position with respect to the stars that surround it, right?
This looks like some white dots on a black background created by somebody.
What does a star look like, Brandon? Go and describe.
Yeah, good question. That is exactly it. So this white dot, hold on, let me see if I understand this correctly. This white dot right here moved down, and all these other ones stayed in the exact same fucking spot as we moved millions and millions and trillions, blah, 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 through the light years. Is that right?
And as I pointed out, we see this motion in the stars that are closest
This
to
is
us.
the only one that moved.
Listen, well, this is an observation of only one star.
Oh, so this star moved. That's what this observation's about. What's this star?
Oh, God. You know what, Brandon? If you just want to be a stupid
No, go ahead, Jem. I'll listen. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead. I won't talk. I won't open my mouth. I'm hitting the button on my mic. Look, I hit the button
about the satellite. Come on.
I hit the button.
If you take photographs of stars, what they appear as is white dots on black background. So saying this picture of a star is a white dot on a black background is really very silly. What we see is an observation taken over 5 years, which shows the motion of Barnard's star, which is it the nearest star to us? It's certainly one of the nearest stars to us. The stars in the background don't move because they're much, much further away. And consequently, you would need to make the photographic recordings for much longer in order to see that motion. However, this motion, this proper motion, is observed in thousands of stars if you have the right accurate enough equipment and the lengthy studies required to show that. But
can you show us?
So no offense, Jem, but it sounds to me like you're saying it is absolutely 100% observable scientific fact. Damn it. Can you hear me, Jem? Hold on, Jem. It sounds to me like you're saying it is 100% observable fact that some stars are moving around. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. What's the problem?
That goes completely against your argument that they don't.
It does? We said the stars are moving around us. That's what we hypothesize. We're not certain on it.
You said they're in the same position.
Says,
you said,
this star
they're in
moves
the
around.
same position all the time. No, you said they're in the same position all the time.
Hey,
and
gently,
this
what about this
proves
V
that
right
you are
here?
wrong.
What about this star? What about this star? How come this star didn't move during this? How many years is this?
Much
20,
further away.
15, 20 years? Why didn't that
Because
move?
they're much further away.
Oh. So not all the stars are moving.
Not Earth-based. It's Wikipedia-based.
That's what we experience on Earth, isn't it? If you're driving along a road, lampposts fly past you every few seconds. The mountain in the far distance doesn't. You can drive all day, and the mountain will still be in the background.
Or the jet flying over you, or the plane flying over you. You see that light move. But the stars in the background and the mountains in the background don't move.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about lights, not mountains and lampposts.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, this star's moving. What does that mean about the Earth? It doesn't mean anything. It just means this star's
It's a
moving.
refutation of your claim, Brandon. You said that.
How does that refute what claim?
Your claim was that the stars are always the same. They never change.
And they are.
For the most part, but that one's moving. You're right. Can you provide me any evidence that they're all moving?
You don't need to. It's the claim's been
long exposure cameras, long exposure images of the stars.
So on Star Trails, Brandon, go there.
No, not a long exposure wouldn't show this. Not maybe.
I don't know if that's the exact word for it, but you know what I'm talking about.
I suppose he's technically right that the stars are moving on a daily basis, but what we're talking about is from a more than seasonal or yearly basis, that we see different stars as we move through time, year to year to year, decade to decade.
That's what that shows you. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It shows one star
Millennium
moving.
to millennium.
That could oscillate back.
All these other ones are constant, right?
Brandon Gleam wants to get in. I hear
Yeah,
him.
Gleam is a much
Love
better
to hear it.
ambassador for this subject. Jem, you've given me so much content. I'm just going to be quiet for a minute.
No, all I was going to say is it is just the constellations, and what your argument is the stars in the background have a. Yes, obviously we've got the wandering stars, which are our planets in the immediate, but then we've got these other stars which seem to follow us, which are these constellations, and then you've got the background stars, and then obviously you'll have odd orbits in between it all, but they all stay trackable. They're all the same every year.
Well, they're not. This shows that
Well,
they're not.
Things fly out of orbit, definitely.
You can see that clearly.
But the whole point of what they're saying is that there is too much order in as much as the constellations.
I understand that, but what their actual claim was that they just the same all the time and they never change.
No, you're taking it to an extreme, Jem. No one claimed that.
I will say, no, I will say it all originally espoused from, I think it was Brian Leakey's comment about Orion's Belt. Libra, he was calling it, but it's Orion's Belt. Yeah, so he was talking about the constellations, and that's where he was coming from.
Well, even the constellations change.
Well,
And
let's clarify our claims. Jem, you and I.
That,
Come on, coagulate your answer. Hurry up.
Yeah.
My claim is that that we observe motion of the stars.
All right. My claim is that from
Not caused by the rotation of the Earth.
I'm talking about from century to century, millennium to millennium, that the stars have remained the same and shouldn't based on the numerical values that you give us for the motion of the heavenly bodies.
When you can see that it's not true, when you're looking at something in front of you that shows you that.
Are you serious? That's a star moving. It's not all the star moving. If we were moving, all the stars would be moving unless we're moving in lockstep with that one star.
You didn't say some of the stars or all the stars but one. You said all the stars remain the same. When you're looking at a star changing.
How many stars here are remaining the same versus how many are changing, Jem?
This is an observation of a very small piece of the sky, so we can see this one star.
Is it much
moving.
different for the whole sky? Is this like an exception?
Yes, almost all the stars that you see in the night sky are rotating with you around the
That's
Milky Way.
why I said from decade to decade to century to century to millennium to millennium.
We see it in the stars that are closest to us, and we see it. I believe it's observed in thousands of stars.
Yeah. We're in the Milky Way. What
observatory
evidence is for that we're in the Milky Way?
You need long studies to do this, and that that they obviously take a long time to execute.
Is this one star moving
Stars
along
don't
with the sun and the earth and our galaxy, Jem?
Are you going to continue to pretend that this only occurs with one star?
I'm
'Cause if
asking
are-
you, is this star, whatever this star is, Bernard's star, is it moving along with our sun?
Moving along.
At almost the same rate.
Okay. How many other stars move along with us?
At almost the same rate.
How many other stars move along with our sun?
Very few. That's the reason why you get the frame of reference that you do from the Google search that you did.
Do you guys realize how stupid this sounds? I mean,
do you realize how stupid your argument is?
Yes, I know.
Look at an image of a star changing and say stars don't change. I think that's stupid. I really do.
Yep, completely agree.
Okay. Everybody easy. Everybody calm down.
How many people do we have still listening to us? 104.
Like and subscribe.
Hit that thumbs up button. We're at 79. As Gleam would say, keep hitting that thing. Let me read these out because I have failed many people. Bandsaw Bandit, $5. pretty sure Jem cheats in Monopoly. Is that true, Jem?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Lumberjack, shout out to Cleary. And that is a heart kissy face. I agree. Cleary, you're hot, brother. I take it back immediately. Cleary, globe heads deny every fact of reality. Not every fact. I mean, you know.
I like it when they say that. I know I'm getting to them when they say that.
I know, but it's not true. Lumberjack, here's a super chat. Lumberjack is awesome. I don't even know who the guy is, but I like him. Yard Diano. That sounds like something you guys would make up for something you'd throw in the yard and it would track the stars. Yard Diano. New Zealand $5. Aaron Armstrong, FE always says distance. FFS. I don't know what FFS stands for. Text me, Aaron Armstrong. Tell me all your secrets, Aaron Armstrong. Lumberjack. Just kidding. I don't want to hear him. Lumberjack, this super chat is for Brandon. Keep your hands off Ranty. Winky face. I'll send you a PayPal, Randy, mate. Dude, I'm trapped in Randy's basement. What the hell are you saying that shit to me for? Please help me, please. All right. Anyway, Call of the Void. Gamer Tamers. Oh, hold on a minute. I got to read it this because I lost my glasses last weekend. I don't know if you guys knew this. Gamer Tamers. Yeah, Jem probably knows this. Gamer Tamer's mom only has 2 pairs of pants. Only has 2 pairs of pants. LOL. Well, Call of the Void. I'm wearing her other pair of pants and she's wearing my glasses and I had to spend $200 on a new pair of glasses. So shout out to your ma. Tell her to come back. Thank you guys.
Shout out.
And that's my marketing of the United States of America and its corporation of Google for today. Yeah. Please continue and tell us how the earth is a spinning ball.
Free country you live in.
Oh, we got a new one. Raquel Life, $4.99. I am Lumberjack. LOL. Tell Jem hello for me. All right, I will. Hey, Jem.
Wow.
Jem.
That's awesome. I did not know that.
Yeah. You know you're my favorite panel member, right?
I should
Shout out
I've made you a fortune.
Well, I do have a message for you if you would listen to it. And if Aaron wouldn't shut up. Yeah, if he wouldn't shut up. Jem.
Go on, man.
All right. Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Yeah, hey, that's it, man. That's it.
All right.
Bandsaw Bandit. Coriolis to be confirmed in today's grand final. Grand final. I'm going to call it a grand finale. Coriolis. Today, prove it or it ain't real. Jem. Gently. Show us the Coriolis right now, or we throw that shit out of science forever. Period. It's gone. Go. 3, 2, 1. Now.
You would need to come up with some, competing idea that offered that offered a better predictive capability.
That wasn't the agreement. No, absolutely not.
No, you want to get it thrown out though.
No, I don't.
But there is no.
No,
but Brandon, remember this. There is no competing idea, right? The globe model doesn't send us like, oh, this is what causes compression or Coriolis or
Aaron,
right?
when did we come up with an idea, a competing idea? I mean, they have to substantiate it, right?
We are the ones that had to come up with that. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, who cares about Coriolis? We don't care. Obviously, you throw something on a twirly go round and it goes straight. Duh.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's linear motion in a rotating frame.
Exactly. Prove we're on a ball gently.
Well, no, you have to prove Coriolis.
No, we want you to prove we're on a damn spinning ball in space, dude.
But
that wasn't the question, was it?
Well, I mean, that's the heart of the question, I think.
But I think
that's the heart of the question. It wasn't the question, though, was it?
Let me read the question again.
Quite easily.
You might be right, gently. Okay, Coriolis to be confirmed in today's grand final.
I thought the aim was to get it thrown out.
Whose aim?
Yeah, Coriolis is fake. It's just
conformed or thrown out.
Well, it's obviously fake. I mean, we're not on a ball.
If you want to get it thrown out, you're going to have to come up with something better.
No, we're not on a ball, though, dude. You have to prove we're on a ball.
If you want me to...
Okay,
if you want to
so
prove
so
Coriolis, just everybody, let's all sit on a merry-go-round and throw a ball to each other as it spins round. Coriolis proven. Job done.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Physics teachers have something to talk about. So what?
Okay,
Just
now gently,
gently show us that on Earth, what you just said.
On Earth,
see coming in hot.
you're gonna make him
We
go
see it on
to.
Earth.
You're gonna make him go to a child's playground.
Show us this Coriolis vision of yours on
The
Earth.
only time you'll ever hear Coriolis is when they're trying to prove the Earth spins and when you're talking about a merry-go-round. Because in every other scenario, it's just looking while moving. Okay, you have moving and then you have looking while doing it. Just because you're spinning around doesn't create some magical special effect that then does things.
Well said.
Right band, 100%.
Can we go to Nat Geo's lake thing again, just for like 10 seconds? What I don't understand is, we all agree that it didn't show Earth curve due to the flags missing, but is that a special lake? Because over those miles, those flags should be hitting, right?
Hold on, let me open the files that I have stored. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Desktop. Baller dishonesty. Hold on, I'm down. Baller dishonesty. Net geo curvature deception. Got it. Okay, here we go. Yep. All right. Tell me where you want me to stop, Rakia. This has nothing to do with you, but you're awesome. Okay, tell me where. Oh, hold on. Let me.
Okay, well, here's a really good thing. If you
that was almost 7 seconds. It wasn't though. Oh, let's look at that. No, let's look at that. What that was. There's Mark Sargent being the good guy that he is. You see that right there? You see that?
Oh, this is before he went to Australia and said that flat Earth was for.
Who gives a shit what he said? That is that empirical, Jim?
I did. Well, I thought you thought he was a good guy. You were just saying. So
I was commending his personality. I wasn't talking about his science. We're scientists, right?
Commending his ability as an actor in a TV commercial where he made flat Earth look stupid. I just thought I was commending that. Do you remember that when he made flat Earth look stupid?
You're just jealous because you've never been in a commercial, Jim. Come on, be honest.
I know he wants some of that Netflix money. Hey, Jim.
I have.
If you keep quiet this entire broadcast,
I'm putting my Glober hat on and assume.
Hey.
I was I have been in a commercial. At least my right foot has.
Jim, I raise you $2,000 to be quiet. All right, so here's the thing coming along. So you see what I mean, though. All right, watch when it goes by.
Where are you posting this at?
I know.
I'm sorry, guys. I forgot you guys were in Discord. Hold on. I'm having too much fun watching the video.
And are you sure it wasn't your left foot, Jim?
Getting more wasted. Do you know what? I'm not
sure, you'd love to. Jeb, you have never had so much fun as when I've been in your Discord wasted. Okay, here we go.
That's when he called me when I told him he's never been in a commercial. Oh, yes, I am. I love it.
You know what a telethon is, right? You know what that is?
Yeah.
You have telethon.
You know what squirming is?
Like a big charity drive on TV, right? Well, years ago, there used to be a thing here called ITV Telethon.
Make it quick.
And they used to do this big charity drive. And at the time, I worked for a big leisure company that owned a lot of nightclubs and things like that. And one of the places they owned was called Waterworld. And it's a big, like a crazy swimming pool with loads of slides and shit like that. And at the time, I was asked to make a promotional video for this swimming pool thing.
It's getting long.
And I went and did this promotional video, made the promotional video. And then like a couple of months later, this ITV telethon thing happened. And they did some big event for it at this swimming pool place. And so they made this commercial for ITV did of before the event, advertising this up and coming telethon event. And within this commercial was a clip from this video I made for Waterworld, which was me going down a water slide with a video camera on my chest, and the view from the video camera was basically my feet going down the slide.
That's
And
hilarious.
so there's this very short clip of within this commercial of my foot on this water slide.
Jem, did they want to buy any of the footage of the camera pointing back at your chest? Just out of curiosity.
So I was in a commercial. It was great fun.
Easy, yeah.
Because in order to do this, I got the whole swimming pool just for me for 2 hours one Sunday morning. It was great.
Yeah, it was the Trolls World Tour.
Holy
official
crap.
trailer. That's what you're.
That's a minute of my life I'll never get back.
I know, I'm sorry, but you did ask for it here, and you did start accusing me of sort of making it up and stuff. So I thought I'd fill out the story for you.
No, it's like
Coriolis on your way down.
2.5 hours past our usual stop
You don't
time.
normally experience Coriolis on a water slide, but
You don't
pretending that we do will probably be
You
fun
don't
for a while.
experience Coriolis in anything, Jim. You know this.
All right, so I'm gonna click play. There's Mark. There's this woman. I don't know who she is. She's attractive. Okay, Mark Sargent,
She's a good
33.
sword. She's a good sword.
Yeah, of course. You can see the turbidity hiding the mountains. There's.
Well, I mean, what sort of person has a T-shirt? that
There we
says,
go.
"I
That's what
am
we're looking
my
at.
name"?
That's what we're
Who does
interested
that?
in, Jem. You know that.
What kind of egotistical freak would do that?
What would do what? Wait a minute. I want you to explain what you just said, Jem. What kind of egotistical freak would do what? Dude,
Would have a T-shirt that says "I am Mark Sargent" and you are
Jem,
Mark
you've got
Sargent.
your own
Who would do that?
website, your own YouTube, your own. Come on, man.
Right, but at no point have I had a T-shirt that says "I am Jem Panda." That's
NASA.
moronic.
NASA. I am NASA.
It's like saying I'm not famous enough for you to actually recognize me for who I am, so I'll put it on my T-shirt, and maybe the name will ring a bell with you for some reason.
Mark Sargent is so much more famous than you.
It's famous.
No, that is true. I have to say that is true. Yeah,
He's way
Are
more
you a
famous.
compulsive screamer, Jim? Are you a compulsive screamer?
yeah, I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
I often feel the compulsion to scream, especially when I'm in a room of interrupting.
Hey,
bastards,
Jem,
twisting,
Jem and
dishonest
Bandit.
flat earth.
Can we look at this picture for what it's worth, though? Right here, though. Look. These guys are carrying that thing out there. Do you see the blue
Well,
water right here? Do you see the
Doesn't
band of blue
matter.
water?
It won't change the shape of the earth, dude.
Dude,
It'll still be
Earth's
spherical.
flat, bro.
It'll
That's
still
what
be
I've been
flat.
trying to
It'll
tell you
still be
for years.
flat.
Earth is
Still gonna be
fucking
flat.
flat.
Won't alter anything. It'll just
You won't change the shape.
Why are you
Still be a
working for the
globe.
slaves, dude?
He's got a channel, bro. He made this is
He has
without
to.
You're one of us.
Free your
He's gotta
mind,
pay-
Jemmy boy. Free your mind.
You're one of us, Jem.
The evidence is clear, guys. You can only hold your belief if you ignore most of it.
What did they promise
That's what you guys
Okay.
do. You
Okay.
just
He's gotta
basically
work
come up with
for him. He's gotta
you
pay
basically
the
come up with
connection.
creative
So he's
ways
gotta
of
work
saying I
for
don't
it.
You're
believe
so
you.
full of shit. What did they promise you,
That's all
dude?
flat Earth is.
We'll double it.
Well,
What did they
Brandon,
promise you?
You could just
what part
you-
do I have to ignore? Jim Panda just said that. Your beliefs might be
Oh,
true if you
straight
ignore
away.
part of it. So,
Straight away. Every
what
single
part do I
picture
have
and
to
video
ignore?
from space. Straight away. Easy.
Okay,
Yeah, well,
done.
yeah, dude,
You ignore all of that. All of it. Out of hand. Don't bother
Every
to
single
refute any of
picture.
it. Just say things like,
Jim.
NASA
Jim,
are provably fraudulent.
Jim,
Every single picture.
Jim,
would be real.
We're
Yeah.
showing
do
you
you think
flat
this
Earth
this
and tell us
beautiful
go
blonde
straight
woman
to
faked
space,
this?
right?
Do you think she's there at this lake faking this?
Every geodetic measurement, of course, they're all ignored.
These guys in the
Every
blue
GA
shirts, they all fake this shit, right?
What else is
Look,
ignored?
they faked the weather. Hold on, let's watch. Just watch, dude.
The fact that we've accurately mapped the Earth and we travel it every
Here they
day, and And it would have to be inaccurate in some way for your silly ideas to be
People
true.
on a stupid raft, they faked it. Here we go. Those guys faked it. Oh, that's fake.
What else? Oh, we've known the shape of the Earth for 2,500 years. Is that, of course,
Nat Geo
sticks
doesn't
in
know
the
the shape
ground
of
and we know the shape
been
of
well
the Earth.
established for all of that time.
The shape of Mars, because of two sticks on Mars.
Well, you can see Mars. That's a pretty good way to determine its shape.
No, why are you going to
Who
Mars?
put two sticks on Mars? Who put two sticks on Mars?
You don't need
prove the
to.
shape of
Look,
Mars?
if you look in the sky,
Really? We
you
had to put
see
two
Mars.
sticks on Earth. We had to
If
put
you-
two sticks on Earth to prove the shape, so why not put two sticks on Mars?
Well, because
Put two sticks to measure the radius, not the shape.
right, and we can see Mars, whereas we can't see the Earth.
Hey, listen, guys. Sorry about that. I'm going to shut it down. That was fun. Let me see if I can scroll back through. Bandsaw Bandit, Coriolis to be confirmed in today's grand finale. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if I read that before. I am Lumberjack. I think I did read that before. Tell Jim hello for me. Gamer Tamer's mom only has 2 pairs of pants. LOL. That's hilarious. Cult of the Void. Nah, I love you guys. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. Just email me. I put my email out there. bmtoy79@gmail.com. You guys are awesome. That was so much fun. We needed to have fun for Ranty, dude. He put up with so much shit. It was so ridiculous. I mean, fuck that, man. Fuck that. I'm serious. Fuck that. We don't need to put up with shit against our community. You got something to tell us that's true, that's provable? Fine. Show it to us. Don't come at us with bullshit government. You guys know the rest. You heard it today already. I don't want to lecture, but I love you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate your watching. See you guys later.